Chapter 2011. This was because Yi Xian thought that he had to keep a low profile and was afraid that the bewitchment points would reach 100. However, after reaching the peak of the Saint Emperor realm, the bewitchment points seemed to have stopped. Then, after he broke through to the half-step Heaven Lord realm, the bewitchment points disappeared without a trace. To put it simply, Yi Xian could now break through quickly. However, unless he reached the invincible Heaven Lord realm, he would not have the means to break through the second heaven. Of course, if he used the teleportation array, he could teleport to the third heaven. Immediately, Yi Xian sent the Sword Immortal clone to the third heaven teleportation array. With his Heaven Lord realm, even an invincible Heaven Lord could not do anything to him, let alone the Sword Immortal clone. The third heaven had experts at the half-step Tao Lord realm, so Yi Xian wanted to go there to take a look. It would be best if he could get some cultivation experience from the invincible Heaven Lord realm so that he could continue to break through. As for here, he would continue to develop. Ding. Host has completed the 5th round of the Sect Chain mission. The system rewards the immortal Divine Phoenix bloodline to evolve once. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The immortal Divine Phoenix bloodline had evolved. Previously, he had already evolved his undying doppelganger 5 times. If he could obtain a doppelganger 3 times, then he would be able to condense another doppelganger 6 times. Currently, he had a total of 5 clones. 1 was in the mortal world, 3 were merged, and now there was 1 more. Yi Xian asked him to hide in the first heaven. At the same time, the 6th round of the Sect Chain mission appeared. This mission required Yi Xian to reach the half-step Tao Lord realm and possess 107-star aptitude invincible heavenly lords. Why is this mission so much more difficult than the previous missions? Is it because I completed it too quickly? Yi Xian did not understand the situation. In that case, he would put this mission aside for now. It was not so easy to reach the half-step Tao Lord realm. At this time, the Sword Immortal clone had been teleported to the third heaven. Yi Xian was ready to let Luo Luo, who had broken through to the high-level Heaven Lord realm, appear again. However, right at this moment, ding, the heaven-loathing fox bloodline has entered the second stage. Luo Luo has entered the dormant period. Suddenly, the sound of a system notification caught Yi Xian off guard. Luoluo's heaven-loathing fox bloodline had a second stage? Luo Luo is currently a level 8 heavenly lord. If she can continue to awaken her bloodline, her strength will definitely become even stronger. Yi Xian thought to himself. He was now at the Heaven Lord realm. Although he hadn't fought with an invincible Heaven Lord before, based on the previous situation, there shouldn't be anyone below the half-step Tao Lord realm who could match him. Moreover, there was also the old tree Blackhorn and Megatron. After the Sword Immortal avatar reached the third firmament, he would randomly search for a target. He wanted to control an invincible heavenly lord and obtain cultivation experience. Unfortunately, what happened next was slightly out of his expectations. After entering the third heavenly layer, the Sword Immortal avatar encountered an invincible heavenly lord of the first stage. However, what was surprising was that the Sword Immortal avatar of the first stage heavenly lord was only able to fight to a draw with him. If the Sword Immortal avatar didn't have an invincible body, he might have been defeated. Could this person be a super elite of some large faction? Yi Xian didn't believe it. He immediately ordered the Sword Immortal avatar to continue searching. Then he encountered another invincible heavenly lord. What Yi Xian didn't expect was that he couldn't do anything to the other party. Were all people at the third firmament so strong? Yi Xian continued to let the Sword Immortal avatar search. In the end, he finally used a method of attrition to kill an invincible heavenly lord and captured him alive. It turned out that going from a heavenly lord to an invincible heavenly lord was like reaching the heavens in a single step. Even 10,000 level 9 heavenly lords might not be able to defeat an invincible heavenly lord. This was how the invincible heavenly lord came to be. Fortunately, Yi Xian finally captured an invincible heavenly lord. Then he asked Megatron to extract his cultivation experience. Yi Xian's realm directly reached the level 6 heavenly lord realm. Because everyone's cultivation method was different, Yi Xian couldn't steal 100% of the other party's cultivation experience. Moreover, it was worth mentioning that they weren't using cultivation resources to increase their cultivation. Therefore, Blackhorn, Old Tree, and the others' realms were the same as Yi Xian's. If that's the case, Old Tree's strength won't be able to keep up with Blackhorn and me. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. However, it didn't matter. Old Tree's strength was still enough to suppress everyone present. However, even if Yi Xian broke through to the level 6 Heavenly Lord realm, his ability to challenge those of a higher realm was still decreasing. Previously, the level 1 Heavenly Lord Sword Immortal avatar had a hard time capturing an invincible Heavenly Lord realm. In the invincible Heavenly Lord realm, the gap between each level was huge. Therefore Yi Xian's level 6 Heavenly Lord realm was at most similar to a level 3 invincible Heavenly Lord realm. At this time, Yi Xian had already sent the Sword Immortal Avatar to find the Golden Feather Palace. However, another thing happened that was out of his expectations. On the way to the Golden Feather Palace, he suddenly received a piece of news. The Golden Feather Palace had been destroyed. The Dao Master of the Golden Feather Palace, a half-step Dao Lord expert, had been killed. Not a single person in the entire sect had survived. It was said that the faction that destroyed the Golden Feather Palace had sent a large number of experts to capture everyone in the Golden Feather Palace branch. The faction that destroyed the Golden Feather Palace was called the Flying Rainbow Palace. It also had a half-step Dao Lord expert, but it was much stronger than the Golden Feather Palace. The Dao Master of the Golden Feather Palace's words were indeed true. How did they provoke such a strong enemy? Yi Xian was a little confused. In the next moment, his attention fell on something in the Devour space. It was the sword-shaped token that the Dao Master of the Golden Feather Palace had given him. However, at this moment, rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound entered Yi Xian's ears. What was going on? Yi Xian was puzzled. He opened his eyes and saw that the defensive formation of the connecting Cloud Palace had been broken. Humph, a sect that doesn't even have a half-step Dao Lord dares to call itself a palace? Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw a young man standing in the air in front of him. After breaking through to this realm, Yi Xian's true body had been guarding the entrance of the connecting Cloud Palace. Now that the defensive formation had been broken, he was also discovered. An invincible Heavenly Lord. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he sensed the other party's aura. At the very least, it was an invincible rank 3 Heavenly Lord. Sir, what's the matter? Yi Xian asked. This is the entrance of the connecting Cloud Palace, right? Watch me enter and kill your Dao Master. I'll let you know that from now on, there will only be one palace in the second layer of heaven, and that is our Flying Rainbow Palace. Chapter 2012. This idiot. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. After setting up a new defensive formation, he immersed his mind into the devouring space. The young man who entered was instantly suppressed to the point that he could not move. Even an invincible 9th stage Heavenly Lord would be like an ant when he entered. What's going on? Why can't I move? The young man was shocked. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly projected himself into the devouring space and said, "Of course. This is my territory, so I'm the one in charge." "It's you?" The young man looked at him. Wasn't this the 6th stage Heavenly Lord who was near the entrance? Before he could recover from his shock, Yi Xian asked, "Are you from the Flying Rainbow Taoist sect? Since you know, how dare you trap me?" The young man glared at him. "Oh, don't try to threaten me. Wei Zhentian, I'll leave him to you." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he asked Wei Zhentian to search the young man's soul. Although the soul search was slow, Wei Zhentian extracted the young man's memories and cultivation experience in less than a second in the devouring space. Ding. Host has broken through. You are now a 9th stage Heavenly Lord. Yi Xian's strength increased again. At the same time, he also learned the identity of the young man. He was a disciple of the Flying Rainbow Taoist sect. The Flying Rainbow Taoist sect was the sect that destroyed the Golden Feather Taoist sect. Like the others, this disciple came to the second heaven and captured all the people from the Golden Feather Taoist sect. He happened to pass by this area and learned about the Lianyun Taoist sect. A Taoist sect must have a half-step Tao Lord to be called a Taoist sect. The strongest person in the Lianyun Taoist sect was not even an invincible Heavenly Lord. How could it be called a Taoist sect? That was why he wanted to kill Tao Master Lianyun, who had an exaggerated opinion of his abilities. Unexpectedly, he fell into a trap. Then Yi Xian handed this person to Wei Zhentian. After the mask of the true and false devoured his body, it had the ability to transform into him. However, only the face, body, and aura were the same. His strength would not change. Now that I'm a 9th stage Heavenly Lord, if I work with Black Horn, I should be able to fight an invincible 5th stage Heavenly Lord. Yi Xian thought to himself. There was a huge gap between a Heaven Lord and an invincible Heaven Lord. Therefore, his ability to challenge those at a higher level was greatly reduced. It was said that there was an enormous gap between invincible Heavenly Lords and half-step Tao Lords. At this time, Yi Xian's original body had already moved out. He directly used the teleportation array and teleported to the 3rd heaven. Then he used the true mask to transform into the disciple of Flying Rainbow Taoist rite called Buing. Now, he was going to the Flying Rainbow Dojo to investigate the destruction of the Golden Feather Dojo. However, it took them a month to get there. Since Yi Xian no longer needed cultivation resources to break through, he could still afford to waste time. A month later, Yi Xian finally found the Soaring Rainbow Taoist Dojo. Supposedly, this Taoist dojo was fairly strong, and it had a half-step Tao Lord guarding it. The entrance to the Flying Rainbow Dojo was very strict. Luckily, Yi Xian was wearing a mask, so he was able to enter the Flying Rainbow Dojo. This time he was here to investigate something. He didn't know if it would go so smoothly. After entering, he took off the mask and put on the Void Spirit Godly Armor. The Void Spirit Godly Armor had the ability to conceal oneself. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to discover it at all. Although he wasn't very strong now, after wearing the Void Spirit Godly Armor, even a half-step Tao Lord wouldn't be able to discover him. In the following period of time he really did find some clues. However, it was already a month later. As expected, the reason why the Golden Feather Dojo was destroyed was because of the Flying Star Sword token. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This matter wasn't hidden very well. Some of the elite disciples knew about it, let alone the protectors and elders. However, Yi Xian didn't know the use of the Flying Star Sword token for the time being. Perhaps only the higher-ups of the Flying Rainbow Dojo knew about it. Those disciples only knew to find this thing. I was once a disciple of the Golden Feather Dojo, and then because of the Golden Feather Dojo Lord, I triggered the sect system mission. Therefore, I still have to take revenge. Yi Xian thought to himself. As for the captured disciples of the Golden Feather Dojo, he couldn't save them for the time being. Even if he were to wear the Void Spirit Divine Armor, he would at most be able to fight against mid to high-level invincible heaven monarchs. However, the guardians of the Flying Rainbow Taoist Dojo were all at least half-step Tao monarchs. How could he save them? However, he didn't leave the Flying Rainbow Dojo. Instead, he continued to hide in the Flying Rainbow Dojo. Don't forget that the Sword Immortal clone was also in the third heaven. Yi Xian controlled the Sword Immortal clone to leave the Flying Rainbow Dojo and spread a rumor. The 9th Flying Star Sword token has appeared in Sai Valley. Once this rumor spread, it immediately caused a huge commotion. This was because many major factions knew that the Flying Rainbow Dojo was looking for the Flying Star Sword token. Immediately, many people took action. They all wanted to obtain the Flying Star Sword token and give it to the Flying Rainbow Dojo. If you want to find the treasure, you have to be prepared to pay a bloody price. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He already had the Sword Immortal clone hide in Sai Valley. Sure enough, it didn't take long for someone to find him. The Sai Valley was not big and one could go around it very quickly. However, Yi Xian was very smart. He built a spatial devouring portal inside. Those who found the spatial devouring portal would hesitate for a while before entering it. This way they would become turtles in a jar. None of the invincible heavenly lords who entered could leave safely. They were instantly suppressed. As a result, Yi Xian's experience increased again. With the cultivation experience of so many people, Yi Xian's realm directly broke through from the 9th level heavenly lord to the invincible 9th level heavenly lord. The speed was really shocking. Damn, it's really fast. I rose 9 levels in a few days. If this was before, it would be impossible. Yi Xian was overjoyed. An invincible 9th level heavenly lord, coupled with the Void Spirit Divine Armor and various bloodlines, his current strength was probably enough to fight a half-step Tao Lord, right? Just nice, he got what he wanted. When he broke through to the invincible 9th level heavenly lord, a powerful aura suddenly descended. Then, after looking at the entrance of the spatial devouring portal for a while, he walked in. Here comes another fat sheep. I'll use you to practice. Yi Xian thought to himself. Right now he really wanted to find a half-step Tao Lord to fight. Now that this person had entered, he could first suppress him and then find him to practice. Unexpectedly, this half-step Tao Lord was not to be trifled with. This half-step Tao Lord who entered the spatial devouring portal immediately felt something strange. He instantly broke free from Yi Xian's suppression and then slashed out with his sword. Chapter 2013. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was hard to imagine that this person's sword had actually split open the devouring space, creating a spatial rift. Ding. The devouring space is damaged. The current damage is 3%. The normal repair time is 3 years. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. This was the first time that the devouring space was damaged. If the damage was 100%, would it collapse? No. That was not the case. Yi Xian was too naive. If the damage was 60%, the devouring space would collapse directly. What the F***? If you slashed a few more times, all my efforts would have been for nothing. Yi Xian was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly sent him back to the outside world. That's right, time reversal. When Yi Xian thought of this, he hurriedly used time reversal and returned to the past. But in the next moment he was shocked again. After time reversal, the damage to the devouring space was not repaired. In other words, time reversal was useless against the devouring space. However, this was reasonable. After all, the devouring space was the space of the devouring system, and time reversal was only an ability of the bloodline. Damn it, it actually needs 3 years to repair. Yi Xian cursed angrily in his heart. He originally wanted to suppress that half-step Dao Lord, but he did not expect to go for wool and come home shorn. What a huge loss. He had to take revenge. At that moment, Yi Xian waited here for that half-step Dao Lord to come. It was said that there was a huge gap between invincible heavenly lords and half-step Dao Lords. Even 10,000 invincible heavenly lords could not defeat a half-step Dao Lord. This was something that Yi Xian could not understand. It is said that half-step Dao Lords have already comprehended a type of Dao and are 100 times more powerful than invincible heavenly lords. Even 10,000 invincible 9th stage heavenly lords wouldn't be able to defeat a half-step Dao Lord. I want to see for myself if this is true, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, what was left in the 4 Unity Valley was no longer his true body, but his sword immortal avatar. Although he wanted to challenge it, Yi Xian felt that it was best to use his sword immortal avatar to test the waters. If there was a chance, his true body would take action. After all, the sword immortal avatar could not wear the void spirit divine armor. Its strength was much weaker than his true body, but it would not die. Soon the half-step Dao Lord arrived. Kid, what's on the other side of this portal? Suddenly, the sword immortal avatar heard an unfamiliar voice. He turned his head and saw a middle-aged man. This was the half-step Dao Lord who had damaged the devouring space by 3%. Then, the sword immortal avatar quickly closed the teleportation door and said coldly, "Next, you'd better show your true ability. Otherwise you'll die a horrible death." Hearing this, the middle-aged man was shocked. What was going on? A mere 9th stage invincible heavenly monarch actually dared to say that? Was he courting death? Arrogant brat, watch me teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. The middle-aged man did not say anything and raised his hand to slap the sword immortal avatar. Although this attack was only casually launched by him, its power was extremely fierce. It was enough to severely injure an invincible 9th stage heavenly monarch. Slaughter form. Sword immortal descend. Flying immortal sword. Facing such an attack, the sword immortal avatar directly used his trump card and rushed towards the middle-aged man. Boom. With a muffled sound, the sword immortal avatar's long sword pierced the middle-aged man's hand. Unexpectedly, this attack actually triggered the one-hit kill effect. Unfortunately, this sword did not pierce the middle-aged man's palm. Instead, it pierced through the flame barrier that covered it. He can actually break through my flame barrier? How is this possible? The middle-aged man was shocked. He had lived for so many years, but this was the first time he had heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. I've comprehended the Tao of blazing fire. My flame barrier is not something an invincible 9th stage heavenly monarch can break through. What method did this person use? The middle-aged man frowned and quickly pulled back his palm, sending the sword immortal avatar flying. Yi Xian had seen through the sword just now. If the middle-aged man did not have a layer of flame barrier, he would have been killed instantly. Again. The sword immortal avatar roared and attacked again. Although the flying immortal sword could not be used, it still had the one-hit kill effect. As long as he could injure the middle-aged man, there was a possibility of killing him instantly. The teleportation door suddenly disappeared. It should be your doing. Could the flying star sword token be in your hands? After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he attacked with all his might. Unfortunately, the sword immortal avatar was a true invincible heavenly monarch. Even the half-step Dao Lord middle-aged man could not injure the sword immortal avatar. Boom, boom, boom. The commotion in the Sai Valley was very loud. It was almost the sound of the sword immortal avatar being beaten up. The more the middle-aged man fought, the more he felt that something was wrong. How could an invincible heavenly monarch withstand so many attacks? This was impossible. Even if the opponent had an astonishing physique, there was no way his clothes could be undamaged, right? I have comprehended the Tao of Blaze and my attack power is one of the best. But I can't hurt you at all. What the hell are you? The middle-aged man asked, puzzled. Since you can't hurt me, why don't we make a deal? The sword immortal avatar crawled up from the ground and said slowly, "Do you have the right to make a deal with me?" The middle-aged man snorted. "Oh, it seems you don't want to know the whereabouts of the flying star sword token." The sword immortal avatar shook his head. The flying star sword token. Hearing this name, the middle-aged man's body trembled violently. So you do know about the Flying Star Sword token. Fine, tell me, how do you want to make this deal? My request is very simple. I am currently an invincible 9th stage heavenly monarch. As long as you tell me how to break through to the half-step Tao Lord level, I will tell you the whereabouts of the Flying Star Sword token. The Sword Immortal Avatar said. So simple? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. The method to break through to the half-step Tao Lord level was not very secretive. Any invincible 9th stage heavenly monarch with a bit of status would know. Yi Xian could actually go find these people and find out. However, there was no need for that. This was because he had the time reversal ability. As long as he asked for the method, he would be able to reverse time. This way it would not count as a deal. Regardless of whether Yi Xian was telling the truth or not, the middle-aged man had to give it a try. The only difference between invincible heavenly monarchs and half-step Tao lords is the Tao. As long as you comprehend the Tao, you will be able to break through to the half-step Tao lord level. The middle-aged man explained. I know that. How can you comprehend the Tao? The Sword Immortal Avatar asked. Chapter 2014. The middle-aged man continued. Of course, you can also condense a Tao seed if you consume a large amount of fire, attribute heavenly treasures, and cultivate Tao arts. After hearing this, Yi Xian somewhat understood and asked, 100,000 minor Taos means there are 100,000 types of Taos? Of course. Apart from the Tao of raging fire, there is also the Tao of ice, Tao of lightning, Tao of gale, and so on. However, only 3,000 of the 100,000 minor Taos can be upgraded to Grand Taos. Only 99 of the 3,000 Grand Taos can be upgraded to Holy Taos. As long as you comprehend a minor Tao to late-stage greater mastery, you will have a chance to cultivate it into a Grand Tao. If you succeed, you will become a Tao Lord. My Tao of raging fire is the embryonic form of the Holy Tao, so it can be upgraded all the way to Holy Tao. I see. Yi Xian understood now. He had forgotten that there were martial arts that could be exchanged for in the immortal level devouring system. The half-step Tao Lord level martial arts were called Tao arts, which could be used to cultivate Tao seeds. If there are no more questions, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and asked. Not yet. I still need your cultivation experience. Don't tell me you don't have it. Yi Xian said. A half-step Tao Lord was enough to establish a dojo, and he would definitely have clansmen. He would naturally record his cultivation experience for his clansmen to comprehend. If you want it, I'll give it to you. The middle-aged man straightforwardly threw out a jade eye slip. He could get as many of these things as he wanted. After Yi Xian received the jade eye slip, he immediately scanned it and copied it into the immortal level devouring system. Then he used the time reversal skill to return to the time before the two met. Soon they met again, but this time the middle-aged man did not recognize Yi Xian. Sir, I know the whereabouts of the Flying Star Sword token, but I have a request. If you can withstand one of my attacks, I will tell you the location of the Flying Star Sword token. When the middle-aged man appeared again, Yi Xian said this. A mere invincible 9th heavenly lord dares to speak so arrogantly? The middle-aged man was a little displeased, but to be able to cultivate to the invincible 9th heavenly lord level, he must have a background. You'll know once you give it a try whether I'm bluffing or not. Although I do not know what the Flying Star Sword token is, it must be obtained by the strong. Are you taking it or not? Asked the Sword Immortal clone. What is there to be afraid of? The middle-aged man obviously didn't think too much about it. After all, an invincible 9th stage heavenly lord couldn't hurt him. Don't worry, I won't attack your vitals. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately attacked. Slaughter mode. The Sword Immortal had descended. One sword flying immortal. The Sword Immortal Avatar transformed into a stream of light and charged at the middle-aged man. Humph. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. He didn't even put up any defense and tried to clamp down on the long sword. Pooh. With a muffled sound, the unparalleled swords in the hands of the Sword Immortal clone were caught by the middle-aged man. Unfortunately, although the middle-aged man did not use flame protection this time, he did not trigger the one-hit kill effect. Again? Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he used his time reversal skill. If the first time didn't work, then he would use it twice. If the second time didn't work, then he would use it 5 times. In any case, Yi Xian was prepared to go back in time indefinitely. The second time, the one-hit kill effect didn't work again. The third time it didn't work either. 10 times in a row it didn't work. Yi Xian had no choice but to use his true body. He put on the Void Spirit Divine Armor and held the one-hit kill sword, waiting here. Using the one-hit kill to execute the Flying Immortal had an additional effect compared to the unparalleled swords. which was that it could greatly increase the chances of one-hit kills. This time, it was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. Ding. Host has activated the one-hit kill effect. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. The system notified. Finally, after Yi Xian executed the Flying Immortal for the 11th time, he insta-killed the half-step Tao Lord. The other party died because of carelessness. However, this was to be expected. After all, Yi Xian was only an invincible heavenly lord. Due to the huge gap between him and a half-step Tao Lord, the other party did not think much of it. If it were anyone else, they would have done the same. After this person died, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and put away the corpse. Now, he was already an invincible grade 9 heavenly lord, but he did not know how to break through to half-step Tao Lord. Therefore, he had to search the middle-aged man's soul, hoping to find something useful. However, he was disappointed. Damn it, how can I break through? Do I really have to stay in the land of extreme heat like him? Yi Xian frowned. The middle-aged man said that he had stayed in the land of extreme heat for hundreds of thousands of years before breaking through to half-step Tao Lord. Let alone hundreds of thousands of years, even if it was decades, Yi Xian would not be able to go there. However, at this moment. Ding. The corpse can be analyzed. Do you want to proceed? Suddenly, a system notification sounded, startling Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian replied. Then, the immortal-level devouring system analyzed the middle-aged man's corpse. This analysis was very thorough. For example, it knew which part of the middle-aged man's body had not recovered from the injury, etc. However, this was not the main point. Ding. Host has obtained a blazing flame Tao seed. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian quickly checked it. The blazing flame Tao seed was actually a small flame that jumped. Yi Xian immediately chose to devour it. Ding. Host has devoured the blazing flame Tao seed and condensed a blazing flame Tao seed. The current blazing flame Tao seed is at the early stage of elementary condensation. Ding. Host has broken through to half-step Tao Lord. 2 notifications sounded in succession. Yi Xian had finally broken through to half-step Tao Lord. Stepping from invincible heavenly lord to half-step Tao Lord was indeed a meteoric rise. Yi Xian felt that his strength had undergone a tremendous change. If the middle-aged man had not died, he would have been able to send him flying with one hand. Lesser Tao seeds are divided into 3 levels, which are elementary condensation, small success and large success. Each level is divided into early, middle and late stages. The prerequisite for breaking through from half-step Tao Lord to Tao Lord is to first condense a Tao seed and raise it to late-stage large success. If you want to break through from Tao Lord to Samsara Tao Lord, you have to raise 2 grand Taos to late-stage large success. If you want to break through from Samsara Tao Lord to half-step Emperor, you have to raise 3 grand Taos to late-stage large success. This was what Yi Xian had learned from the middle-aged man's memories. 100,000 lesser Taos, 3,000 grand Taos and 9 by 9 sacred Taos. Of these, 9 by 9 sacred Taos did not refer to 81 sacred Taos, but 99. Thus, condensing a Tao seed was very important. This was because every time you condensed a Tao seed, the difficulty of condensing a Tao seed would increase. If you condensed a Tao seed that was not of the 3,000 embryonic grand Taos, then you would be useless. This was because only by condensing 3 embryonic Tao seeds of the 3,000 embryonic grand Taos would you be qualified to break through to Tao Lord. Similarly, only embryonic Tao seeds of the sacred Tao would allow you to break through to Samsara Tao Lord. Fortunately, this blazing flame Tao seed was an embryonic Tao seed of the sacred Tao, so Yi Xian could continue to cultivate it. Most people would choose to cultivate embryonic Tao seeds of the sacred Tao. This way they would not be stuck in cultivation in the future. In addition, as Yi Xian broke through, the old tree Black Horn and the others broke through as well. However, unlike Yi Xian, Black Horn and the sky-breaking ape were unable to condense Tao seeds. However, the old tree's Zooist could. At this moment, Yi Xian discovered that the old tree already had 2 Tao seeds in his body. Chapter 2015. On this black ball, there was a symbol that Yi Xian was very familiar with. The devouring symbol. Ding. The infernal god unicorn has formed the devouring Tao seed and evolved into the flame-devouring unicorn. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian was stunned. He quickly checked and found that the old tree's body had changed. The infernal god unicorn had evolved into the flame-devouring unicorn. What was going on? It was Yi Xian who had devoured the infernal Tao seed, not the old tree. Why did the old tree evolve? Yi Xian quickly sensed and found that he had more than 1 infernal Tao seed in his body. He also had the devouring Tao seed. This Tao seed was probably shared with the old tree just like the immortal phoenix bloodline. Not only that, but Black Horn also had a corresponding Tao seed in his body. This meant that Luo, who was still in hibernation, probably shared it as well. In short, he had profited. Finally, my attacks also have the devouring effect. If I combine the power of fire and the devouring Tao seed, my attacks will be much stronger than ordinary people. Yi Xian was very happy. Immediately he hurriedly checked on old Shu, who had advanced. Now that the old tree had evolved into the flame-devouring unicorn, it had also learned the devouring skill. In addition, the old tree could absorb all fire attacks and temporarily convert them into strength. As for its ultimate move, it only had one: 9-layer devouring flames. That's awesome. Yi Xian couldn't help but gulp and quickly let the Sword Immortal clone fight the old tree. In the end, the old tree and the Sword Immortal clone were evenly matched. However, this was normal. After all, the old tree's devouring black flames had the same effect as the devouring dragon scales and was immune to all fire attacks. This was even more awesome than the immortal phoenix bloodline. Of course, as long as Yi Xian wore the Void Spirit Divine Armor, he could still defeat the old tree. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to become a half-step Tao Lord, it was time to start a new operation. At that moment, he built another space-devouring portal and waited for those little sheep to walk right into his trap. However, most of the cultivators here were at the invincible Heavenly Lord level. Very few half-step Tao Lords had arrived. Today Yi Xian had finally found yet another half-step Tao Lord. However, this time he didn't dare to allow this half-step Tao Lord to enter his devouring space. Instead, he quickly closed the teleportation gate and took the initiative to appear. I'm afraid there's no Flying Star Sword token here, right? A white-haired old man said to the Sword Immortal Avatar. Oh, how did you know? The Sword Immortal Avatar asked in astonishment. It's very simple. Ever since the disciples of the Flying Rainbow Dojo started looking for the Flying Star Sword token, many people started plotting against them. They released fake news to lure people here and then killed them. The old man replied. I see. The Sword Immortal Avatar nodded slightly and said with a smile, but you've come to the right place. There is indeed a Flying Star Sword token here. No matter what, I'm going to kill you next. The old man laughed as well. Yi Xian should have already killed many people. If he killed Yi Xian, he would be able to obtain a large amount of wealth. Even if he didn't have the Flying Star Sword token, this trip wouldn't have been in vain. I'm afraid there's no one in the third heaven who can kill me. Yi Xian shook his head. Of course, the I he was referring to was the Sword Immortal Avatar. At the third heaven, half-step Tao Lords were considered kings at most. How could they possibly kill the Sword Immortal Avatar? Then I'll give it a try. The old man's eyes flashed. He could also sense that Yi Xian was a half-step Tao Lord. However, it had been countless years since he broke through to the half-step Tao Lord level. The Inferno Tao seed in his body had already reached the mid-early solidification stage. He was still quite strong and should have no problem dealing with Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Kill. At this moment, the old man finally made his move. He had comprehended two Taos. One was the Tao of Inferno, the other was the Tao of Frost. The Tao of Inferno and the Tao of Frost were embryonic forms of Grand Taos and Saint Taos, so they could be cultivated continuously. The old man had ice in one hand and flames in the other as he charged towards Yi Xian. In this battle, Yi Xian did not intend to summon the Blaziator Unicorn. This was because he had just broken through to the half-step Tao Lord level and wanted to test his strength. Currently, he had comprehended two Taos. One was the Tao of Inferno, while the other was the Tao of Devouring. Unfortunately, the Tao of Devouring did not seem to have any effect on him. On the other hand, the Inferno Tao seed greatly increased his fire attack power and fire immunity by several times. Rumble. In an instant, Yi Xian and the old man exchanged blows. Both of them had Inferno Tao seeds in their bodies. The old man had an additional Frost Tao seed, while Yi Xian had an additional Devouring Tao seed. This was not the main point. The main point was that the old man's Inferno Tao seed was already at the mid-early solidification stage. In other words, the old man was a second-grade half-step Tao Lord. However, after the two of them exchanged blows, the old man was instantly sent flying. Previously, when Yi Xian was in the slaughter state, his combat strength was increased by more than 30 times. Coupled with the Peerless Sword, Yi Xian had the ability to fight opponents more than 10 levels above him. However, this increase did not seem to be of much use to half-step Tao Lords. What mattered now was one's comprehension of the Tao. The enhancement of the sacred power and physique wasn't very obvious, and there weren't many half-step Tao Lords who would focus on improving these two attributes. Most people would focus on deepening their understanding of the Tao. 4 half-step Tao Lords who had grasped the Tao of Inferno. They could use flames to explode beneath their feet and gain extremely high movement speed. If they had comprehended the Tao of Gale, it would be even more terrifying. The reason why Yi Xian had the upper hand in this exchange and sent the old man flying with a single strike was not because of the enhancements. Instead, it was because of Yi Xian's Immortal Phoenix bloodline and Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline's flame amplification. Although Yi Xian's cultivation was lower than the old man's, after being strengthened by the Immortal Phoenix bloodline and Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline, the power of his flames was actually stronger than the old man's. This was why he was able to break through the old man's flame defense with a single strike and send him flying. Although sacred power and physique can increase my speed, most people have already comprehended the Tao of Inferno, so they are relatively useless. My Inferno Tao seed is only at the early solidification stage. Fortunately, I have the Immortal Phoenix bloodline and Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline, so my flames are stronger than his. Yi Xian thought to himself. It seemed that he had to strengthen his Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline and Immortal Phoenix bloodline next. If the slaughter state and one-hit kill also had an effect on the Tao, then that single strike would have been enough to kill the 10 old men. When the old man saw that his first strike had failed, he immediately understood that Yi Xian was not someone to be trifled with. He hurriedly turned and fled. After all, a Tier 1 half-step Tao Lord sending a Tier 2 half-step Tao Lord flying wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, Yi Xian had also comprehended the Tao of Raging Flames. You want to run now? Too late. The Sword Immortal Clone's eyes flashed. Flames exploded beneath his feet as he shot towards the old man. Chapter 2016. After the old man died, the Sword Immortal Clone glared at the corpse and extinguished the flames. Yi Xian hurried over and put the corpse into the devouring space. He then analyzed the Inferno Tao seed and the Frost Tao seed. Since I can devour the Inferno Tao seed to break through to half-step Tao Lord, I should be able to devour the Inferno Tao seed to improve my understanding of the Inferno Tao. Yi Xian thought to himself as he devoured the Inferno Tao seed. As expected, his understanding of the Inferno Tao seed had improved. If others knew about this, they would be shocked to death. One had to know that after a normal person obtained a Tao seed, they would at most use it to comprehend it. They wouldn't be like Yi Xian, who would directly devour it to increase their comprehension. This meant that Yi Xian's improvement speed would be much faster than others. If a person fully comprehended a Tao seed at the mid-stage initial condensation realm, they would be able to reach the mid-stage initial condensation realm. However, according to past experience, even if I devour a mid-stage initial condensation realm Tao seed, it would only increase my experience. It would not allow me to reach the mid-stage initial condensation realm. Yi Xian thought to himself. After all, he had much more experience than ordinary people. This old man's Inferno Tao seed was at the mid-stage initial condensation realm, but his Frost Tao seed was at the early stage initial condensation realm. A half-step Tao Lord could form multiple Tao seeds, but they had to be careful. Yi Xian devoured the Frost Tao seed, and another Frost Tao seed appeared in his body. Not only that, but even the old tree had one. It seemed that Tao seeds were indeed shared. However, the Frost Tao seed did not seem to be of much use to Yi Xian. Although the Frost Tao was an embryonic form of the Saint Tao and could be improved to the Saint Tao in the future, Yi Xian was used to using flames. Now that he had a devouring Tao seed, he had to choose his third Tao seed carefully. He was not interested in the Frost Tao. However, since he could devour the Tao seed and form a corresponding Tao seed, it did not matter. If there was one, he would devour it. Perhaps he could improve first? At this moment. Ding. Devouring other Tao seeds can improve your understanding of the devouring Tao seed. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he closed his eyes and tried to sense it. In the next moment, the icy Tao seed was absorbed by the devouring Tao seed. Previously, Yi Xian had thought that the devouring Tao seed could be increased by devouring things. Now, it seemed that aside from this method, he could also use the devouring Tao seed a second time to increase his experience. In that case, those useless items and Tao seeds could be used to upgrade the devouring Tao seed. In that case, the devouring Tao seed would be the fastest to upgrade. Following that, Yi Xian built another teleportation gate and continued to stand guard. However, this region wasn't particularly bustling, and there were very few half-step Tao Lords here. After dealing with yet another half-step Tao Lord in Yi Xian who had mastered the Tao of the Inferno, he prepared to leave. But at this moment, suddenly a powerful aura descended. The Sword Immortal Avatar raised his eyebrows and turned his head to see a person dressed in flying rainbow Tao Right's attire flying towards him. That's the protector of the flying rainbow Taoist Right. Yi Xian recognized him at a glance. The protectors of the Flying Rainbow Taoist Rite were all half-step Tao Lords at the very least. Finally, a decent person had arrived. Without another word, Yi Xian charged over. What a fellow. You're targeting me? The Flying Rainbow Tao Rite's protector raised an eyebrow. He thought that Yi Xian wanted to kill him and steal his treasure. However, this was indeed the case. Immortal Slaying Breath Slash. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he unleashed an attack that contained the Tao of the Inferno. The Inferno Tao of the Inferno is equivalent to mid-early cold time. Not bad, but you're dreaming if you think you can kill me with this attack. The Flying Rainbow Tao Rite's protector raised an eyebrow, then casually slapped out with a giant palm of flames. No, this wasn't a giant palm of flames. There were even traces of lightning on this giant flaming palm. This person had mastered both the Tao of the Inferno and the Tao of Lightning. When the two were combined, his attack was extremely ferocious. In an instant, Yi Xian's attack was defeated. As expected of the Flying Rainbow Tao Rite's protector. I'm afraid that his Tao Seed of Ice and Tao Seed of Lightning have both reached mid-early cold time. He's much stronger than ordinary second-grade half-step Tao Lords. Yi Xian frowned. It was much more difficult to raise one's Tao Seed from mid-early cold time to late-early cold time. Therefore, many people would choose to condense a second Tao Seed and raise it to mid-early cold time. This way their strength would increase faster. Although their realm wouldn't increase, they would still surpass ordinary people of the same level. A mere first-grade half-step Tao Lord dares to attack me? You're courting death. The Flying Rainbow Tao Rite's protector roared angrily and attacked again, directly hitting the Sword Immortal clone and sending him flying. However, when the flame dissipated, the protector didn't see the Sword Immortal clone. Where are you looking at? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him. At this moment, the Sword Immortal clone had already used the Eye of Assassination and appeared behind the protector. Then he slashed out with his sword. Bam! The protector's Thunderfire armor's defense was quite strong, and it blocked the sword. Someone who had comprehended two Taos had extraordinary combat strength. Even an attack that fused the power of fire and the power of devouring couldn't hurt him. However, this still couldn't stop Yi Xian. Suddenly, the void split open, and Yi Xian's true body descended. It was now 2 against 1. Moreover, Yi Xian, who was wearing the Void Spirit Godly armor, was even stronger than the Sword Immortal clone. Although the Void Spirit Godly armor's amplification wasn't very useful, it couldn't be forgotten that the Void Spirit Godly armor also had an invisibility effect and was completely immune to energy attacks like this. The Flying Rainbow Tao Rite's protector strength was considered top tier among second-grade half-step Tao Lords. Only a small number of people who had comprehended 3 Taos were stronger than him. Therefore, Yi Xian still spent a lot of time dealing with him. This battle lasted for a full half a minute. Both sides had exchanged countless blows. After half a minute, the protector was finally no match for Yi Xian and was killed. After he died, Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over and put away the corpse. Yi Xian devoured the mid-early condensing Inferno Tao Seed. As for the mid-early condensing Thunder Tao Seed, Yi Xian condensed the Thunder Tao Seed in his body. Then Yi Xian had the Devouring Tao Seed devour the Thunder Tao Seed to increase its experience. After that, Yi Xian threw the corpse to the mask and disguised himself as the protector. So that's how it is. The Flying Star Sword token is the key to opening Tao Lord Flying Star's cave abode. There are 9 of them in total, and they are in the hands of the various major dojos. The Flying Star Sword token in my hand is the 9th one. Yi Xian thought to himself. Tao Lord Flying Star wasn't actually a Tao Lord. He was just a half-step Tao Lord. However, he had comprehended a Tao that countless people couldn't comprehend. Chapter 2017. The Sword Tao was also one of the 9 sacred Taos. However, unlike the Tao of Fire and the Tao of Ice, the Sword Tao was ranked at the top of the 9 sacred Taos and was extremely powerful. Therefore, Tao Lord Flying Star Sword Tao Seed attracted the attention of all the major dojos. The Devouring Tao Seed is easier to improve. The Tao of Fire is also good, but the only one that can be used in battle is the Tao of Fire. If I can obtain this Sword Tao Seed, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he thought. Clearly he was also interested in this Sword Tao Seed. After all, he also had the bloodline of a Sword Immortal. If he could obtain this Sword Tao Seed, his strength would increase greatly. He immediately disguised himself as Wu Xinghai, the guardian of Flying Rainbow Dojo, and then broke through the void to return. He had been to Flying Rainbow Dojo once before, so there was a mark. When he arrived at Flying Rainbow Dojo, a person immediately came to greet him and asked, "Guardian Wu, did you gain anything this time?" "Yes." It said that there's news of the Flying Star Sword token in Sai Valley. Yi Xian nodded. Then you? The guardian asked curiously. Since there was news, why did Wu Xinghai return? That person is also a half-step Tao Lord, but he's very strong. It said that a second-grade half-step Tao Lord has already fallen, so I came back to find someone to go with me just in case. Yi Xian said deliberately. This time, it was actually the Sword Immortal clone who was using the Mask of Truth. The Void Spirit Divine Armor did not have any amplification effect on the Sword Immortal clone, but it did not mean that he could not use other magic treasures. Yi Xian was more assured that he would disguise himself and enter. As for his true body, it was actually still waiting in Sai Valley, waiting for some people to come to him. Even Guardian Wu admits that he's not a match. It seems that he's a tough character. Wait a moment, I'll call Guardian Lian. The three of us will go together. The Guardian left after saying that, but not long after he came back with another person. Both of them were second-grade half-step Tao Lords, but Wu Xinghai was still the strongest in terms of individual strength. Then the three of them left together and headed to Sai Valley. With their speed, they would arrive in about 2 to 3 days. During this time, some people found Sai Valley, but they were all a group of invincible heaven monarchs. There were only 2 half-step Tao Lords and both were first-rank half-step Tao Lords. However, Yi Xian was still able to acquire quite a few Tao seeds. 2.5 days later, the Sword Immortal Avatar arrived with the 2 guardians of Flying Rainbow Tao right. Protector Wu, this is Sai Valley, right? Where is that person? Protector Lian asked. The Sword Celestial clone paused for a moment before saying, I left a lightning fire imprint on him, yet he's still here. How bold of him. Let's go. After saying that, he took the lead and rushed forward. The 2 protectors looked at each other and hurriedly followed. However, at this moment, hoo. Behind the 2 of them, a gust of wind suddenly rose up, and a terrifying aura instantly spread out. Yi Xian's true body had already donned the Void Spirit Divine Armor. He immediately used the Eye of Assassination to appear behind them. Bang! The 2 of them were caught off guard and had no time to react. That meant that Elder Lian was killed. Before the other person could defend, the Sword Immortal Avatar, who had put away the mask of authenticity and revealed his true body, also stabbed with his sword. Pfft. That sword pierced into the other person's heart, instantly killing him. Yi Xian had obtained 3 more Tao seeds, 2 of which were Blazing Inferno Tao seeds. Not bad. One of them is a Gale Tao seed. No wonder he can fly so fast. A Blazing Inferno Tao seed and a Gale Tao seed. He's probably as difficult to deal with as Wu Xinghai. Yi Xian thought to himself as he devoured the Gale Tao seed. However, he didn't let the devouring Tao seed devour the Gale Tao seed because it could increase his speed and fuse with his attacks. That's right. Ordinary people wouldn't condense so many Tao seeds, but I can. If I have more than 10 Tao seeds in my body, then any casual attack of mine will be extremely powerful. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. However, this would be a bit difficult. It wasn't difficult to fuse a fire attack and a lightning attack, but it would be difficult to add a wind blade attack. It would be even more difficult to add an ice attack. Next, Yi Xian disguised himself as another person and returned to Flying Rainbow Taoist Dojo to lure 2 Tao seeds back. The same place, the same move, the same ending. However, this time Yi Xian had gained quite a lot. The 2 of them had 4 Tao seeds. 2 were Blazing Inferno Tao seeds, while the other 2 were Frost Tao seeds and Strength Tao seeds. However, the Strength Tao wasn't one of the 9 sacred Taos. It was only an embryonic form of the 3,000 sacred Taos. However, they were only half-step Tao Lords now. They were far from being Tao Lords, so there was no need to be so calculative. When one had a deep understanding of the Strength Tao, they could still unleash a considerable amount of power when combined with the explosive speed of the Blazing Inferno Tao seed. However, the Strength Tao was a bit unorthodox compared to the other Taos. Moreover, it was much weaker at the same level. The Strength Tao of the early solidification Tao seed was probably only slightly stronger than the Blazing Inferno Tao seed. Although I'm wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor, it's only immune to energy attacks. If the enemy attacks me directly, I'll still be in danger. Yi Xian thought to himself. The time reversal skill was indeed useful, but it would be a tragedy if he triggered a mission that didn't allow him to use it. Thus, Yi Xian had to be careful of such unorthodox Taos in the future. Next, Yi Xian devoured the Frost Tao seed and Strength Tao seed. Ding. The devouring Tao seed has been raised to the early solidification Tao seed. Ding. Host has broken through to the second-rank half-step Tao Lord. He had finally broken through. However, the breakthrough was because the devouring Tao seed had been raised to the early solidification Tao seed, while the Blazing Inferno Tao seed was still at the early solidification Tao seed. Thus, the increase in strength wasn't as crazy as expected. However, it was still good enough to kill anyone he had killed before. The Flying Rainbow Taoist Dojo's Taoist Lord is a 4th rank half-step Tao Lord. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to kill my way in, Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, the Flying Rainbow Taoist Dojo had destroyed the Gold Plume Dojo in order to obtain the Flying Star Sword token. They had even captured countless people from the Gold Plume Dojo. This time he was here to seek revenge. At this moment, he had already broken through the void and arrived in front of the Flying Rainbow Taoist Dojo. This time, as long as he succeeded in destroying the Flying Rainbow Taoist Dojo, he might be able to complete the 6th chain of the Sex Chain mission. This mission required Yi Xian to become a half-step Tao Lord, and the connecting Cloud Taoist Dojo had to have 107-star disciples. After countless generations of reproduction, Yi Xian now had more than 10 7-star disciples. Chapter 2018. What's the matter, sir? Seeing Yi Xian hovering in the air in front of the Flying Rainbow Dojo, a disciple of the Flying Rainbow Dojo immediately stepped forward and asked. Yi Xian glanced at him, then took out the Flying Star Sword token and said, "The 9th Flying Star Sword token is in my hands. Get your Tao Lord to come out and talk." The Flying Star Sword token? What's that? The disciple looked at Yi Xian strangely, not understanding what the Flying Star Sword token was. It was not his fault because only the elite disciples, protectors, and elders knew what it was. "Since you don't know, let's go in." Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he summoned Black Horn and Old Tree. Now that they had the ability to devour, they charged in directly. Immediately, the number of people in the Flying Rainbow Dojo decreased continuously. As for Yi Xian, he also charged in wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor. Which scoundrel dares to behave so atrociously in the Flying Rainbow Dojo? A loud shout was heard. Hearing this, Yi Xian did not even turn his head and said, "The Flying Star Sword token is in my hands. Someone speak up." His voice was deafening, and it spread throughout the entire Flying Rainbow Dojo. The Flying Star Sword token? How could this protector not know about this thing? He immediately tried to snatch it, wanting to claim credit. However, in the next moment he was killed by Yi Xian with a single strike, and his 2 Taoist seeds were directly devoured. When they heard Yi Xian's voice, the protectors, elders, and Tao Lord Fei Hong instantly appeared and surrounded Yi Xian. "The 9th Flying Star Sword token has come to us on its own accord?" Tao Lord Fei Hong was in disbelief and felt that this matter was a little strange. "Who are you? How dare you kill a protector of the Flying Rainbow Dojo?" Tao Lord Fei Hong said coldly. "Cut the crap. If you want the Flying Star Sword token, then come and get it." The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. "Kid, don't be so arrogant. How dare a mere 2nd-grade half-step Tao Lord act so arrogantly in front of our Tao Lord? You'll die a horrible death," an elder from the Flying Rainbow Dojo said. Yi Xian glanced at him, and then he glanced at the other quasi-Tao Lords and said, "Since none of you are going to do anything, I'll do it." As his voice faded, he had already made his move. His true body, sword immortal avatar, flame-swallowing unicorn, and Black Horn were together. "How dare you? Let me do it." The elder roared angrily, but in the next moment Yi Xian and the other 3 disappeared and reappeared around him, surrounding him. Yi Xian and the other 3 attacked at the same time. All of their attacks were directed at the elder. The 3rd-rank Tao Lord elder was instantly slain, and his corpse quickly vanished without a trace. Yi Xian's Ardent Inferno Tao Seed had finally risen to the mid-initial condensing stage after devouring the late initial condensing stage Ardent Inferno Tao Seed. Its attack power had increased. Black Horn, Old Tree, and the others had shared their Tao Seeds with Yi Xian, so their Ardent Inferno Tao Seed had risen from the early initial condensing stage to the mid-initial condensing stage. Before anyone could react, Yi Xian used the Assassin's Eye to flash behind another elder. Boom. After another round of attacks, this elder fell in an instant as well. The Flying Rainbow Dojo only had 2 3rd-rank quasi-Tao Lords, but now both of them had died. "Oh, it's a soul-devouring Tao Seed." Yi Xian raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had heard of the soul-devouring Tao Seed once before, and that was Tao Lord Goldfeather. It was a relatively rare Tao Seed, but it was only an embryonic form of a grand Tao. Now Yi Xian could already fuse the Ardent Inferno Tao Seed, Devouring Tao Seed, and Thunderous Tao Seed. If he added the soul-devouring Tao Seed that could harm one's soul, his attack power would be even stronger. "You're courting death." At this moment, Tao Lord Fei Hong finally understood. He directly transformed into a ray of light and charged towards Yi Xian. Tao Lord Fei Hong was so fast that Yi Xian was shocked. However, the latter had heard that Tao Lord Fei Hong had comprehended the Gale Tao and had already reached the early initial stage of lesser mastery. He was very strong. But so what? Slap. Tao Lord Fei Hong instantly appeared in front of Yi Xian and slapped Yi Xian's Void Spirit Divine Armor. This palm strike was Tao Lord Fei Hong's ultimate technique. It had fused the Gale Tao into it. As long as it hit the enemy, countless wind blades would form in the enemy's body and break out of the enemy's body. Tao Lord Fei Hong had once used this move to kill a 4th rank half-step Tao Lord. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor, so the attack was instantly blocked. The palm strike was also blocked by the Void Spirit Divine Armor's physical defense. Yi Xian was unscathed. How is this possible? Tao Lord Fei Hong was shocked to see Yi Xian unscathed. Before he could react, Yi Xian and Old Tree attacked. Boom. The wind howled. Fortunately, Tao Lord Fei Hong had used his extraordinary speed to dodge the attack. Since Yi Xian couldn't do it, he would attack the others. However, it was still useless. After being hit by the 2 palm strikes, Black Horn and Old Tree were indeed torn to pieces by the wind blades that came out of their bodies. But in the blink of an eye, the 2 of them reappeared. As for the Sword Immortal clone, it was a truly invincible existence. Even if Tao Lord Fei Hong was 100 or 1,000 times stronger, he still wouldn't be able to kill it. Tao Lord Fei Hong's strength is extraordinary. I should deal with the others first. Yi Xian thought to himself as he continued to attack. In less than a few seconds, the group of 1st rank and 2nd rank half-step Tao Lords were all killed. Then their corpses were collected and their Tao seeds were stripped. Yi Xian's understanding of the Tao had deepened, so his combat strength naturally increased. Bastard. Seeing this, Tao Lord Fei Hong couldn't help but curse at the sky. If all these protectors and elders died, wouldn't he be the only half-step Tao Lord left in the Flying Rainbow Dojo? I'll kill you. Tao Lord Fei Hong had already gone crazy and attacked Yi Xian. However, his attacks were not effective at all, so he became more and more angry. As a result, half a minute later he actually went berserk. Ah! Tao Lord Fei Hong was in a daze. He didn't attack Yi Xian anymore and instead attacked the group of disciples below. The Tao Lord is killing the disciples. What's going on? Ah, run. The Tao Lord is going berserk. Run, run. Even Yi Xian didn't expect this scene because in his original plan, he wanted to exhaust Tao Lord Fei Hong to death. Unexpectedly, the other party actually went berserk and started a massacre. Hurry up and stop him. Yi Xian shouted. Among the disciples of the Flying Rainbow Dojo, there might be a 7-star disciple. They couldn't let Tao Lord Fei Hong kill them. At that moment, Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal clone hurriedly delayed Tao Lord Fei Hong. Then Black Horn and Old Tree took the disciples who weren't even half-step Tao Lords into the devouring space. Chapter 2019. Kill, I want to kill. Tao Lord Fei Hong muttered as he attacked. His combat strength had increased significantly. However, after he went berserk, a flaw appeared. After fighting for a while, Tao Lord Fei Hong realized that Yi Xian was not easy to deal with, so he turned around and prepared to leave. Old Tree, kill him. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. Old Tree understood and opened its mouth, spitting out a purplish-black flame. 9-fold heaven-devouring flame. Boom. Tao Lord Fei Hong was held back by Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal clone, so he could not dodge and took the hit. As for Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal clone, they were immune to this attack, so it did not matter. This attack severely injured Tao Lord Fei Hong and greatly reduced his strength. Soon he was besieged and killed by Yi Xian and the others. Looking at the slowly falling corpse, Yi Xian quickly put it away and used the system to analyze it and extract the Tao Lord Fei Hong's Tao Lord seed. An early-stage Lesser Mastery Gale Tao Lord seed and a late-stage Lesser Mastery Tao Lord seed. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. No wonder Tao Lord Fei Hong went berserk. It turned out that he had condensed a Tao Lord seed. This could increase the strength of one's soul, but it could also cause one to go berserk. Yi Xian directly devoured the Gale Tao Lord seed and raised his Gale Tao Lord seed to mid-stage Lesser Mastery. As for the Tao Lord seed, Yi Xian gave it to the devouring Tao Lord seed for a second devouring. Although both Tao Lord seeds could be given to the devouring Tao Lord seed for a second devouring, Yi Xian felt that the effect of raising the devouring Tao Lord seed to late-stage Lesser Mastery was not as great as raising the Gale Tao Lord seed to late-stage Lesser Mastery. Although the devouring Tao Lord seed could devour other Tao Lord seeds a second time, if Yi Xian directly devoured the Gale Tao Lord seed, the Gale Tao Lord seed in his body would definitely gain more experience than the devouring Tao Lord seed. Perhaps this Gale Tao seed was the reason why Yi Xian had broken through to become a demi-step Tao Lord of the 3rd rank. Now Yi Xian had already destroyed the Flying Rainbow Dojo, and all the disciples had been absorbed into his devouring space. However, what made him feel helpless was that the number of 7-star disciples had only reached 40. Multiply, continue to multiply. I don't believe that I can't gather 100 disciples with 7-star aptitude. Yi Xian immediately took out a large amount of heaven and earth treasures to devour the inhabitants of the space. Relatively speaking, those with high cultivation bases would have better aptitude in their descendants. Yi Xian reckoned that this quest would be completed in a period of time. However, there was no flying star sword token in Dao Lord Fei Hong's Cosmos Ring. Yi Xian quickly asked Wei Zhentian to search Dao Master Fei Hong's soul. He discovered that Dao Master Fei Hong didn't obtain the flying star sword token. He was only looking for it for a large Dao sect. As long as he could find the flying star sword token, the Great Dao Hall would reward him handsomely. No matter what, the enmity of the annihilation of the Golden Feather Temple could be considered half avenged. Crimson Firmament Dao Hall, Crimson Fire Dao Hall, Golden Lion Dao Hall. Yi Xian learned quite a few things from Dao Lord Fei Hong's memories. The other 8 flying star sword tokens were in the hands of the Dao Lords of these Dao Halls. Now that the 9th flying star sword token has appeared, these Dao Lords will definitely come searching for it and then open the flying star estate. Yi Xian decided that since that was the case, he might as well deliver himself to them. He immediately set off on his journey, leaving the soaring Rainbow Dao Hall and heading for the Golden Lion Dao Hall that was closest to him. This Golden Lion Dao Hall was 10 times stronger than the soaring Rainbow Dao Hall. It was more than enough for him to explore the Flying Star Estate. After a series of teleportations, Yi Xian finally arrived near the Golden Lion Dao Hall. Then Yi Xian sent his Sword Immortal clone out. Although the Sword Immortal clone of a 2nd-rank half-step Dao Lord wasn't as strong as a 4th-rank half-step Dao Lord, it was enough to take care of most 3rd-rank half-step Dao Lords. Most importantly, it was invincible. Soon, the Sword Immortal clone entered the Golden Lion Dao Hall. Golden Lion Dao Hall, the 9th Flying Star Sword token is in my hands. A thunderous roar rang out in the air above the Golden Lion Dao Hall. Immediately, all of the Dao Lords, Elders and Dao Lords appeared. The 9th Flying Star Sword token? Dao Lord Golden Lion narrowed his eyes and actually attacked, preparing to kill the Sword Immortal clone and steal the token. Unfortunately, the Sword Immortal clone was invincible. His attacks couldn't do anything to him. He didn't die. Dao Lord Golden Lion couldn't believe it and attacked with all his might. Rumble. A series of explosions rang out in the Golden Lion Dao Hall. What was surprising was that the Sword Immortal clone of a 2nd-rank half-step Dao Lord was actually able to take all of Dao Lord Golden Lion's attacks head-on. Unbelievable. Since you can't kill me, why don't we sit down and talk? The Sword Immortal clone cracked a smile. How do you want to talk? Dao Lord Golden Lion narrowed his eyes. It's simple. I want you and the others with the Flying Star Sword token to open the Flying Star Estate together. Since you want this Flying Star Sword token, you should have more say in this matter. So long as I enter the estate, I'll give you this Flying Star Sword token. The Sword Immortal clone said. That simple? Dao Lord Golden Lion didn't quite believe it. Of course not. This Flying Star Sword token is essentially a gift to you. I need you to use your Dao seeds. As for the Flying Star Sword token, I'll give it to you after we enter. The Sword Immortal clone shook his head. What Dao seeds do you need? Dao Lord Golden Lion asked. 100 middle stage, early stage Dao seeds of Inferno, Dao seeds of Gale, Dao seeds of Thunderclap, and 1,000 of other types. Yi Xian immediately listed out his conditions. Dao Lord Golden Lion was rather surprised to hear this. You're already a 2nd-rank half-step Dao Lord. Why would you need these Dao seeds? Mid-stage, early-stage Dao seeds could be given to others to meditate on, but only a single one was needed. This many Dao seeds could only be given to multiple people at the same time. They couldn't be stacked together. What did Yi Xian need so many Dao seeds for? You don't have to worry about that. That's all I want. It's up to you whether you want to trade or not, the Sword Immortal clone said. Alright, I'll have someone prepare these Dao seeds. However, we'll trade them at the entrance of the Flying Star Cave abode, Dao Lord Golden Lion said. Alright. Yi Xian immediately agreed. However, he didn't say the second half of what he wanted to say. Once they entered the Flying Star Cave abode, he would definitely take revenge for what happened today. In that case, I'll inform the others immediately. Dao Lord Golden Lion turned around and said, arrange a place for him to stay. In truth, he was sending people to keep an eye on the Sword Immortal clone to prevent him from escaping. However, this worry was unnecessary. Yi Xian had taken the initiative to come here because he didn't want to have to search for the Flying Star Sword token one by one. After all, he only wanted to enter the Flying Star Cave abode. This way he would be able to enter very quickly. Sure enough, within a day, Tao Lord Golden Lion had finished organizing his people. As for the other 7 parties, they were all ready. Chapter 2020. Yi Xian followed the group from the Golden Lion dojo and saw the people from the other factions. The other 7 factions were all powerful dojos that weren't any weaker than the Golden Lion dojo. The strongest among them was a peak 6th grade half-step Tao Lord. He was only 1 step away from becoming a high-grade half-step Tao Lord. Golden Lion, I didn't expect you to get the last Flying Star Sword token. One of the Tao Lords walked over. We've discussed it before. We'll enter together and split the loot into 9 portions. The Golden Lion dojo will take 2 portions. Tao Lord Golden Lion said. No problem. Everyone nodded. Then they entered the entrance of the Flying Star abode and placed the Flying Star Sword tokens one by one. After a while, it was the 9th Flying Star Sword token's turn. What you want is in the interspatial ring. Tao Lord Golden Lion tossed an interspatial ring to Yi Xian. After checking it, the latter tossed the Flying Star Sword token over. Then the door to the Flying Star Cave abode opened with a rumble. Tao Lord Golden Lion had wanted to kill Yi Xian and steal the Flying Star Sword token's treasures. However, when he saw how Yi Xian was able to withstand so many of his attacks without being injured, he realized that Yi Xian had a powerful background. Therefore, after the door to the Flying Star Cave abode opened, he didn't want to bother with Yi Xian anymore. After all, those Taoist seeds weren't very useful to people like them. Those Taoist seeds were left behind by dead half-step Tao Lords. There were still many of them in the dojos. Exchanging them for the Flying Star Sword token was definitely a profitable deal. After all, if Yi Xian went to other dojos, the other Tao Lords would definitely do the same. At this time, everyone's eyes were on the open door. Yi Xian, who had obtained a large number of Taoist seeds, smiled slightly. He thought to himself, this many Taoist seeds is enough. Soon enough, all 8 dojos entered the Flying Star Cave abode and he followed them in. The ceiling of the Flying Star Cave abode was actually a starry sky. However, everyone knew that it was an illusion formation. Then they began to explore the cave together. As for Yi Xian, after looking around, he began to break through. Ding! The Devouring Tao seed has been upgraded to late initial condensation stage. Ding! The host has broken through to become a 3rd rank half-step Tao Lord. Ding! The Raging Inferno Tao seed has been upgraded to late initial condensation stage. Ding! The Thunderous Tao seed has been upgraded to late initial condensation stage. Ding! The Gale Tao seed has been upgraded to late initial condensation stage. After Yi Xian devoured all the Tao seeds, he successfully broke through. If he only devoured the Tao seeds to reach the late initial condensation stage, his strength would indeed increase. If all the Tao seeds were to reach the late initial condensation stage, his strength would increase by several times. After breaking through, he would probably be able to fuse the attacks of other Tao seeds. Devour, Inferno, Thunderclap, and Gale. The fusion of these 4 Tao seeds was most likely enough to threaten even a half-step Tao Lord. When he continued to break through and fuse with more Tao seeds, his ability to challenge those of a higher level would also continue to increase. Alright, it's time to act. The Sword-type Tao seed is one of the top-ranked Tao seeds of the 9 sacred Taos. Moreover, it might even be a greater mastery Tao seed. If I devour it, I'll definitely break through again. Yi Xian thought to himself as he randomly chose a direction to advance. Tao Lord Flying Star was an advanced half-step Tao Lord. That meant that at least one of his Tao seeds was at the early stage of greater mastery. If Yi Xian obtained it, although he wouldn't be able to form an early stage of greater mastery Tao seed, he would at least be able to form a lesser mastery Tao seed, right? Yi Xian's true body was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor as he shuttled through the Flying Star Cave abode. As for the Old Tree Black Horn and the Sword Immortal clone, they had already split up. After a while, they actually gathered together and looked at the stone tablet in front of them. There are a total of 9 paths ahead. Each path leads to a Meteor Palace, and in each Meteor Palace, there is an incomplete chapter of the Meteor Sword Art. Only those who have learned the Meteor Sword Art are qualified to enter Tao Lord Meteor's tomb chamber. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Flying Star Sword technique? It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. However, with Yi Xian's intelligence, it wasn't difficult for him to understand this. Tao Lord Flying Star should have used the Flying Star Sword technique to form that Sword Tao seed. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and directly stepped into the first path. After a while, he arrived at the first palace. Coincidentally, there was no one inside. In the palace, there was indeed an incomplete martial art manual. Yi Xian directly copied it down. Unfortunately, it was only an incomplete manual. Therefore, even if he mastered it, he wouldn't be able to use the flying star sword technique. Then Yi Xian went to the second palace and copied it down. There were people from other dojos in the second palace, but they were all focused on studying the incomplete flying star sword technique and didn't have time to pay attention to him. In the end, Yi Xian strolled all the way to the ninth palace. It just so happened that the Golden Lion Dojo was in this palace. Ding! The ninth incomplete manual of the flying star sword technique has been copied successfully. Ding! The host confused the incomplete manual. Do you want to proceed? Yes. When Yi Xian's voice fell, the immortal grade devouring system merged the 9 incomplete manuals of the flying star sword technique into the real flying star sword technique. It turned out that the flying star sword technique was a real Dao formula, which meant that it was a Dao Lord level martial art. It was not a quasi-Dao formula of a half-step Dao Lord level. Then Yi Xian directly learned it. Ding! The host has learned the flying star sword technique. The system notified. Now Yi Xian could move on. No one would have thought that Yi Xian would learn the flying star sword technique in less than half a day after entering the flying star cave abode. It was unbelievable. One had to know that this technique was very difficult to understand even for the Golden Lion sect master. It would take many years for him to learn it. At this time, Yi Xian directly ignored the gazes of the others and entered the door at the end of the ninth palace. Hey, that kid entered the ninth palace's door. He's courting death. Just now, Elder Chiu entered and was killed by the sword puppet in less than 3 moves. Entering without learning the flying star sword technique is suicide. Not necessarily. That guy's background must be extraordinary since even the sect master can't do anything to him. Maybe he can escape unscathed. The people of the Golden Lion Dojo were discussing. At this time, Yi Xian had entered the door at the end of the ninth palace and arrived at a small hall. In this small hall, there was only a puppet holding a sword. There was no one else. However, there was a corpse with its head cut off. Use the flying star sword technique to defeat the sword puppet in front of you before you can move on. An unfamiliar voice came from the small hall. Yi Xian did not hesitate and took out the sure-kill sword. The sword puppet sensed that Yi Xian was ready and charged with its sword. Its strength was only at the level of a third-grade half-step Dao Lord, the same as Yi Xian. Chapter 2021. Simply put, as long as one learned the flying star sword art and used the sword techniques in it, one could easily pass the trial. Of course, if the one who came was a 6th-rank half-step Dao Lord, then the sword puppet would be a 6th-rank half-step Dao Lord. The door wasn't closed, but there was a formation around it that prevented the Golden Lion Dojo members from entering. They were waiting to see how Yi Xian would be killed. However, what they wanted to see didn't happen. After the sword puppet moved, Yi Xian moved as well. Yi Xian was using the flying star sword art. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp sounds rang out. Yi Xian was actually fighting the sword puppet. The group outside the door was shocked. An elder from the Golden Lion Dojo had just entered, but he had been killed in just 3 rounds. And now Yi Xian had actually lasted 6 rounds. Impossible. Has this kid already learned the flying star sword art? What kind of joke is this? The flying star cave has only been open for half a day. How could he have learned it? Didn't they say that one had to memorize the 9 incomplete chapters before they could complete the flying star sword art? Has this guy already run through all 9 palaces? Our Golden Lion Dojo and the other dojos worked together and only managed to complete half of the flying star sword art. There's no way he has already completed it. The guardians and elders of the Golden Lion Dojo were in disbelief. Even the Golden Lion Dojo master was the same. But in the next moment, their jaws almost fell to the ground. In the small hall, Yi Xian's sword pierced the sword puppet's throat. In the next moment, an unfamiliar voice rang out from the small hall. Congratulations. You've learned the flying star sword art. You can continue forward. As soon as he said this, the group of people behind the door were all shocked. Yi Xian had really fucking learned the flying star sword art. How was this possible? However, they could only watch as Yi Xian put away the corpse and walked forward without looking back. Although they didn't know why Yi Xian knew the flying star sword technique, they knew that Yi Xian was probably the first person to enter the tomb. At that moment, Yi Xian had already passed through the small hall. After walking for a while, he arrived at Dao Lord Meteor's tomb. There was nothing in this tomb except for a crystal coffin in the center. Yi Xian walked over and saw the corpse of a young man lying inside. Young man, the corpse of Dao Lord Flying Star lies in the crystal coffin. That unfamiliar voice sounded again. Greetings, senior. Yi Xian hurriedly greeted him. There's no need for formalities. The fact that you're here means that we're fated to meet. My most precious possession is the sword Dao Seed. However, before that, I have a request. Tao Lord Meteor said. Senior, please speak. I'm Tao Lord Flying Star. My name is Jiang Feishing. I'm a direct descendant of the Jiang family of spiritual light sword city. Therefore, I want you to bring my corpse back and bury it with my mother, Tao Lord Flying Star said. The mission was very simple, so Yi Xian agreed immediately. Once I'm here. However, I have to remind you that I, Jiang Feishing, have done something that let down my family. That is, I stole a Tao weapon. Therefore, my name has been removed from the family. I'm afraid this last wish isn't that simple, Tao Lord Flying Star emphasized. No matter how difficult it is, I'll definitely complete it for you, senior, Yi Xian said confidently. Very well, I'll leave it to you then. As soon as Tao Lord Flying Star finished speaking, the crystal coffin opened automatically. Then the interspatial ring on Tao Lord Flying Star's right hand flew out and landed in Yi Xian's hand. This interspatial ring contains everything I had when I was alive. The most precious thing is the sword Tao Seed and the Tao weapon, Death Sword. However, this Death Sword is very important to the family. I stole it. If you bring my corpse back, you'll definitely be interrogated. Therefore, you can't expose yourself. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Tao Lord Flying Star reminded him again. Yi Xian nodded slightly and checked the interspatial ring. There were many natural treasures, a sword-shaped Tao Seed, and a black long sword that emitted a sinister aura. It should be the Tao weapon that Tao Lord Flying Star mentioned, Death Sword. Without a word, Yi Xian devoured the sword Tao Seed. This sword Tao Seed was at the early stage of greater mastery. After Yi Xian devoured it, he directly condensed the sword Tao Seed at the early stage of lesser mastery. Ding. Host has broken through to become a grade 4 half-step Tao Lord. It's only at the early stage of lesser mastery? Yi Xian was a little disappointed. At the early stage of lesser mastery, he could only break through to become a grade 4 half-step Tao Lord. However, this was not bad. After all, this was a relatively rare sword Tao Seed. Without talent, it was impossible to condense it. Alright, you can put away my corpse. Yes, senior. Yi Xian nodded and put away Tao Lord Flying Star's corpse. After that, there was no sound. Rumble. At this time, the door at the end of the hall opened again. However, this time Yi Xian did not intend to leave. This Death Sword is a Tao weapon. This is a weapon used by Tao Lords. Judging from the aura it emits, if anyone is injured, they'll probably be killed instantly. Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked back the way he came. When he opened the door, he saw that the 9 paths were already clear. Then the people from the 8 dojos all rushed over. Where's the sword Tao Seed? Tao Lord Golden Lion immediately asked when he saw Yi Xian. I've already refined it, Yi Xian answered honestly. Good boy. Although I don't know how you got it, you'd better hand over Tao Lord Flying Star's inheritance. Otherwise you'll die a terrible death. A red-haired old man said. Yi Xian recognized him. He was the Tao Lord of Crimson Firmament Dojo, the strongest person present. If you want the inheritance, then come and take it. Yi Xian held the Peerless Sword in one hand and the Death Sword in the other. When the Death Sword appeared, everyone's eyes focused on it. This sword exudes a terrifying aura of death. Is it a Tao weapon? How can there be such a Tao weapon? How strange. Don't be careless. This kid doesn't look simple. What's so special about him? Watch me kill him. An elder suddenly took the initiative to attack Yi Xian. A mere grade 5 half-step Tao Lord dares to act arrogantly in front of me? You're courting death. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, his sword Immortal Clone appeared behind the elder. Flying Star Sword Art, Chain of 9 Stars. Poof. An attack containing several Daos pierced through the elder's head, killing him instantly. A grade 5 half-step Tao Lord was killed instantly. Chapter 2022. Everyone attacked together. It was unknown who shouted this, but in the next moment, this group of people charged over in unison. They all had the Flying Star Sword Art, but they only had a single Tao Seed of the sword. It would belong to whoever won. These 100-odd people were at least 3rd-rank half-step Tao Lords, while the weakest of the Tao Lords were 5th-rank half-step Tao Lords. However, Yi Xian showed no fear in the face of this group of people. Yi Xian's true body, the sword Immortal Clone, Black Horn, and the old tree faced off against the rest. With the Death Sword in hand, Yi Xian could easily kill his opponents with a single blow. This Death Sword lives up to its name as a Tao weapon. It can break through any kind of attack. It's too terrifying. Yi Xian thought to himself. Before long, the entire group was taken care of, leaving only the Tao Lords to hold on. Terrifying. Too terrifying. We have so many people, but we can't do anything to them. How are we supposed to fight? Damn it, I'm not fighting anymore. I'm leaving first. Bastard, you're actually deserting. Run my ass. If you want to die, go die by yourself. Immediately, two of the Tao Lords retreated. However, could they be faster than Yi Xian? Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal clone instantly appeared behind the two Tao Lords. Flying Star Sword Art, Chain of 9 Stars. Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal clone attacked in unison. A total of 18 streaks of cold light flashed, and the two fleeing Tao Lords were instantly frightened. Block it for me. One of the Tao Lords roared. The Sword Immortal clone only had the peerless sword in his hand, so his attacks were much weaker than those of Yi Xian's true body. Thus, his opponent didn't die on the spot. Instead, he was heavily injured by the sword art. However, the other Tao Lord wasn't as lucky. The chain of 9 stars sank into his body. Although it didn't injure his vitals, this attack was launched by Yi Xian using the Death Sword. The aura of death instantly spread out and obliterated the Tao Lord. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a pile of bones that fell to the ground. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The most terrifying thing was not the power of the sword Tao Seed, but the black long sword. Your Excellency, please spare my life. I am willing to submit to you. The heavily injured Taoist master was so scared that he peed his pants and immediately shouted. Sorry, I don't need it. Yi Xian snorted and attacked again. As soon as the 9-star chain appeared, it was instantly killed. What a joke. Yi Xian did not dare to casually absorb people into his devouring space because of what had happened before. Although there were quite a few half-step Tao Lords within the devouring dimension, none of them had a higher level of insight into the Tao than he did. That way it would not pose a threat to the devouring space. When the other 5 Tao Masters saw the tragic deaths of the 2 Tao Masters, they immediately looked at each other and used their trump cards. Unfortunately, their attacks were completely useless against Yi Xian. If the attack were to land on the Sword Immortal Avatar, it would be able to repel it. However, if it were to land on Yi Xian, who was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor, it would instantly dissipate. In a short while, the 5 Tao Masters, including the Golden Lion Tao Master, were all dead and turned into eerie white bones. Then Yi Xian devoured all of their Tao Seeds. The Devouring Tao Seed, the Blazing Tao Seed, and the others were all raised to the early stage of Lesser Mastery. Yi Xian had gained quite a lot from this trip to the Flying Star Cave abode. If he did not have a bit of integrity, he would have earned so much for nothing. However, since he had received Tao Lord Flying Star's favor, he naturally had to fulfill Tao Lord Flying Star's last wish, which was to bring the corpse and the Death Sword back to the Spiritual Light Sword City. According to Tao Lord Flying Star's memories, the Spiritual Light Sword City was in the northeast of this area, and the City Lord's mansion was the Jiang family. It was said that the City Lord, Jiang Lingguang, was a Tao Lord expert and was very powerful. The next part of the journey took Yi Xian a lot of time, a full month. After countless teleportations, he finally arrived at the Spiritual Light Sword City. However, as soon as Yi Xian entered the Spiritual Light Sword City, he heard that the Spiritual Light Sword City was holding a sword competition. The reward was very generous. It was actually a sword Tao Seed. As expected of the Spiritual Light Sword City. How generous. They're giving out a sword Tao Seed as a reward. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Previously, those dojos fought over a sword Tao Seed, but they were all killed by him in the end. Now, the Spiritual Light Sword City actually gave out a sword Tao Seed as a reward for a random competition. It was already very impressive. Tao Lord Flying Star was one of the geniuses of the Jiang family. He was young, but he had already condensed a sword Tao Seed. However, this did not mean that no one else in the Jiang family had condensed one. On the contrary, there were quite a few. The reward is actually a sword Tao Seed at the middle stage of greater mastery. Not bad, not bad. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and then followed the crowd. Soon he arrived at the big arena in the center of the Spiritual Light Sword City. At this time, thousands of people had gathered here, and most of them were half-step Tao Lords. In the arena, there was a group of experts wearing the uniform of the Spiritual Light Sword City's City Lord Mansion. Their realms were at least 5th grade half-step Tao Lords. This time, the City Lord Mansion has put in a lot of effort in order to recruit geniuses. As long as you can defeat 3 of the City Lord Mansion's geniuses, you can get a reward. This is a sword competition, so you can't use Saint Power and Tao. If you can win 7 consecutive rounds, you can get a sword Tao Seed and might even be accepted as a disciple by the City Lord Mansion's experts. What a joke. It's not that easy to win 7 consecutive rounds. Do you see that? That's Jiang Tianqian. He's already a 7th grade half-step Tao Lord. It's said that he's almost able to condense a sword Tao Seed. It's not that easy to defeat him. Look, that's the Jiang family's deputy patriarch, Jiang Xing. It said that he's already a 9th grade half-step Dao Lord and is only one step away from becoming a Dao Lord. Everyone's eyes fell on the old man who was rushing over. Yi Xian knew this person. From Dao Lord Flying Star's memories, he knew that this Jiang Sheng was his grandfather. Everyone, the competition is about to begin. Anyone can go on stage to compete. The requirement is that you're a sword cultivator and you can't use Saint Power or Dao. As long as you can defeat 3 people in a row, you can get a reward. The more consecutive victories, the more generous the reward. Jiang Sheng said loudly. Immediately, many people went on stage and began to compete with the youths one after another. These 7 youths of the Jiang family were all sword geniuses. It was not that easy to defeat one of them. However, if one lost in sword techniques, one could rely on one's physique to make up for it. The first 4 youths of the Jiang family were all 5th grade half-step Dao Lords. As long as the challengers were 6th grade half-step Dao Lords, they would have an advantage in terms of physique. Chapter 2023. Begin. At Jiang Sheng's command, the 2 figures in the arena began to move. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp sounds rang out. This 6th rank half-step Dao Lord challenger was actually defeated in less than 10 moves by the first genius of the Jiang clan. Although his cultivation level was higher than his opponents, the Jiang clan's genius sword techniques were truly impressive. It wasn't that easy to win the first round. Moreover, the 7 geniuses of the Jiang clan were ranked according to their strength. Next, the second challenger entered the arena and continued his challenge. For people of this level, battles were extremely fast. In just a short while, over 100 challengers had been defeated. Among them, only one person won 3 rounds in a row. Sigh. There aren't any good seedlings in this sword competition. Jiang Sheng shook his head as he muttered to himself. But at this moment, a youth walked into the arena. This youth was Yi Xian. Yi Xian took out his sure kill sword and looked at the first youth. Jiang Sheng no longer called for the battle to begin. Once a challenger attacked, the battle would begin. Thus, Yi Xian had to attack first. However, Yi Xian, a 4th rank half-step Dao Lord, wasn't favored by anyone. Yi Xian took a single step forward. In the next instant, his speed skyrocketed, and he actually arrived in front of the first genius of the Jiang clan. This speed exceeded everyone's expectations. In the previous battles, Yi Xian had used the Dao of the Inferno and the Dao of the Gale to increase his speed. Now he was completely relying on his physique. Thus he activated the slaughter state. Before the genius of the Jiang clan, who was a 5th grade half-step Dao Lord, could react, Yi Xian's sure kill sword was already pressed against his neck. He won. The entire arena was silent. Oh! Jiang Sheng narrowed his eyes in surprise. He didn't expect Yi Xian to be able to challenge a genius of the Jiang clan. This was truly inconceivable. Next up was another 5th rank half-step Dao Lord sword genius. However, he was still insta-killed by Yi Xian. Not only that, but the remaining 2 5th rank half-step Dao Lords also met the same fate. Yi Xian won 4 matches in a row. In the beginning, no one was optimistic about Yi Xian. But now they were all craning their necks to see how many sword Dao geniuses Yi Xian could defeat. However, the first 4 were all 5th rank half-step Dao Lords, while the 5th and 6th were all 6th rank half-step Dao Lords. Could Yi Xian still win? This kid is not bad. He can openly enter the Jiang clan. Jiang Sheng thought to himself. At this moment, the 5th battle had already begun. Slaughter mode. Without another word, Yi Xian immediately activated his ultimate move. However, as he could not use his Saint energy, no one could see any changes in him. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp sounds rang out. Yi Xian, a mere 4th rank Dao Lord, was actually able to fight against the 6th rank Dao Lord, a genius of the Jiang clan. This was truly inconceivable. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that Yi Xian's sword technique was even more powerful than the 5th Jiang clan genius. Clang. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. The 5th Jiang clan genius Quasi-Dao Lord soldier suddenly broke. Then Yi Xian pointed his long sword and pressed it against his opponent's neck. This attack surprised Yi Xian because it triggered the one-hit kill effect. Otherwise, the battle would have lasted for a while. Challenger, 5 victories. Jiang Sheng shouted. At the same time, his gaze fell on Yi Xian. He nodded slightly to express his appreciation. Yi Xian had won 5 battles. If he won one more battle, he could challenge the number 1 genius of the Jiang clan, Jiang Tianqian. As expected, Yi Xian still won the 6th battle. Although he spent a lot of time, it was still a very good result. What a bunch of trash. They can't even deal with a 4th rank half-step Dao Lord. The number 1 genius of the Jiang clan, Jiang Tianqian, snorted coldly in his heart. Yi Xian had won 6 battles. If he won one more battle, he would be able to obtain a sword Dao seed left behind by a deceased ancestor of the Jiang clan. One had to know that the sword competition had been held countless times, but no one had been able to obtain a sword Dao seed yet. Perhaps it would be born today? 7th battle. Jiang Xing shouted. Then Jiang Tianxin went up. Speaking of which, Jiang Tianxin was the younger cousin of Dao Lord Flying Star, Jiang Tianxing. Of course, Jiang Tianxing's talent was much better than Jiang Tianxin's because Jiang Tianxin had yet to condense a sword Dao seed, but Jiang Tianxing had. Yi Xian thought that as long as he obtained this sword Dao seed, his sword Dao seed should be able to improve. Then his realm would increase as well. However, it would not be that easy to defeat the number 1 genius of the Jiang clan. Even if the 6 of them attacked together, they would not be a match for Jiang Tianxin alone. Kid, don't think that you're qualified to fight me just because you defeated the 6 of them. You'd better go down obediently, Jiang Tianxin said to Yi Xian. Oh, I'm not qualified. Could it be that the rules have changed and you're the 8th person and not the 7th? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Jiang Tianxin narrowed his eyes, knowing that he had said something wrong. Therefore he did not waste any more time and waited for Yi Xian to attack. Excuse me. After saying that, Yi Xian immediately attacked. He instantly turned into a stream of light and attacked Jiang Tianxin. Jiang Tianxin was the number 1 genius of the Jiang clan, so his strength was very impressive. In addition, he had been cultivating for countless years, so his sword skills were also unprecedented. There was almost no one in the same generation who could compete with him in sword skills. However, one should not forget that Yi Xian had the bloodline of a sword immortal in his body. Moreover, he also had a sword Dao seed. Although he could not use Dao attacks here, his sword skills were still superior to Jiang Tianxin's. The battle between the two was very intense, but the outcome was not beyond Jiang Sheng's expectations. This kid's constitution is superior to Tianxin's. Could it be that he has comprehended a Dao related to strength? Jiang Sheng narrowed his eyes. There were a total of 100,000 minor Daos, and many of them were Daos that improved one's physique. Although those who had comprehended these Daos could not use Dao attacks, they still had an advantage in this competition. However, Jiang Sheng could also see that Yi Xian's sword skills were superior to Jiang Tianxin's. At this moment, Yi Xian had already defeated Jiang Tianxin's quasi-Dao soldier and placed his one-hit kill sword on Jiang Tianxin's neck. The battle only lasted for 5 seconds, but it was very long for people of this realm. The challenger wins. When this announcement was made, the entire crowd was in an uproar. After so many years, there was finally a challenger with 7 consecutive victories in the sword competition. However, some people began to suspect that Yi Xian was an actor hired by the Jiang clan. However, there was no need to register for the challenge and there was no fee. What was the use of hiring an actor? Chapter 2024. Jiang Tianxin was stunned when he heard this. He could not believe that he, the top genius of the Jiang clan, was defeated by a 4th-grade half-step Dao lord. I'm going to kill you. Jiang Tianxin shouted angrily and attacked Yi Xian. How dare you? Seeing this, Jiang Sheng immediately flashed in front of Yi Xian and sent Jiang Tianxin flying with a slap. Jiang Tianxin was his grandson, but Yi Xian had won. If he was killed by Jiang Tianxin, what would people think of the Jiang clan? After being slapped away by his grandfather, Jiang Tianxin calmed down and glared at Yi Xian. If he fought with his full strength, he could kill Yi Xian with a single strike. Unfortunately, this was a sword fight and he could not use his same power or Dao. Young man, what's your name? Jiang Sheng asked. I'm Yi Xian. Yi Xian replied. Very good. Here's your reward. Jiang Sheng did not waste time and took out a sword-type Dao seed from his interspatial ring. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the sword-type Dao seed. The sword-type Dao seed was one of the best among the 9 sacred Dao seeds. Even if it was only at the early stage of the initial condensation realm, it was enough to defeat a late-stage initial condensation realm cultivator. Yi Xian took the sword-type Dao seed and studied it carefully. This sword-type Dao seed was at the mid-stage of greater mastery, which meant that its owner was an 8th-grade half-step Dao lord when he was alive. Yi Xian estimated that if he devoured this sword-type Dao seed, he would be able to break through at least once or twice. At this moment, Jiang Sheng said, Yi Xian, are you willing to be my disciple? Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Jiang Sheng was the vice-patriarch of the Jiang clan, which meant that he was the vice-city lord. Being his disciple would be a meteoric rise. After hearing this, Yi Xian quickly pondered for a moment. Jiang Feixing was Jiang Sheng's grandson. If he could get in touch with him, it would be much easier to fulfill Jiang Feixing's wish. Greetings, master. Yi Xian cupped his fists without hesitation. Good, very good. Jiang Xing nodded in satisfaction. Yi Xian's aptitude was even higher than Jiang Tianqin's. If he was nurtured, his battle prowess would not be low. Jiang Tianqin was gritting his teeth in anger. He was Jiang Sheng's grandson, and Yi Xian was now Jiang Sheng's disciple. This meant that Yi Xian was one generation above him. Henceforth, when he saw Yi Xian, wouldn't he have to salute him? No. Jiang Tianqin bellowed furiously. Hearing this, Jiang Xing turned his head strangely and asked, "Why not? Grandpa, I thought you never accepted disciples?" Jiang Tianqin immediately asked. "With such a good seedling, why can't we break the rules? You, on the other hand, should learn how to behave properly." Jiang Sheng's eyes flickered. Although Jiang Tianqin was his grandson and the one with the best aptitude, the former's character was really not good, so he didn't like Jiang Tianqin very much. "Old thing, how dare you criticize me in front of so many people? Am I still your grandson?" Jiang Tianqin cursed in his heart. The sword competition was over and the Jiang family had another genius, Yi Xian. Then Yi Xian left with Jiang Sheng and went to the city lord mansion. "Yi Xian, you will live here from now on. Go and comprehend the sword Dao seed. If there's anything you don't understand, come and ask me." Jiang Sheng said to Yi Xian. "Yes, master." Yi Xian nodded. At this moment he was thinking about one thing, and that was whether or not he should tell Jiang Sheng about Jiang Feixing. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to. Then Jiang Sheng left. After he left, Yi Xian randomly found a servant of the Jiang family and forcefully searched his soul. "I see. The matter of Jiang Feixing stealing the death sword is a big taboo in the Jiang family. No one is allowed to mention this matter. Jiang Feixing's father died early, and after Jiang Feixing stole the death sword, his mother committed suicide as an apology. Now she is buried outside spiritual light sword city." Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. In that case, it would be better to bury Jiang Feixing's body with his mother first. Yi Xian immediately left the city lord mansion and went out of the city. Previously, Jiang Feixing's last wish was to be buried with his mother's body. However, because he stole the death sword, his mother's body was not placed in the family's ancestral hall. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to bury Jiang Feixing's body first, and let the Jiang family move their bodies back in the future. As for how to make the Jiang family do that, it was needless to say. It was to use force. However, when Yi Xian left the city lord mansion, someone suddenly followed him. He asked Wei Zhentian to look back and found that it was actually Jiang Sheng's grandson, Jiang Tianqin. "This guy followed me after losing to me. Is he trying to teach me a lesson or kill me?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. However, he did not turn his head and continued to hurry on his way. After a while, Jiang Tianqin caught up with him. "Stop right there!" Jiang Tianqin shouted angrily. Yi Xian stopped when he heard that. "Oh, it's you. What's the matter?" Yi Xian asked with a smile. Jiang Tianqin went straight to the point and said, "Put away that face of yours and hand over the sword path seed. Then get the hell away from me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "So you're here for the sword Dao seed? What? Is everyone in the Jiang family a sore loser?" Yi Xian couldn't help but mock. "Cut the crap. I'll give you 3 seconds to hand over the sword Dao seed. Otherwise die." Jiang Tianqin's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Is that so?" Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He took off the yin and yang ring in his hand and said, "Come and get it yourself if you can. How dare you provoke me as a mere rank 4 half-step Dao Lord? Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you're better than me in swordsmanship. Today I'll show you that there's always someone better than you." As soon as Jiang Tianqin finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of light and charged towards Yi Xian, who said, "I'm a rank 4 half-step Dao Lord." Yi Xian sneered. His aura suddenly skyrocketed. A rank 4 half-step Dao Lord? No. Yi Xian's aura was already that of a rank 6 half-step Dao Lord. This was because he had devoured the mid-mastery sword Dao seed and raised it to late minor mastery. Flying Star Sword Art, Chain of 9 Stars. Yi Xian's right hand stabbed out 9 times in an instant. It was a combination of various Dao attacks. Its power was truly terrifying, and it easily defeated Jiang Tianqin's attack before piercing through his head. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. Then Jiang Tianqin's body fell to the ground. He was dead. "I'm not the one who overestimated myself." Yi Xian shook his head and hurriedly collected Jiang Tianqin's corpse. Chapter 2025. Then Yi Xian swallowed Jiang Tianqin's corpse with the mask of illusion and turned into Jiang Tianqin. He then read Jiang Tianqin's memories. However, Yi Xian was shocked the next moment because he learned a secret. There's a Tao seed of death inside the death sword? Yi Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. The Tao of death was not ranked lower than the Tao of sword among the 9 sacred Taos. If one could comprehend the Tao of death, one's combat strength would increase greatly. The death sword was made from a Tao seed. No wonder it was so powerful. That was not the point. The point was that there was another Tao weapon made from a Tao seed called the life sword. The life sword and the death sword were a pair called the life and death sword. They were the Jiang family's heirloom, but the life sword was lost in an accident. The life sword has the ability to bring people back to life? Yi Xian was shocked. The Tao seed in the life sword was called the life Tao seed. The life Tao was also one of the top Taos among the 9 sacred Taos. The Jiang family had once used the life sword to bring people back to life. The Tao of life and the Tao of death are too terrifying. Yi Xian shivered. At this moment he was thinking if he obtained the life sword, then wouldn't he be able to revive Tao Lord Flying Star and his mother? Not only that, but he could also revive many people. Although the life sword is lost, the Jiang family has a sword-searching technique. As long as I use the death sword, I can find the life sword. At that thought, Yi Xian immediately set off and arrived at the burial place of Jiang Feixing's mother in a short while. Then he simply put away the corpse of Jiang Feixing's mother. At this level, it was easy to prevent the body from decaying. Therefore Yi Xian felt that Jiang Feixing's mother could be revived. Then he turned into Jiang Tianqian and returned to the Jiang family. There was a sword-searching technique in the Jiang family's martial arts library, so Yi Xian immediately went in. As the grandson of the deputy patriarch and the number 1 genius of the Jiang family, Jiang Tianqian had the authority to do so. Yi Xian went straight to the top floor and searched for a while. As expected, he found the sword-searching technique and copied it down. Then he left the city lord mansion again. Now that I have the sword-searching technique and I have the death sword, I should be able to find my way. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly and took out the death sword. Whoosh. After Yi Xian used the sword-seeking technique, the death sword pointed to the north. In the north? Yi Xian muttered as he immediately returned to the spiritual light sword city and teleported to a city in the north. Following that, he used it again, but the death sword tip was still pointing towards the north. Even further north. Yi Xian continued the teleportation. He was. After Yi Xian's phone. This meant that his teleportation had surpassed the location of the life sword. However, this was already several days later. Yi Xian cursed angrily. Fortunately, he was about to find it. Between these 2 cities there are 4 more cities. I need to narrow down the range. Yi Xian continued the teleportation and finally locked onto the 2 cities. The life sword was somewhere in the middle of these 2 cities. He left immediately and traveled on his own. However, with his realm, it took him more than 10 days to finally lock onto a place. This place was a large forest. There were huge trees inside and from time to time, there would be rich life energy floating out. Under normal circumstances, a place like this would have heaven and earth treasures. Yi Xian sent the sword immortal clone, the old tree and black horn in to check. The level of this area was not low. He had already passed by several cities with Tao Lord experts. With his strength he might be in danger. However, after hesitating for a moment, he decided to go in together. After all, he could use the time reversal skill now. This forest looked a little strange. What Yi Xian did not know was that this forest full of life energy was called the Forest of Death. None of those who entered would leave alive. Yi Xian entered. At first, nothing happened, but soon he heard several system notifications. Ding. Devouring Black Scale Dragon is dead. Ding. Devouring Unicorn is dead. Ding. Devouring Black Scale Dragon is resurrected. Ding. Devouring Unicorn is resurrected. By the time he reacted, he saw the sword immortal avatar in the darkness. What's going on? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. At this time, a bloody mouth suddenly opened and directly swallowed him. The sword immortal clone was swallowed because he was paying attention to his surroundings. However, this time he saw that the thing that swallowed him was a huge flower. The piranha flower. At this moment, Yi Xian was already in the mouth of the piranha flower. The corrosive liquid dripped down and penetrated the void spirit divine armor. *CK. Yi Xian was shocked and quickly attacked. However, the piranha flower's defense was so strong that his attack could not break it. I don't believe it. He widened his eyes, took out the death sword and slashed fiercely. This time it broke. The aura of death spread, and the piranha flower immediately decayed. It turned out that this was the danger of this forest. Watch me burn all of you. Yi Xian widened his eyes, held the death sword, and began to attack crazily. The level of these piranha flowers was probably not low. Although they were not at the Tao Lord level, they were only at the 8th or 9th grade half-step Tao Lord level. However, those who were attacked by the death sword all decayed. Yi Xian began to sweep crazily. Wherever he passed, all the flowers and trees withered. During this time, Yi Xian even used the sword-seeking technique to check the location of the life sword, and then killed his way over. However, this forest was boundless. He killed for a full 3 days, but he still did not reach the end. At this moment, what a big tree! Yi Xian was shocked. This tree was probably tens of thousands of meters tall and extremely thick. This was not the main point. The main point was that this tree was emitting a strong aura of life. Yi Xian stood there, feeling that he was in high spirits and that his lifespan had increased. However, at this moment, there were black shadows swimming around the tree. He took a closer look and realized that they were mosquitoes. This group of mosquitoes is absorbing the life essence of this tree. Yi Xian secretly said in his heart, but did not pay much attention to it. He just quietly went around. However, after he went around the tree for a while, he realized that the death sword's direction had deviated. Chapter 2026. After some thought, Yi Xian decided to send out the 3 sword immortal clones. As expected, the moment they approached, they were attacked by the large mosquitoes. 9-layer heaven-devouring flames. Old Tree used his ultimate move and burned the large group of mosquitoes to ashes. However, there were simply too many mosquitoes to count. There was no way to kill them all. Hence, Black Horn and Old Tree were exhausted to death. Fortunately, the sword immortal clones did not disappoint Yi Xian and were still standing strong. These mosquitoes could not hurt him at all. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly realized something. After the mosquitoes were killed, the life aura in their bodies would gather and flow into the distance. Yi Xian frowned and sent the sword immortal clones to check it out. When the sword immortal clones arrived, they saw a huge altar. On the altar there was a crystal bottle. The life aura was flowing into the crystal bottle. The sword immortal clones went over to take a look. Just as he was about to put away the crystal bottle, an aura suddenly descended. Who is it? A shout made the sword immortal clones stop. He turned around and saw a long-haired youth standing in the air, looking down at him. This long-haired youth was wearing a green robe and was a 9th grade half-step Tao Lord. Who are you? The sword immortal clones asked. However, the other party did not answer the question. Instead, he attacked. Boom! The sword immortal clones attacked at the same time. The two energies collided and were evenly matched. You're courting death. The long-haired youth narrowed his eyes and immediately fought the sword immortal clones. Immediately, Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over as well, resulting in a 4 versus 1 situation. In a one-on-one situation, the sword immortal clones could not do anything to the long-haired youth. However, in a 4-on-1 situation, it was more than enough to deal with him. Bastard! The long-haired youth cursed. However, in the next moment his chest was pierced by Yi Xian. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian quickly collected the corpse and began to search its soul. It turned out that this long-haired youth was a disciple of the Great Wood Dojo. He was the one who created this area. His purpose was to attract others to enter, and then let those man-eating flowers devour the flesh and blood, and then transfer the essence to the giant tree of life. Then the large mosquitoes absorbed the life essence into the bottle. These life essences would ultimately be absorbed by the long-haired youth. What? He actually has a Tao seed of life in his body? Yi Xian was shocked. This life Tao seed was formed by the long-haired youth devouring a large amount of life essence. Now he was using the life essence to improve his life Tao seed. The seed of life was even more precious than the sword Wei. It was ranked higher among the 99 saintly paths. Who would have thought that this Juma dojo actually had a way? How amazing! However, this method was somewhat inhumane. After all, this life Tao seed was formed from the accumulation of countless human lives. Yi Xian did not care about anything else. He directly devoured this Tao seed of life. Then he used his devouring Tao seed to devour the other Tao seeds of the young man. However, he could not break through. However, Yi Xian found something useful from his memories. The long-haired youth had obtained the life sword by chance and planted it on the ground. Simply put, the life sword was under the giant tree of life. Yi Xian hurried over and had Wei Jintian transform into the beast god Bell to suppress it. Then he killed all the mosquitoes. He now had a Tao seed of life. He placed his hand on the giant tree of life and began to absorb the life essence. This giant tree of life was the root of the entire forest. Simply put, the entire forest was actually a single entity. Yi Xian continued to absorb the life essence. The Tao seed of life that he had just obtained began to improve from the early stage of small success to the early stage of greater success. Ding. The Tao seed of life has improved to the early stage of greater success. Ding. The host has broken through. The host is currently a 7th rank half-step Tao Lord. By the time the 2 system notifications rang out, the entire forest had already withered. Originally, the long-haired youth had used this forest to lure others in and then turned it into life essence for himself to absorb. This was supposed to be an endless cycle. However, Yi Xian had absorbed all of the giant tree of life's essence, so he could not continue. Then Yi Xian began to dig and retrieve the life sword that was hidden underground. The life sword of life and death was finally gathered. Originally, creating a forest like this would require a large amount of natural treasures. However, the long-haired youth just happened to obtain the life sword, so he saved a lot of money. Yi Xian thought to himself and took out the death sword. These 2 Tao weapons were formed from Tao seeds. If he destroyed these 2 Tao weapons, he would obtain a Tao seed of life and a Tao seed of death. However, Tao weapons were Tao Lord level weapons. How could he destroy them now? Given my current realm, I should be able to revive Jiang Feixing and his mother. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, what he did not know was that the news of the long-haired youth's death had already spread to the Great Wood Dojo. He immediately took out Jiang Feixing's corpse and used the death sword to absorb the death qi. Then he used the life sword to inject the life sword with life qi. After a while, the originally dead Jiang Feixing came back to life. This is... Jiang Feixing opened his eyes. He had been constantly using the death sword to fight, so he was contaminated with the death qi. In the end, he could only build his own tomb. How did he suddenly come back to life? Could it be that he was refined into a vicious battle corpse or puppet? Senior, we meet again. Yi Xian said with a smile. You are... Jiang Feixing was confused. After all, he had died long ago. Previously, it was his remnant soul that communicated with Yi Xian, so it was normal that he did not recognize Yi Xian. Yi Xian told him what had happened. After listening to him, Jiang Feixing was dumbfounded. You found the life sword? Jiang Feixing was shocked. One had to know that the Jiang family's patriarch had gone to find the life sword and came to this forest of death. However, he could not enter, so he could only give up. He did not expect that Yi Xian, a half-step Tao Lord, could do it. However, Yi Xian was able to enter thanks to the sword Immortal Clone, the Death Sword, and the Void Spirit Divine Armor. Of course, there was also the time reversal. After entering this forest of death, he had been constantly using time reversal to find low-risk places. Senior, your mother's corpse is also with me. I can also revive her. Yi Xian said. What? Jiang Feixing was shocked again and hurriedly said, Quick, revive my mother. Yi Xian said nothing and took out Jiang Feixing's mother's corpse. Chapter 2027. It just so happened that Yi Xian was already a 7th-stage half-step Tao Lord, so he could revive Jiang Feiyue's mother, who was also a 7th-stage half-step Tao Lord. The Death Sword extracted death energy, and the Life Sword injected life energy. Before long, Jiang Feiyue's mother opened her eyes. Mother? Jiang Feixing couldn't help but shout. Not long after he stole the Death Sword and left, he heard that his mother had committed suicide. He was so heartbroken that he even thought of suicide several times. However, later on, he heard that the Life Sword had the ability to revive the dead, so he wanted to find it. Unexpectedly, he used the Death Sword too much and was tainted with death energy, which led to her death. Yi Xian had actually been tainted by the aura of death, but the bloodline in his body could suppress it. Moreover, after obtaining the Life Tao Seed, the aura of death had completely disappeared. Xing, Jiang Feixing's mother was shocked. Then, Yi Xian directly put the 2 of them into the devouring space so that they could be reunited. As for him, he prepared to return to spiritual Light Sword City. Yi Xian, my father died in a great battle. Can you? Jiang Tianxing suddenly asked. 8th-stage half-step Tao Lord. With my current realm, I don't know if I can succeed, but as long as I break through again, it should be possible. Yi Xian replied. Thank you in advance. Jiang Tianxing thanked him. After a person died, their soul would gradually dissipate, but it was only an illusory soul that dissipated. In a person's brain there was a physical soul. Yi Xian used the Life Sword and the Death Sword to revive the 2 of them. In fact, he used the Death Sword to absorb the death energy, and used the Life Sword to revive the soul in the brain, giving birth to a new soul. Therefore, the Life Sword alone couldn't revive people unless it could remove the death energy. Speaking of which, on the way here, Yi Xian kept leaving void tracking points, so it was very easy for him to return to spiritual Light Sword City. After a while he returned. Then he directly went to find Jiang Sheng. According to Jiang Qianxing, his grandfather Jiang Sheng was very good to him. Back then he stole the death sword, so he felt very guilty toward Jiang Sheng. At this time, Yi Xian had already returned to the city lord's mansion. "Master, are you there?" Yi Xian sent a voice transmission to Jiang Sheng. "Come here." In the next moment, Yi Xian appeared outside Jiang Sheng's mansion. "What's the matter?" Jiang Sheng turned to look at Yi Xian. "Master, I have something to tell you next. I hope you won't be too surprised." Yi Xian said. "Haha, this old man is also a person who has experienced great storms and waves. There aren't many things that can surprise this old man." Jiang Sheng laughed loudly. But in the next moment, his said Jiang's right was that? Jiang Xian's master's master, Jiang Feixing, is here. And Jiang Feixing was Jiang. Dao Lord, when Jiang Sheng heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he saw two very familiar people. Said Yi Fang Jiang was Jiang Yi Jiang's grandson. Said Kuden, Jiang Yisi. Teet her of avuvt, s of Tian's two's longest teas committed a families of a of course of. How did she come back to life? Grandpa, mother and I were both dead, but Yi Xian found the life sword and brought us back to life, said Jiang Feixing. When he heard this, Jiang Sheng was shocked again. The life sword? How was that possible? One must know that the place where the life sword was located was an extremely dangerous place. Jiang Sheng's father, the old master of the Jiang family, had led a team there, but half of them died in the end. Now Jiang Feixing said that the life sword was found by Yi Xian, a half-step Dao Lord. How was that possible? Yi Xian took out the life sword and death sword and told Jiang Sheng what had happened. Disciple, thank you. Thank you for bringing the life sword back. Jiang Sheng shed tears of gratitude. However, Yi Xian shook his head and said, Master, you misunderstand. I didn't find it for you. I need it for myself. This, Jiang Sheng was stunned. Also, I only joined the Jiang family to investigate some things. So, from now on, I am no longer your disciple. Yi Xian's expression suddenly turned serious. With his strength, Jiang Sheng was not qualified to be his master. Yi Xian, this, Jiang Feixing suddenly spoke, but he did not know how to continue. Previously, he had given the death sword to Yi Xian, hoping that Yi Xian could bring his body and the death sword back to the Jiang family. Now Yi Xian said that he needed the death sword. What should he do? After all, Yi Xian had found the life sword and brought him and his mother back to life. If he asked Yi Xian to return the life sword, he would be ungrateful. Don't worry. I'm just borrowing the life sword. I'll return it in the future. However, I can bring the dead Jiang family members back to life, but I need some Dao seeds as a reward, Yi Xian said. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire crowd fell silent. This, Jiang Sheng hesitated. In fact, he wanted to hide Jiang Feixing and Wen Kuang. After all, Jiang Feixing was a sinner of the Jiang family. However, Yi Xian had brought back the death sword and the life sword. If Yi Xian could return the life sword to the Jiang family, then Jiang Feixing would have redeemed himself. It would be a happy ending. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not intend to return the life sword. What kind of Dao seed do you need? Jiang Sheng asked. It's best if it's a high-grade Inferno Dao seed. Of course, I don't care about anything else. However, I want a large amount. Yi Xian said. This request of his made the three of them somewhat puzzled. He only needed one Dao seed to comprehend. Why did he need so many Dao seeds? One had to know that the more Dao seeds one condensed, the harder it was to condense them. In the half-step Dao Lord realm, condensing 2 Dao seeds was already good enough. It was rare to see 3. I'll use the life sword to bring your family members back to life. I only want Dao seeds as a reward. This isn't too much, right? Yi Xian asked again. Indeed, it's not too much. However, I have to discuss this with the others. Jiang Sheng said. He was only the deputy patriarch of the Jiang family. The patriarch was his brother. In addition, his father was also in charge. This kind of thing still needs to be discussed. All right, no problem. Yi Xian nodded and put away the life sword. Then Jiang Sheng quickly left with Jiang Feixing and Wen Kuang. The Jiang family members did not know that Jiang Feixing had died once. However, many of them had seen Wen Kuang's corpse with their own eyes. Now that Wen Kuang had been resurrected and Jiang Sheng had seen it with his own eyes, it should not be difficult to convince the Jiang family members. Sure enough, a large group of people soon arrived. Chapter 2028. Old ancestor? Oh my God, why is the old ancestor here? Wasn't he in seclusion with the patriarch? The patriarch is here and so is the deputy patriarch. What happened? The people from the Jiang family all revealed puzzled expressions. At this moment Yi Xian, who was in Jiang Sheng's courtyard, saw the group of Jiang family's upper echelons summon the sword of life and death. The leading white-haired elder snorted coldly. According to Jiang Tianxin's memories, Yi Xian recognized this person as the Jiang family's old ancestor, Jiang Lingguang. Jiang Lingguang was a half-step Dao Lord and a sword cultivator. He had a Dao seed of the sword in his body, and it had been raised to late-stage greater mastery. He was only one step away from the great Dao, and his combat strength was terrifying. Senior, there's no need to be angry. I'm just borrowing the sword of life and death. Yi Xian smiled and said slowly, How dare you? The sword of life and death belongs to our Jiang family. How can you just borrow it? Another elder shouted angrily. He was the Jiang family's patriarch and Jiang Sheng's elder brother, Jiang Yong. Both Jiang Lingguang and Jiang Yong had more power than Jiang Sheng, so Jiang Sheng could do nothing. Yi Xian, you better hand over the sword of life and death, Jiang Sheng said helplessly. He had told his elder brother and father what had happened, but when they found out that the sword of life and death had been found, they had rushed over aggressively. He couldn't stop them. That won't do. Although the sword of life and death belongs to your Jiang family, I didn't take it away from you. Besides, I didn't say that I wouldn't return it. I'm just borrowing it temporarily. Yi Xian shrugged with a smile on his face. The sword does belong to you, but I'm borrowing it by force. So what? Fine, then I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to dare to borrow my Jiang family's sword of life and death. Jiang Yong attacked Yi Xian without hesitation, wanting to capture Yi Xian. That way the sword of life and death would be in his hands. There was no need to talk nonsense. Big brother. Seeing this, Jiang Xing wanted to make a move but was stopped by Jiang Lingguang. Helpless, he could only watch as Jiang Yong flashed in front of Yi Xian and slapped Yi Xian on the shoulder. However, Yi Xian remained unmoved in the face of this palm. How is that possible? Jiang Yong was shocked. He was a 9th rank half-step Dao Lord. How could he not be able to deal with a 7th rank half-step Dao Lord? Hee hee. Yi Xian grinned. What a joke. The one who had come to the Jiang family was not his true body, but his sword immortal clone. What's more, he was currently a 7th rank half-step Dao Lord. Jiang Yong was only 2 ranks higher than him, yet he wanted to capture him? Jiang Yong refused to believe it as he immediately extended his hand towards the interspatial ring on the sword immortal avatar's hand. However, the sword immortal avatar immediately kept the interspatial ring and held it in his hand. If you want to completely lose the sword of life and death, then continue. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Jiang Yong no longer dared to move. If the cosmos ring was broken, the sword of life and death would disappear. No one knew where it would appear. Stop. Jiang Lingguang could no longer watch and immediately shouted. Senior, do you have something to say? Yi Xian said with a faint smile. As a junior, you're the first one who dares to threaten me in such a situation. Jiang Lingguang narrowed his eyes and said, Then let's both take a step back. Return the sword of life and death to me, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Not only that, but I'll also pretend that Jiang Fei stole the sword of life and death never happened. What do you think? Senior, you're really old. I just said that I want to borrow the sword of life and death. Did you not hear me clearly? Yi Xian said. You're courting death. Jiang Lingguang opened his eyes wide and looked like he was about to attack. However, if he attacked, he had to succeed. Otherwise, the sword of life and death would really be gone. Hehe, I heard that Senior brought people into the forest of death and returned empty-handed. Instead, many experts died. However, I was able to go through the entire forest of death and bring back the sword of life and death. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Xian's face suddenly turned cold. As soon as he said that, everyone present fell silent. What was Yi Xian's background? How did he accomplish something that even the former family head could not? That was what everyone was thinking. However, Jiang Lingguang, who was already a Dao Lord, still did not take Yi Xian seriously. No matter who you are, as long as you return the sword of life and death to my Jiang family will treat you as an important guest. Otherwise, even if I die, I'll take back the sword of life and death. Jiang Lingguang threatened again. Hearing that, Yi Xian could only helplessly shake his head and said, Since Senior is unwilling to make this deal with me, then let's fight to the death. After saying that, he clenched the interspatial ring tightly and tried to crush it. Wait. Jiang Lingguang was frightened. He did not expect Yi Xian to be so unafraid of death. He paused for a moment and said, We'll talk about it in 3 days. Alright, then I'll give you 3 days to prepare enough Dao seeds. Who knows, I might return the sword of life and death to you in 3 days. Yi Xian smiled, then sat down and closed his eyes to rest. When everyone saw this, they were shocked. Facing a Tao Lord, Yi Xian sat down so defenselessly. He must have some kind of confidence. Otherwise, how could a 7th-stage half-step Tao Lord threaten the Jiang family, which had a Tao Lord overseeing it? Following that, Jiang Lingguang ordered his men to guard the courtyard strictly. To be precise, they were to keep an eye on Yi Xian and not let Yi Xian escape. As for Jiang Lingguang himself, he hid in the surroundings and waited for an opportunity to make a move. As long as he obtained Yi Xian's interspatial ring, the matter would be over. He did not care about Yi Xian's life or death. Unfortunately, after 3 days, Yi Xian still sat cross-legged on the ground and did not even open his eyes. This really shocked Jiang Lingguang and the rest of the Jiang family. 3 days later. "Senior, how's the preparation?" At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly spoke. "It's ready, but you have to revive the dead members of the Jiang family first." Jiang Lingguang appeared out of nowhere. "No way." Yi Xian stood up and said slowly. Jiang Lingguang gritted his teeth in anger and threw an interspatial ring over. It was filled with a large number of Dao seeds. Among them were the Dao seeds left behind by the dead members of the Jiang family, as well as the spoils of war that the Jiang family obtained from killing enemies. Of course, most of them were purchased in the past 3 days. After Yi Xian received the interspatial ring, he grinned and said, "Thank you, Senior." The number of Dao seeds in this interspatial ring was truly shocking. Chapter 2029. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now an 8th-stage half-step Dao Lord. The system notified. After the breakthrough, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. He was not afraid of the Jiang family before, and now that he had made a breakthrough, he had even less to worry about. Very good. Please bring the corpses of those people here. I will revive them one by one. Of course, their cultivation cannot exceed that of an 8th-stage half-step Dao Lord when they were alive, and the success rate of revival is not 100%, Yi Xian said. Some people's heads had been blown up. How could they be revived? Without a physical soul, even Samsara Dao Lords could not be revived, right? Jiang Lingguang immediately did as he was told. Since the establishment of the Jiang family many years ago, many people had died in battle. Some corpses were scattered outside while others were collected. Then the Jiang family dug them out one by one and sent them to Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian had already taken out the Sword of Life and Death. The Sword of Life in his right hand absorbed the death aura, while the Sword of Life in his left hand channeled the life aura into the physical soul in the head of the deceased. Then the person was revived. This magnificent feat shocked the Jiang family's upper echelons. Reviving the dead was truly a heaven-defying method. Long ago, the Jiang family's upper echelons had sealed off this courtyard, so no one could enter or even get close. However, this secret would definitely spread soon. After all, with so many people revived, no matter how deep the Jiang family hid, it would be exposed sooner or later. There were thousands of people in the Jiang family who could be revived, and Yi Xian revived all of them. It was a fair deal. Jiang Lingguang was stunned to see so many people revived. If the Sword of Life and Death was in his hands, he could revive those with high cultivation realms in the Jiang family. At this time, Yi Xian was done with his work. He looked at Yi Xian and said, "What do you want to return the Sword of Life and Death to the Jiang family?" "Don't worry, I will return it, but not now. If you really want to talk about it, you have to wait until I break through to become a Dao Lord," Yi Xian said. Dao Lord. When this word spread, everyone was shocked. Who the F***ck are you? You want to break through to become a Dao Lord? Many people thought so in their hearts, but in the next moment they suddenly remembered. When Yi Xian had won first place in the tournament, he had been a mere 4th-rank half-step Dao Lord. But now he was already an 8th-rank half-step Dao Lord. What was going on? "Alright, then you can stay in the Jiang family. I will personally guide you." Jiang Lingguang nodded. Having the guidance of a Dao Lord was the dream of countless people. However, Yi Xian wasn't interested in this at all. He had the devouring Dao seed and life Dao seed in his body. Would the guidance help? However, right at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly descended. Jiang Lingguang raised his eyebrows and stared into the distance in shock. For him to take this seriously, this person had to be a Dao Lord. Sure enough, after a short while, a man in green appeared in the sky above the Jiang residence. "Your Excellency looks unfamiliar. May I know who you are?" Jiang Lingguang asked curiously. The man in green glanced at him, then his gaze fell on Yi Xian. "You killed my younger brother?" Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He carefully recalled and found that there was a memory of this man in the Great Wood Dojo's disciple. It turned out that this man in green was that person's elder brother and also a disciple of the Great Wood Dojo. At the same time he was already a Tao Lord. So what? Yi Xian didn't play dumb and asked directly. Then you deserve to die. The man in green didn't waste time and directly attacked, preparing to kill Yi Xian. Swish. A flaming sword chi tore through the air and instantly hit the sword immortal clone. However, what shocked the man in green was that Yi Xian was unharmed. You think you can kill me with just you? You're too arrogant. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up as his figure instantly disappeared. Eye of assassination. In the next moment, Yi Xian appeared behind the man in green and slashed with his sword. Bam! The man in green was caught off guard. Coupled with the death sword in Yi Xian's hand, he couldn't resist at all and was instantly hit. The aura of death quickly spread, but the man in green also had a Tao seed of life. The aura of life suddenly surged out of his body and cleared away the aura of death. A Tao soldier of death? The man in green was shocked. A Tao soldier of death was a Tao soldier made from a Tao seed of death. It wasn't something that ordinary people could refine, not even the Tao Lord of the Great Wood Dojo. If someone with a Tao seed of death used it, its power would be greatly increased. It had to be said that Yi Xian's strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary Tao Lord. However, the life Tao seed in the azure-clothed man's body had already risen from the small Tao level to the great Tao level. It wouldn't be that easy to kill him. However, Yi Xian wasn't alone. The old tree and black horn immediately came to help. Not only that, but even his original body had arrived wearing the Void Spirit divine armor. Now it was 4 against 1. Below, the group of Jiang family members were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Yi Xian really did have the strength to fight against a Tao Lord. However, Jiang Lingguang was hesitating. He thought that if Yi Xian was killed by this man, he might be able to take back the Sword of Life and Death. However, what if the other party was like Yi Xian and didn't hand over the Sword of Life and Death? Stop. Jiang Lingguang had no choice but to shout. Old man, shut up or I'll kill you too. The man in green roared angrily. Jiang Lingguang's expression changed drastically. Even if he didn't have the intention to attack, he couldn't do nothing after hearing this. The people below were his family members. He couldn't bring himself to be scolded in front of so many people. Ignorant junior, I'll let you know what it means to respect your seniors. Jiang Lingguang shouted and charged into the sky. After condensing the Tao seed of sword, his combat strength was very strong. With just one sword strike, he severely injured the man in green. Old man, how dare you injure me? I'm a disciple of the Great Wood Dojo. The man in green's expression finally changed. He didn't expect Jiang Lingguang to have comprehended the Tao of the sword and had even improved it to the level of the Great Path. Although the Tao of life was above the Tao of the sword in terms of combat strength, it was far inferior to the Tao of the sword. I don't care who you are. How dare you come to my Jiang family and behave so atrociously? I'll definitely make you pay. Jiang Lingguang didn't care who the other party was and continued to attack. Of course, if he knew how powerful the Great Wood Dojo was, he would definitely regret it. Unfortunately, the Great Wood Dojo's influence didn't reach here. Otherwise, Jiang Lingguang wouldn't have dared to attack no matter how bold he was. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian suddenly attacked when the man in green was sent flying. Eye of Assassination. Chapter 2030. The life sword absorbed the vitality of the man in green, while the death sword infected him with the death chi. With the combination of the two, the man in green turned into a skeleton in the blink of an eye. The life sword can actually absorb the life essence of others and strengthen my Tao seed of life. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. If that was the case, that would be great. While Jiang Lingguang was still in shock, Yi Xian quickly put away the body of the man in green and began to strip it. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a 9th grade half-step Tao Lord. Yi Xian's cultivation level suddenly increased. He used the Tao seeds in the body of the man in green and the Chen Kuan ring to improve his devouring Tao seed to the late stage of greater mastery. Now he was only a step away from becoming a Tao Lord. If he unleashed his full strength, even a veteran Tao Lord like Jiang Lingguang would be killed by him in a short time. Old Master Jiang, please lend me the life and death sword for now. See you later. After breaking through, Yi Xian felt that it was useless to stay here any longer. Hence, he laughed 3 times and left, leaving behind a group of stunned Jiang family members. If not for Jiang Feixing, he would have destroyed the Jiang family long ago. However, destroying the Jiang family would not increase his strength much, so Yi Xian decided to forget about it. At this time he had already searched the soul of Wan Peng's body. Not only that, he had already disguised himself as Wan Peng with the mask of truth. The Great Wood Dojo had its disciples plant the giant tree of life outside to improve their strength. Wan Peng was the manager of this area and had 5 forests of death under him. Yi Xian thought to himself. This time he was preparing to go to the other 5 forests of death to absorb the essence of life and break through. The actions of the Great Wood Dojo's disciples were devoid of conscience. This time Yi Xian was going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. As for why the man in green was able to track him down, it was because the Tao seed of life in the long-haired man's body was given to him by the man in green and had his mark on it. Since the long-haired man was dead, the man in green could naturally track him down. Yi Xian arrived at the Forest of Death through the teleportation formation. Then he used a bead in Wan Peng's Chen Kuan ring to easily avoid the man-eating flowers and other plants. Senior Brother Wan, why are you here? Suddenly a voice sounded. Yi Xian looked over and found that it was a disciple of the Great Wood Dojo. At that moment Yi Xian activated Assassin's Eye and flashed behind his opponent. Puchi. A crisp sound rang out, and the disciple of Great Wood Dao Lord, a 9th rank half-step Dao Lord, instantly perished. After that Yi Xian kept the corpse and devoured the Dao seed. Then he used the life sword to absorb all of the life essence of the giant tree of life. Not long after, the Forest of Death disappeared. The Tao seed of life within Yi Xian's body had also improved significantly. If this continues, I'll soon break through to become a Tao Lord. His eyes lit up as he broke through the void and left, looking for the next Forest of Death. In the following period of time, he destroyed the remaining Forests of Death. However, it was not easy to upgrade the late-stage Tao seed of life to the Great Tao level. Helpless, he could only go to the next area. In this Jumu Dojo, disciples were sent out to spread the branches and leaves, allowing them to cultivate on their own. Therefore there were many areas like this. Yi Xian spent more than a month exterminating the Death Forest one by one. In the end he finally upgraded the Tao seed of life to the Great Tao level. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a first-rank Tao Lord. The system notified. However, the combat strength of the Tao of life was not high, but the Tao of devouring and the Tao of raging inferno were at late-stage greater mastery. They would probably be upgraded to the Great Tao level soon. Destroying the Forests of Death one by one is too slow. I'd better go directly to the Great Wood Dojo. Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed north. The Tao Lord of the Great Wood Dojo was a 4th-rank Tao Lord expert, and he had nearly 100 Tao Lords under his command. However, the combat strength of these people was not particularly strong. They either comprehended the Tao of rotten wood or the Tao of life. After more than a month of traveling, Yi Xian finally arrived at the Great Wood Dojo. The Great Wood Dojo was very different from the other dojos because it was a huge forest of death. Moreover, it was no longer in the 3rd heaven but in the 4th heaven. This huge forest of death was divided up by the Tao Lord of the Great Wood Dojo, the other elders and the protectors. Yi Xian looked at the forest of death in front of him, his eyes flashing as he rushed in. According to the past, the Great Wood Dojo was a demonic sect, so Yi Xian was not going to show mercy. However, to make things easier, he disguised himself as Wan Peng and went in. In the Great Wood Dojo there were some disciples on the periphery. Yi Xian used the identity of Wan Peng to sneak into the disciple area. When the disciple saw Wan Peng, he ignored him because he thought Wan Peng was just passing by. Unexpectedly, Wan Peng came to kill him. Eye of assassination. Yi Xian instantly killed the disciple, who was a 1st-grade Tao Lord. With Yi Xian's current realm, it was too easy for him to kill an opponent of the same level. Then he devoured the Tao seed and the essence of life, and the Forest of Death withered. Then he continued to move. In less than half a day, the periphery of the Forest of Death withered completely. Yi Xian killed more than 20 disciples of the Great Wood Dojo. What's going on? Why did the periphery disappear? A protector of the Great Wood Dojo who was passing by was surprised. However, at this moment, whoosh, whoosh, a gust of wind suddenly sounded behind him. When he turned around, 2 long swords pierced his body. One was the sword of life. The other was the sword of death. Coupled with Yi Xian's devouring Tao seed, the person's organs were instantly devoured and turned into a husk. Dead. The protector, who was a 2nd-grade Tao Lord, was instantly killed by Yi Xian. Looks like I have to move faster. Yi Xian thought to himself and quickened his pace. This time he wanted to directly enter the protector area. With his means, as long as he was careful, it was easy for him to kill a 2nd-grade Tao Lord. However, things were not that simple. At this moment, in the center of the Great Wood Dojo, a middle-aged man opened his eyes. Why are the giant trees of life in the periphery withered? The middle-aged man was puzzled. There was also a giant tree of life beside him, and it was the center of the entire Forest of Death. After all, he was the master of the Great Wood Dojo, and he was the one who planted this giant tree of life. Chapter 2031. However, unbeknownst to Tao Lord Juggernaut, someone else had already snuck over. It was the Sword Immortal clone who had killed the Guardians earlier, while the one sneaking over was Yi Xian's true body wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor. In addition to being immune to all energy attacks, the Void Spirit Divine Armor also had extremely strong defense. In addition, its stealth ability gave Yi Xian a lot of convenience. Tao Lord Juggernaut, a 4th grade Tao Lord, has been lured away by the Sword Immortal clone. Let's see if I can absorb your giant tree of life. The corners of Yi Xian's true body's mouth curled up slightly. This giant tree of life was connected to other giant trees of life, so as long as the life sword stabbed in, it could absorb the life essence of the entire Juggernaut Dojo. However, now was not the time. Soon, the Tao Lord of Juggernaut Dojo saw the Sword Immortal clone acting as bait. "Hey dog, how dare you come to my Juggernaut Dojo and behave so atrociously? You're courting death." All the protectors and elders were alarmed by this sudden outburst. There were not many people left in Juggernaut Dojo. Most of them had gone out to hunt sacred beasts and brought them back. Now that Tao Lord Juggernaut had attracted their attention, it was time for Yi Xian to make his move. Pfft. With a crisp sound, the life sword stabbed into the giant tree of life and began to crazily absorb its life essence. The giant tree of life was connected to the entire Juggernaut Dojo. No one would notice the loss of such a small amount of life essence. The life sword absorbed the life essence and fed it back to the Tao seed of life in Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian's understanding of the Tao of life grew deeper and deeper. Rumble. Outside Juggernaut Dojo, the Sword Immortal clone was fighting with Tao Lord Juggernaut. No. To be more precise, he was being ravaged by Tao Lord Juggernaut. Tao Lord Juggernaut was not as weak as imagined. He was much stronger than ordinary 4th grade Tao Lords. Unfortunately, his attack was completely useless against the Sword Immortal avatar. "Bastard, let's see how you block this move of mine." Tao Lord Juggernaut roared and suddenly wrapped the Sword Immortal clone with vines. Then wisps of black aura, the Sword Immortal clone, enveloping him. Seeing this, the Sword Immortal avatar raised his eyebrows. This was the aura of death. The Tao Master succeeded. He comprehended the Tao of death from the Tao of rotten wood. This guy is dead for sure. Heavens! If that's the case, the Tao Lord has already comprehended the Tao of life and the Tao of death. In the future, he might be able to combine these two Taos and comprehend the Tao of life and death. The Tao of Samsara, this is the most powerful Tao which a Tao Lord can comprehend. The group of enforcers and elders let out cries of disbelief one after another. However, the Sword Immortal avatar did not show any reaction despite being enveloped by the deathly aura. How is that possible? Tao Lord was shocked. Although he had just comprehended the Tao of death not long ago, he was already at the late stage of the primary solidification stage of the Great Tao level. How could he not be able to injure his opponent? Tsk. You want to kill me with that little ability of yours? The Sword Immortal avatar grinned. You are courting death. Tao Lord did not believe it and continued to attack. Even Tao Lords of the 4th rank would have most likely perished under the aura of death, but the Sword Immortal clone seemed to be completely fine and was even able to spout nonsense. This was truly bizarre. At this moment, Tao Lord's expression changed. He suddenly sensed something and immediately said to the protectors and elders beside him, "You guys watch him." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and rushed towards the giant tree of life at the center of the Great Wood Dojo. This giant tree of life was connected to him. Now that it had lost so much of its life essence, how could he not sense it? Don't forget, Yi Xian not only had the life sword, but also the Tao seed of life. He was absorbing life essence like a mad dog. When Tao Lord arrived, he saw that there was no one there. He carefully examined the place and found that there was a gap that had not yet closed. The aura of a stranger. Who is it? Come out. Tao Lord Greatwood shouted angrily. However, no one responded. However, the Tao seed of life in his body was already at the early stage of the lesser success stage. It was extremely sensitive to living beings. He carefully sensed for a moment and discovered a person hiding in the dark. Swish. Immediately he raised his hand and launched an attack. Good heavens, he actually discovered me. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and allowed the attack to fall on his body before it dissipated. With the Void Spirit Divine Armor, he was not afraid of such an attack at all. Who are you? Tao Lord Greatwood shouted loudly. Just a nameless junior. Farewell. Yi Xian did not say anything else and directly broke through the void and left. However, he did not go far. Instead, he arrived outside Tao Lord Greatwood Dojo. Immediately, there was a bloody storm outside Tao Lord Great Wood Dojo. Rumble. A series of loud noises came from outside. Tao Lord Great Wood's expression changed. Now he could not leave, but he could not stay either. What if that guy came back to absorb the life essence again? However, if he did not leave, would those people be able to deal with the intruder? Immediately, he sent a voice transmission to the two elders, asking them to come over and guard the giant tree of life. Then he would kill his way out. Unexpectedly, the two elders did not respond. At the same time, the rumbling outside finally stopped. Is it over? Tao Lord Great Wood narrowed his eyes. However, when he sensed carefully, he felt that something was wrong. There was no one alive outside Tao Lord Great Wood Dojo. However, there was someone near him. Tao Lord Great Wood, we meet again. A familiar voice sounded. Yi Xian finally broke free of his invisibility and appeared in front of Tao Lord Great Wood. However, at this moment, his aura was already that of a second-grade Tao Lord. Previously, when Tao Lord Great Wood returned, he was only a first-grade Tao Lord. However, after his original body killed his way out, he used the second-grade Tao Lord protectors as a springboard to break through to the second-grade Tao Lord realm. Then he would kill those elders. Therefore, Tao Lord Great Wood was the only one left in Tao Lord Great Wood Dojo. Who are you? Tao Lord Great Wood asked with a gloomy expression. You don't have to worry about who I am. Let's fight. When Yi Xian finished speaking, he had already flashed behind Tao Lord Great Wood. Not only that, but the Sword Immortal Clone, the Old Tree and Black Horn all appeared as well. Kill. After breaking through to the second-grade Tao Lord realm, Yi Xian was no longer afraid of Tao Lord Great Wood. This was because he knew that Tao Lord Great Wood had comprehended the Tao of Rotten Wood, the Tao of Life and the Tao of Death. He did not have the Taos that could break through the Void Spirit godly armor, so he could not harm him. Not only that, but as long as he killed Tao Lord Great Wood, he would be able to obtain the Tao Seed of Death, and his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Eye of Assassination. 9-layer Heaven Devouring Flames. Devouring Dragon Roar. Yi Xian and the others used their trump cards and the battle was very intense. Chapter 2032. Let's go. Tao Lord Daolord's expression changed drastically as he quickly flew into the sky. Unfortunately, not many people were able to escape from Yi Xian's hands. In the end, he was killed by Yi Xian and the others due to his depletion of Saint Power. Tao could only be used through Saint Power. Since he had exhausted all his energy, Tao Lord Daolord's combat power was less than 10%. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. By the time the system notification sounded out, the corpse of the giant Wood Tao Lord had already been put away by Yi Xian. Ding. Host has devoured a Death Tao Seed. Another Death Tao Seed appeared in Yi Xian's body. Now, he had a few Tao Seeds that had not been devoured by the Devouring Tao Seed a second time. They were the Blazing Flame Tao Seed, Death Tao Seed, Life Tao Seed, Thunder Tao Seed, Gale Tao Seed, and Rotten Wood Tao Seed. It was said that the Rotten Wood Tao Seed was one of the rarer ones. Although it was not ranked as high as the Life Tao Seed or the Death Tao Seed, it was not bad. However, at this moment, ding, the Life Tao Seed confused with the Death Tao Seed. Ding. Unable to fuse due to lack of materials. Suddenly, two system notifications caught Yi Xian's attention. The Life Tao Seed confused with the Death Tao Seed? What's going on? Yi Xian was puzzled and quickly searched the system's soul. It turned out that those who had the Life Tao Seed and the Death Tao Seed could use it to comprehend the Life and Death Tao Seed. This was the strongest Tao that could be comprehended. Others relied on comprehension, but Yi Xian relied on fusion. Lack of materials. Crimson Gold Tao Seed, Black Ice Tao Seed, Red Flame Tao Seed, and Violent Earth Tao Seed. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. In order to fuse the Life Tao Seed and the Death Tao Seed, he needed the 5 Elements Tao Seed. The 5 Elements Tao was relatively common, such as the Frost Tao and the Blazing Flame Tao. They could also be extended into other Taos such as the Black Ice Tao and the Red Flame Tao. Tao Lord Daolord's Rotten Wood Tao Seed was one of the materials. So it needs the 5 Elements Tao Seed to balance. Yi Xian immediately understood. However, he only had the Rotten Wood Tao Seed, so he had to look for the other 4 Tao Seeds. But before that, it was better to absorb the life essence of the entire Great Wood Dojo first. Immediately, he stabbed the life sword into the giant tree of life and began to madly absorb its life essence. This process lasted for more than a day. It was a pity that Tao Lord Giant Wood had absorbed this life essence a year ago, so there wasn't as much of it as expected. Otherwise, Yi Xian could have used this opportunity to break through to become a third-ranked Tao Lord. From today onwards, the Great Wood Dojo would no longer exist in the 4th heaven. After the destruction of the Great Wood Dojo, Yi Xian immediately left and began to investigate the 4 Dao seeds. Spirit Monkey City Lord possesses the rare crimson gold Dao seed. This was the news that Yi Xian had found out. Coincidentally, he had heard about it in the Spirit Monkey City. The governor of Spirit Monkey City was also a rank 4 Dao Lord. He wasn't much of a threat to Yi Xian. His strength might even be weaker than Dao Lord Giant would because he comprehended the crimson gold Dao seed. It was mainly very strong in terms of defense. Yi Xian hurriedly rushed to the Spirit Monkey City Lord mansion. After pausing for a moment, he rushed in. Which scoundrel dares to barge into the City Lord mansion? The experts in the City Lord mansion immediately leaped into the sky. But in the next moment they were sent flying by a wave of sword chi. Yi Xian sensed for a moment and discovered an aura that was comparable to Dao Lord Giant Wood's. He immediately rushed over. At this moment, the Spirit Monkey City Lord had also discovered Yi Xian. What do you want? The Spirit Monkey City Lord asked. I want to borrow something from you. Yi Xian said directly. What is it? The Spirit Monkey City Lord was a little surprised. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Your crimson gold Dao seed. After he finished speaking, he attacked again. You're courting death. The Spirit Monkey City Lord immediately reacted. If he wanted his crimson gold Dao seed, wouldn't he have to kill him? In an instant, both sides began to fight. Since Yi Xian came uninvited and did not have any deep enmity with the other party, Yi Xian showed mercy this time. He spent some time to severely injure the Spirit Monkey City Lord who had the crimson gold Dao seed. Then he got Black Horn and the old tree to use the double devour skill to devour the Spirit Monkey City Lord and the others. As a second stage Dao Lord, it was still possible to suppress a fourth stage Dao Lord with the devour skill. Previously, the devour skill was damaged because Yi Xian was only at the invincible Heavenly Lord realm. He had overestimated himself by trying to subdue a half-step Dao Lord. After subduing this group of people, Yi Xian used the immortal grade devour skill to forcefully extract the Dao seeds from their bodies. In this way these people would not die. Yi Xian had shown mercy. I've got the crimson gold Dao seed. I'm still missing the black ice Dao seed, red flame Dao seed, and violent earth Dao seed. After Yi Xian finished thinking, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he got Black Horn and the old tree to absorb the entire Spirit Monkey City into the devour skill. After Spirit Monkey City was absorbed into the devour skill, Yi Xian heard a system notification sound. Ding. The 6th round of the sect chain mission is completed. Reward 3 devour points. The reward this time was really good. Yi Xian directly received 3 devour points. However, the 7th round of the sect chain mission was a little tricky. It was to find an 8-star disciple who was at the Samsara Dao Lord realm. What a joke. Yi Xian was not even a Samsara Dao Lord yet. How could he find such a disciple? Therefore this mission was directly ignored by Yi Xian. He would deal with it later. Then, he searched the souls of those who were subdued to see if there was any news of the other 3 Dao seeds. After a search there was indeed one. This piece of information was the violent earth Dao seed, so he immediately acted. During this period of time, Yi Xian was constantly on the move. Occasionally when he passed by cities, he would absorb them into the devour skill. However, there were too few 8-star talents. They were hard to find, so Yi Xian was very calm. While searching for the 3 Dao seeds, he finally broke through to the 3rd rank Dao Lord realm. At the same time, he also collected 4 of the 5 elemental Dao seeds. Now only the black ice Dao seed was left. It is said that there is a black ice abyss. There is a Dao Lord black ice there. He condensed the black ice Dao seed. However, he is a 7th rank Dao Lord. It will not be so easy to get his Dao seed. Yi Xian thought to himself. What allowed him to break through to the 3rd rank Dao Lord realm was the devoured Dao seed. Therefore his current strength was not bad. He was confident in facing a 7th rank Dao Lord, but he was not 100% sure. Let's go and take a look first. Chapter 2033. The Black Ice Abyss was actually a dark land of extreme ice. It was surrounded by black ice crystals that constantly emitted a black aura. If an ordinary person came into contact with it, they would be corroded into nothingness if they were not strong enough. Yi Xian was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor and was immune to this aura. However, just in case, he still sent his Sword Immortal clone to scout ahead. It was said that Dao Lord Black Ice had a few disciples under him. If these people also formed the Dao Seed of Black Ice, then Yi Xian would not need to attack Dao Lord Black Ice. The Black Ice Abyss was very famous in this area. Many people chose to enter to train because there was a type of black ice grass that grew there. It was very valuable. Along the way Yi Xian encountered many people. Needless to say, they were all sucked into his devouring space. However, on the second day after Yi Xian entered the black ice abyss, roar! Suddenly, a roar entered Yi Xian's ears. He looked up and saw a huge black dragon sweeping over from the horizon. This is the black ice dragon. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. It was said that this black ice dragon was created by Tao Lord Black Ice and was in charge of stopping those outsiders. This meant that Yi Xian was already at the edge. If he went any closer, he would be attacked by the black ice dragon. No. This black ice dragon charged straight at Yi Xian. Yi Xian had already entered its attack range. Just in time. Yi Xian shouted and summoned the old tree and the other two. In this realm, humans were supreme. All other creatures had to stand aside. What was a mere black ice dragon to him? Yi Xian's devouring Dao seed was already at the late nascent Dao level. When combined with other Daos, its attack power was not to be underestimated. What surprised him was that his attack couldn't hurt the black ice dragon. It's at least a 6th grade Dao Lord. Yi Xian's expression darkened as he quickly dodged the black ice dragon's attack. However, it was at this moment that Yi Xian saw a black frost Dao seed in the black ice dragon's body. It really came knocking on my door. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. That black ice Dao seed was the black ice Dao seed. No wonder this black ice dragon was so strong. It turned out that it had the black ice Dao seed as its core. This meant that if Yi Xian killed it, he would be able to gather the 5 Dao seeds. Immediately, he pulled out the death sword and flashed to the back of the black ice dragon. Then he viciously stabbed it. The death sword could only penetrate by 30%, and this was because of the effect of the devouring power and death chi. Otherwise, it would not be able to break through. The black ice dragon roared towards the sky, then turned around and charged towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not retrieve the death sword. Instead, he quickly turned invisible. He had to be careful against such a ferocious beast. After all, this black ice dragon specialized in physical attacks. If he was bitten or scratched, Yi Xian did not know if the Void Spirit Divine Armor would work. Sword Immortal Clone, charge into its body. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. The black ice dragon opened its mouth and charged at the Sword Immortal Clone. Then the Sword Immortal Clone took the initiative to charge in. As for Blackhorn and the old tree, they attacked with all their might. But surprisingly, after the black ice dragon was injured, it could gather the melted black water droplets again. In other words, it had the ability to recover. I don't believe it. Watch me kill you. Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal Clone worked together. As long as they could trigger the one-hit kill effect, the black ice dragon would instantly collapse. However, it did not seem to be that easy. Yi Xian had no choice but to use his ultimate move. Sword Immortal descends. First Sword Immortal Ascension. He turned into a stream of light and stabbed the black ice dragon with the first Sword Immortal Ascension. However, this attack was useless. Even though he had used the slaughter mode and his holy power and constitution were greatly improved, this black ice dragon was still a product of Tao. If he wanted to fight against Tao, even if he was 10 times stronger, he was not qualified. If I don't kill you, my surname is not Yi. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately used the time reversal skill again. He did not believe that he could not kill this black ice dragon. If the first Sword Immortal Ascension did not succeed, then he would try 10 times, 20 times, 50 times, or even 100 times. For this black ice Dao seed, he had put in a lot of effort. Soon, he charged in again and used the first Sword Immortal Ascension on the black ice dragon. Unfortunately, it failed again. Again? Yi Xian used the time reversal skill again and returned to the past. He repeated this again and again. There was really a small chance that he would encounter it. Finally, after repeating this for more than 30 times, he encountered a stroke of luck. Gotcha. A crisp sound rang out. The black ice dragon's ice crystals began to fall, and then the black ice Dao seed in its body appeared. I finally killed you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He quickly put away the black ice Dao seed. Ding. Host has gathered the materials to fuse the Dao seed. Will you fuse the Dao seed of life and the Dao seed of death? Yes. Yi Xian replied. Ding. Host has obtained the Samsara Dao seed. The system notification sounded. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He quickly devoured the black ice Dao seed. The Samsara Dao seed was formed. The 3 realms of half-step Dao Lord, and Dao Lord of Life and Death did not mean that one could only break through to Dao Lord of Life and Death after forming the Dao seed of Life and Death. It was just that the Dao seed of Life and Death was the most powerful Dao that one could comprehend in these 3 realms. Yi Xian felt that the current him should be able to take care of a black ice dragon. However, at this moment, changes in the world? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow as he sensed the changes in his surroundings. In the next moment he saw the ground crack open. Then, one figure after another shot out from the ground. These figures were made of human bones, ice corpses and beast corpses. However, without exception they all came back to life. Yi Xian had fused with the Samsara Dao seed and brought the dead back to life in this area. Even the bones began to grow flesh for no reason. What's going on? Didn't I die? Damn, I'm a skeleton now. Roar. These people and beasts all looked on in disbelief. However, even if they came back to life they would be very weak. This was because the Dao seed would not reform. I don't care what you are. Get in. Without another word, Yi Xian released Black Horn and the old tree and swallowed them into the devouring space. However, the commotion attracted the attention of some people in the depths of the black ice abyss. Before Yi Xian could leave, several figures flew over. Chapter 2034. 3 5th-ranked Dao Lords and a 6th-ranked Dao Lord Black Ice Dragon. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had fused the most powerful Daos he could comprehend at his current level and was anxious to test his skills. That phenomenon just now was the result of someone condensing the Samsara Dao seed. There's only one person here. Could it be him? The eyes of the leading black rogue youth flashed as he quickly surrounded Yi Xian. At this moment, there was still a steady stream of people emerging from the ground, but the newcomers clearly felt that Yi Xian wasn't with them. You're the one who condensed the Samsara Dao seed? The leading youth asked. That's right. Are you jealous? Yi Xian smiled. They thought that Yi Xian would pretend that he didn't know anything, but he actually admitted it. After hearing this answer, a look of greed flashed through the leading youth's eyes. A single Samsara Dao seed was extremely precious. Even Samsara Dao lords might not necessarily be able to obtain one. Who would have thought that they would actually see one? As long as they killed Yi Xian they would be rich. Even if they didn't, they would be able to comprehend it themselves. But would it be that easy? Go, capture him and let Master deal with him. The leading youth immediately shouted. They were all 5th-ranked Dao Lords, while Yi Xian was only a 3rd-ranked Dao Lord. However, Yi Xian was within the Black Ice Dragon's attack range. To be able to walk there unscathed meant that he was definitely not an ordinary 3rd-ranked Dao Lord. You're courting death. Yi Xian withdrew his smile that was not a smile and quickly made his move. In the blink of an eye, he and his sword immortal clone had insta-killed one of them. What? The leading youth was shocked. A moment later Yi Xian flashed behind him and slashed out with his sword. Rip. A crisp sound rang out as the leading youth was struck in the back and turned to dust. The Samsara Dao seed was the product of the fusion of the Dao seed of life and the Dao seed of death. Its power of death had been greatly increased, so it was able to insta-kill its opponent. This was not the main point. The main point was that Yi Xian did not use the death sword just now. The current him no longer needed it. Kacha. 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 At this moment, a series of crisp sounds were heard as the second Black Ice Dragon was killed by Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal Avatar. Another Dao seed of Black Ice. However, this was of no use to Yi Xian, so it was directly devoured by the devouring Dao seed a second time. However, just as Yi Xian was about to leave, another figure appeared in the sky. This person was a black-clothed old man. Dao Lord Blackfrost, eh? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and watched as the other party arrived. My disciples are all dead and I even lost 2 Black Ice Dragons. Are you the one who did it? Dao Lord Blackfrost looked at Yi Xian. Exactly. Yi Xian nodded. In that case you deserve to die. Dao Lord Blackfrost immediately attacked. In fact, he knew that Yi Xian had condensed a Samsara Dao seed in his body, so he wanted to kill him and seize the treasure. I'm afraid you're not qualified. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly, and in the next moment his aura surged. He broke through to become a 4th-grade Dao Lord. Die. Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal Avatar instantly flashed behind Dao Lord Blackfrost and slashed down. Bam. Before Dao Lord Blackfrost could react, he was hit by the sword, and the aura of death spread instantly. Oh no. His expression changed and his eyes flickered. The piece of black ice on his back fell off as a black ice crystal. The Dao seed of black ice could turn his entire body into black ice, except for his heart and brain. After this piece of black ice left his body, he instantly healed his injuries. Not bad, you're quite capable. Yi Xian nodded slightly. The combination of the devouring power and the power of death made his attack very powerful. If that sword had hit Dao Lord Blackfrost's head, he would probably have died. However, at this moment, Dao Lord Blackfrost's body suddenly began to expand, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a black ice giant. This black ice giant was formed by Dao Lord Blackfrost, and its strength was more than 10 times stronger than the Black Ice Dragon. However, this helped Yi Xian instead. Eye of Assassination. Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal Avatar began to attack crazily. The combination of the devouring power and the power of death could instantly break through a layer of Black Ice defense. Although this Black Ice defense was formed by the Tao Seed of Black Ice, it required the support of sacred power. Once the sacred power was exhausted, it would be his death. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud sounds rang out. The Black Ice Giant's attack was not weak, and the entire Black Ice Abyss seemed to be trembling. However, to maintain such a large Black Ice Giant, it would probably consume a lot of sacred power. Indeed, in less than half a minute, the Black Ice Giant had shrunk by a size, and Yi Xian was not injured at all. Damn it. Tao Lord Black Frost's expression changed. He actually gave up attacking Yi Xian and ran towards the depths of the Black Ice Abyss. You want to run after showing off? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and followed while attacking. When Tao Lord Black Frost returned to the Black Ice Abyss, his body had shrunk by a size. However, Yi Xian finally understood why he had returned to the depths. It turned out that there was a teleportation array there. Tao Lord Black Frost wanted to ask for help. Don't even think about it. Yi Xian quickly slashed out several times, preparing to break the array. However, it was not that easy. Since that was the case, he would kill Tao Lord Black Frost before the other party's reinforcements arrived. Die. Yi Xian began to attack crazily. In less than 3 seconds, the Black Ice Giant had shrunk again. Swish. At this moment, a sword chi suddenly tore through the air and landed on the back of the Black Ice Giant. In the next moment, Tao Lord Black Frost's layer of Black Ice armor instantly collapsed. One-hit kill. He had actually triggered the one-hit kill effect. Yi Xian did not expect his luck to be so good as to trigger the one-hit kill effect twice in one day. Before Tao Lord Black Frost could react, Yi Xian directly attacked behind him. Flying Star Sword Art, 9-star chain. Stop. Poof. 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 9 muffled sounds rang out in a row. Tao Lord Black Frost's head was turned into a sieve. Then Yi Xian quickly put away Tao Lord Black Frost's corpse and looked carefully. He saw that an old man had already arrived here through the teleportation array. This aura was at least an 8th grade Tao Lord, or even a 9th grade Tao Lord. Bastard. The old man cursed angrily and attacked Yi Xian. He was so fast that even Yi Xian could not dodge. The attack landed on the Void Spirit Divine Armor and was instantly dispersed. Yi Xian was unscathed. Yi Xian has never courted death. Chapter 2035. Crack. For the first time, the Void Spirit Divine Armor was shattered. Yi Xian was also sent flying by the huge force. However, the Void Spirit Divine Armor and Yi Xian's injuries were healed by the Immortal Phoenix bloodline in the next moment. I've triggered 2 one-hit kills today. I might be able to trigger a 3rd time. I don't believe I can't kill you. Yi Xian thought to himself as he attacked again. However, this person was a 9th grade Tao Lord expert. He was not someone he could fight against at the moment. In less than 3 seconds, Black Horn and Old Tree were killed nearly 10 times. Yi Xian was also severely injured several times. It seemed that they were no longer a threat to this old man at the moment. Let's go. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately separated from the Sword Immortal clone. The old man turned around and finally decided to chase after Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had another trick up his sleeve. He could switch places with the Sword Immortal clone. Then he could break through the void and leave the Black Ice Abyss. I don't believe you can catch up to me. Yi Xian looked at the Scarlet Kill character in the sky and used the Eyes of the Void to leave. Even if the old man had left an imprint in his body, it would take him several days to catch up. Let me see who you are. Yi Xian immediately asked Wei Zhentian to search Tao Lord Black Ice's soul. In the next moment he knew the old man's identity. So it's Tao Lord Black Ice's father, Lu family's head, Lu Feng. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Since that was the case, he might as well kill his way to the Lu family. As long as he made another breakthrough, he should be able to fight this guy. Immediately, he broke through the void again and asked the Sword Immortal clone to attract the old man's attention. Then, his main body would take the opportunity to act. Unfortunately, the old man had left an imprint on his main body. Since the Sword Immortal clone was in an invincible state, the old man could not leave an imprint. Therefore, the Sword Immortal clone was on the way. The old man charged at Yi Xian. Then, the Sword Immortal clone took advantage of the time when the old man was away to teleport to the Lu family through the teleportation array. Immediately, a reign of terror was set off. The Lu clan still had several rank 8 Tao Lords as well as more than 10 rank 7 Tao Lords. However, the Sword Immortal clone was an invincible figure. He alone was enough to take on the entire Lu clan. What? You've killed your way to my Lu family? Lu Feng was shocked and immediately turned around. He had received a message saying that a mysterious expert had challenged the entire Lu clan by himself. Many people had already died, and the entire Lu clan could not do anything to him. Unfortunately, when he returned to the Black Ice Abyss, he discovered that the teleportation formation had been destroyed. It was Black Horn and the old tree who had destroyed the teleportation array. Lu Feng was infuriated. He killed Black Horn and Old Tree before heading north. It would take some time to get from the Black Ice Abyss to the Lu family. With his speed, it would take at least 2 days. Time was nothing to him. But don't forget that the Sword Immortal Avatar was still in the Lu family. 2 days of continuous fighting was enough to turn the Lu clan upside down. Moreover, Yi Xian had already used the Sword Immortal Avatar technique to appear in the Lu clan. This battle lasted for quite some time. Yi Xian first used the Void Spirit Godly Armor's invisibility effect and the Eye of Assassination to kill those Lu clan members with lower realms. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 5 Dao Lord. After devouring those people's Dao seeds, Yi Xian finally broke through to become a rank 5 Dao Lord. Not only that, but Old Tree, Black Horn, and the Sword Immortal Avatar also reached this realm. Now they were a threat to those rank 8 Dao Lords. However, these people would be left for last. He would deal with those rank 8 Dao Lords and below first. In less than half a minute, only 3 rank 8 Dao Lords were left in the Lu clan. The rest were all annihilated by Yi Xian. Then the 3 rank 8 Dao Lords also died in Yi Xian's hands. After that, the entire Lu clan no longer had any experts who could resist Yi Xian. They were all sucked into the Devour space. Now Yi Xian was waiting for Lu Feng to return. Lu Feng rushed back with all his might, but he could not find any of his clansmen. This made him very anxious. However, by the time he arrived, he found that the Lu clan had already disappeared. At this moment, several figures were waiting for him in the air. You did this? Lu Feng looked at Yi Xian and said coldly. That's right. As long as you kill me, you'll know where they are. Yi Xian nodded. In that case, die. Lu Feng did not say anything else and attacked directly. Previously, his son, Dao Lord Black Ice, had sent him a message saying that Yi Xian had formed a Samsara Dao seed in his body. If he could obtain this Samsara Dao seed, all the Lu clan members who had died in battle could be revived. In addition, his combat strength would increase exponentially. When he broke through to Samsara Dao Lord, his strength would be incomparable to others of the same level. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in the air. The battle between the two sides was very intense. As the strongest person in the Lu clan, Lu Feng was indeed very strong. He could be considered to be half a step into the Samsara Dao Lord level. However, no matter how strong he was, he could not be compared to Yi Xian. Even Lu Feng didn't dare to take Yi Xian's attacks lightly, as he had formed the Life and Death Dao seed. The key to this battle was still Saint Power. Lu Feng did not have the immortal Phoenix bloodline in his body, so he could not last as long as Yi Xian. After a minute, his Saint Power was almost depleted. After all, he had to withstand the attacks of Yi Xian and the other 3. Die. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He slashed out with his sword and landed on Lu Feng's back. Although Lu Feng was strong, he could not withstand the deathly aura of the Samsara Dao seed. His back was instantly exposed. Then Old Tree, Black Horn, and the Sword Immortal clone used their trump cards and killed Lu Feng. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. After Lu Feng died, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian quickly went over and put away Lu Feng's corpse. He then refined the Dao seed. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 6 Dao Lord. Yi Xian had devoured many Dao seeds before. Now that he had obtained 3 late-stage Dao seeds from Lu Feng, he had broken through. He estimated that he would soon break through to become a rank 7 Dao Lord. Yi Xian had developed a habit. He would let Wei Jinqian search the souls of those he took away. Perhaps he could get some interesting information. Immediately he began to search Lu Feng's corpse. This search gave him a fright. Lu Feng encountered a devourer before? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He had seen a devourer with the devourer mark in Lu Feng's memories. It seemed that this was a bonus. However, that devourer mark was very strong. It was even stronger than Lu Feng, who was a rank 9 Dao Lord. Therefore it should be a Samsara Dao Lord level. Chapter 2036. Let's go. Yi Xian immediately set off on his journey. Lu Feng had encountered the devourer beast at a lake in the north. He was just passing by and had a fierce battle with the devourer beast before escaping with serious injuries. Yi Xian spent more than a month on his journey. After more than a month, he finally arrived at the lake where Lu Feng had encountered the devourer beast. Yi Xian quickly sent the sword immortal avatar to check on the lake. Indeed, there was a devourer beast at the bottom of the lake. It was a huge python. When the sword immortal avatar saw the python with the devourer mark, he immediately launched an attack. However, even with the Tao seed of life and death, the sword immortal avatar's attack could not hurt the python. However, it had angered the python. The python opened its bloody mouth and stupidly swallowed the sword immortal avatar into its stomach. Such an action was as good as courting death. If an ordinary sacred beast was swallowed into the python's stomach, it would have been digested in no time. However, the sword immortal avatar was invincible. The digestive fluid did not have any effect on him. Instead, it gave the sword immortal avatar an opportunity. The scales of the devourer beast were very strong. Even Lu Feng could not break through them. However, the insides of the python were much weaker. The sword immortal avatar madly attacked from the inside. In a short while, the devourer beast had several large holes in it. Fresh blood dyed the entire lake red. Yi Xian smelled the pungent smell of blood and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This time it was not bad. He had earned another devourer point. Hiss. Suddenly, a sharp hiss was heard. After the devourer beast shrieked, it fell down with a loud crash. It was dead. Then the sword immortal avatar quickly kept the corpse and devoured it. Ding. Host has devoured the corpse of a super devourer beast. The reward is 1 devourer source. The system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. After hearing it, Yi Xian was stunned. Super devourer beast? Previously, he had encountered a low-level devourer beast and even cultivated a mid-level one. But now he had encountered a super devourer beast. Moreover, the reward was not devourer points but devourer source. This time it was awesome. Holy shit. The first devouring source allowed the devouring system to level up. The second devouring source allowed the devouring system to level up to the immortal grade. Now there's another one. Doesn't that mean? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. At this time the system prompted again, ding. The celestial level devouring system can be upgraded. Do you want to proceed? Yes. Yi Xian answered without hesitation. What a joke. How could he not level up after obtaining a devouring source for free? Ding. The celestial level devouring system is upgrading. All major systems are temporarily shut down. The system prompted. So be it. It wasn't like Yi Xian didn't have a deep grudge against him. At worst he could just rest for a while. Next he rested nearby. He wondered what new tricks the system would have after the upgrade. This upgrade took more than a month. After more than a month. Ding. The immortal grade devouring system has been successfully upgraded to divine grade devouring system. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian woke up from his sleep. The system upgrade was finally completed. Before he could take a closer look at the upgraded divine grade devouring system, the system prompted again. Ding. The system upgrade is successful. You are rewarded with 2 bloodline fusions. Do you want to proceed now? Bloodline fusions? Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. According to his previous experience, bloodline fusions were to fuse combat bloodlines, physique bloodlines, and support bloodlines into one bloodline. He now had 6 types of bloodlines in his body so he could fuse them twice. This was the key to increasing his strength quickly. Yes. Yi Xian answered immediately. Ding. Bloodline fusions begin. Ding. Bloodline fusions. The host has obtained the Divine Sword bloodline and Divine Battle bloodline. The fusion of the bloodlines was completed in the blink of an eye. Divine Sword bloodline and Divine Battle bloodline? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The Divine Sword bloodline reminded him of when he was in the mortal world. He had also fused with the Divine Sword bloodline once. However, there was a Void God bloodline behind the Divine Sword bloodline at that time. The Divine Sword bloodline now was the real Divine Sword bloodline. No, it couldn't be considered the real Divine Sword bloodline. Yi Xian noticed that there was a note behind the Divine Sword bloodline. Demigod bloodline? Yi Xian was stunned. He quickly checked and found that the Divine Battle bloodline was also at the demigod level. Ding. The host is currently a 6th grade Tao Lord. The requirement to fully unlock the bloodline is to prove the divine position for the host. The system prompted. Prove the divine position? Does that mean I will become a god? Yi Xian immediately understood. Only by becoming a god would he be able to fully unlock the bloodline. After fully unlocking the Divine Sword bloodline, it would be called the Unparalleled Divine Sword bloodline. After fully unlocking the Divine Battle bloodline, it would be called the Supreme Battle God. However, both bloodlines had yet to be fully unlocked, so they were only at the demigod level. Yi Xian didn't care too much and quickly fused the two bloodlines. Ding. Divine Sword Bloodline Fusion. Ding. Divine Battle Bloodline Fusion. The system prompted again. The Divine Sword Bloodline is formed by the fusion of the Sword Immortal Bloodline, the Divine Beast Envoy Bloodline, and the Spacetime Bloodline. The Divine Battle Bloodline is formed by the fusion of the Immortal Slaying Bloodline, the Immortal Eye Unicorn Bloodline, and the Immortal Phoenix Bloodline. Yi Xian was shocked when he checked the abilities of the two bloodlines. They were too powerful. Although they had yet to be fully unlocked and some abilities had yet to be revealed, the current abilities were already heaven-defying. The Divine Sword Bloodline had 3 advancement paths. The first advancement path was called the Divine Sword Path. The second advancement path was called the Divine Sword Body. The third advancement path was called the Sword Servant. The Divine Sword Path had absolute understanding and control of the sword. In addition, it had 2 skills. The first skill was the Divine Sword Technique. After using it, one could form a divine sword that could split the sky. If one was hit by this divine sword, no matter who it was, they would be killed instantly. Not to mention other things, this divine sword technique alone was extremely terrifying because it was a true one-hit kill divine skill. However, this divine skill's cooldown time required a large number of swords to recover, just like the unicorn's descent. The second skill was called the Sword Explosion. Within a certain range, Yi Xian could make the enemy sword explode and severely injure the enemy. Those were the abilities of the Divine Sword Path's advancement path. Then, the second advancement path was the Divine Sword Body. It could suppress 30% of the surrounding non-sword cultivator's strength and 10% of the sword cultivator's strength. Chapter 2037. In addition, the body of the sword god could reduce sword wounds by 30%. However, there was no way to reduce sword chi damage. Yi Xian had the ethereal divine armor, which could make up for this shortcoming. The third advancement path of the sword god bloodline, Sword Servant, was to summon sword servants to assist in battle. Currently, there was not a single sword servant, but there was a sword god clone, which was the sword immortal clone from before. If one could obtain a specific item, they could continue to summon sword servants, such as the immortal sword servant, 100-beast sword servant, shadowless sword servant, and so on. Although all sword servants would die except for the immortal sword servant, they could be summoned again once the cooldown was over. Moreover, there was no limit to the number of sword servants that could be summoned at any time. Yi Xian could summon all of them. Most importantly, every sword servant had a special characteristic. As long as they were activated, Yi Xian would be able to obtain unimaginable abilities. For example, as long as Yi Xian activated the immortal sword servant, Yi Xian would have the ability to revive once. In simple terms, every sword servant had its own special characteristic. Once activated, Yi Xian would be able to obtain certain abilities. After Yi Xian finished reading the 3 advancement paths of the sword god bloodline, he was so shocked that he could not speak. It was already so powerful before it was fully activated. How powerful would it be if it was fully activated? However, what made Yi Xian feel helpless was that the sword god bloodline was the product of the fusion of the sword immortal bloodline, the Imperial Divine Envoy bloodline, and the Spacetime bloodline. The advancement paths of the Imperial Divine Envoy bloodline and the Spacetime bloodline did not seem to stand out in the Sword God bloodline. It was either overshadowed by the Sword Immortal bloodline, or it had not been activated yet. Time reversal is gone and so is time control. It seems that I can no longer load to kill monsters in the future. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, the Sword God bloodline was already very powerful. After all, it was only at the demigod level. Then Yi Xian continued reading the Battle God bloodline. The Battle God bloodline was the fusion of the Immortal Slayer bloodline, the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline, and the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. This bloodline also had 3 advancement paths. The advancement path of the War God Tyrant body had 3 effects. First, the Divine War Physique. Apart from greatly increasing one's physique, it also had the effect of the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, allowing it to heal injuries without limit. Secondly, as long as one's body was injured, one's strength would increase. The more serious the injury, the greater the increase in strength. This effect could be used in conjunction with super recovery. As long as super recovery was suppressed, the injuries would not heal. These were the 2 effects of the first advancement route of the War God bloodline, the War God Tyrant body. Following that was the second advancement path, the War God mount, which was to summon a divine beast mount to assist in battle. The third path was called the War God domain. This was also a skill. Once the War God domain was unleashed, it could forcefully envelop a person and engage in a one-on-one battle with Yi Xian. Within this domain, Yi Xian's strength would increase. As long as he could defeat his opponent, the increase in strength would be maintained for a period of time. However, if Yi Xian was defeated, then his strength would be permanently reduced by 10%. This was the effect of the war god bloodline. Although it was less than before, Yi Xian's strength had increased. One had to know that these two bloodlines had yet to be fully activated. If they were fully activated, they would definitely be even more powerful. The sword god bloodline and the war god bloodline. Although they are only at the demigod level, they have greatly increased my strength. The current me might even have the strength to kill a Samsara Dao Lord. Yi Xian thought to himself. There was still a huge gap between Samsara Dao Lords and Dao Lords. Yi Xian was only a rank 6 Dao Lord. It was already quite good that he had such confidence. Right now, he wanted to find a Samsara Dao Lord to fight. However, at this moment he discovered something else. There were only 2 demigod bloodlines in the bloodline window, and it could not be used. This meant that he could only fuse with 2 bloodlines in the future. Whatever. This bloodline window might be hidden like the other systems and only be activated at certain times. At this thought, Yi Xian thought of the sect system. Didn't that system only activate at the end? However, right at this moment, ding. The system has created a bloodline holder with 4 bloodlines. The host will receive a reward for killing the bloodline holder. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Bloodline holder? Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This guy really came at the right time. He was just about to find a person to fight when the system created one for him. Not bad, not bad. Although 2 of the 6 bloodlines had been fused, the system had actually kept some skills. For example, the Death Pursuit Command, the Eye of Assassination, the Eye of Insight, and so on. Yi Xian did not know where the bloodline holder was, so he directly took out the Death Sword. Then he summoned the Sword God Clone, Black Horn, and the Old Tree to set up a defense around him. Now Yi Xian only had 2 clones and 1 main body left. Previously, after the bloodline fusion, he forcefully fused 3 into 1, which was his main body. As for the other 2 clones, one was in the mortal world and the other was in the second heaven. Therefore at this moment he could not split them. This made him feel a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have split his doppelganger. That way he would have had 2 more doppelgangers. Fortunately, he still had the avatar of Ares in the mortal world and in the second heaven, so there was no need to be afraid. He stood in place and waited for a while. A few days later, an aura descended. This aura was at the level of a 9th grade Dao Lord. Is it you? A young man looked at Yi Xian and said with narrowed eyes. Are you looking for me? Yi Xian asked. Unexpectedly, this young man attacked directly. He was the holder of 4 bloodlines created by the system. These 4 bloodlines were the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline, the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, the Divine Beast Envoy bloodline, and the Immortal Slayer bloodline. Therefore, his Tao of Raging Flames was very terrifying. However, this was useless against Yi Xian. Bang! The flaming sword chi hit the Void Spirit godly armor and immediately disappeared. At the same time, the Sword God clone had already swiftly attacked the back of the opponent. However, the Sword God clone was only a 6th grade Dao Lord. Its combat strength was still not enough. Although the opponent was a sword cultivator, 10% of his strength had been suppressed by the Divine Sword Seal. Bang! The sword chi of the Sword God clone was blocked by the flames of the bloodline holder. Scram! The young man immediately turned around and slashed at the Sword God clone. The latter also quickly attacked. However, at this moment, crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. The Dao weapon in the young man's hand actually exploded. The broken blade was instantly blasted away, leaving many wounds on his body. This move was mastered by Yi Xian after fusing with the Sword God bloodline. It was called Sword's Explosion. The young man did not expect this and was injured. He did not even have time to attack. Instead, he was hit by the Sword God clone and was sent flying. Little guy, you dare to fight with me? Chapter 2038. You're courting death. The young man was enraged and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the Sword God's clone. But it didn't take long for Black Horn and Old Shoe to join in. Bullying with numbers? 100 Unicorn Army. The young man shouted angrily, and the sacred power in his body began to surge out. In the next moment, hundreds of unicorn appeared in the sky. A bloodline holder. As expected of a bloodline holder. Previously, Yi Xian could only summon 1 unicorn at most. Now this bloodline holder could summon hundreds of them. If they focused their attacks, they would probably be able to kill a Samsara Dao Lord. However, this little bit of skill was nothing in front of Yi Xian. Come out, my mount. Yi Xian muttered. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light shot out from his body and rapidly expanded in the sky. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the golden light had turned into a golden celestial dragon. Yi Xian glanced at the system and saw that this was called Golden Celestial Dragon. The war god Mount Skill could summon a golden celestial dragon, which was very impressive. He did not expect a golden celestial dragon to appear on his first summon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the golden celestial dragon appeared, it swept its tail and killed dozens of unicorn. The other unicorn quickly attacked, but surprisingly, it was useless against the golden celestial dragon. Not only that, the golden celestial dragon's scales continuously shot out golden rays, killing the other unicorn. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. When the young man saw that his hundreds of unicorn were wiped out in an instant, he was scared witless. He felt that he would not be able to defeat this golden celestial dragon. Let's go. The young man made a prompt decision and turned to run. You want to run? It's too late. Yi Xian shook his head. His eyes flashed as he used another trump card. Divine Sword Art. A divine sword condensed in the sky and then slashed down. The sky was split open. Before the young man could react, the divine sword had already descended and cut him in half. He died just like that. The power of the divine sword secret art was indeed extraordinary. This was a true one-hit kill. This unlucky bastard is the weakest bloodline holder I've ever met. To think that he has a 4th-level bloodline. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. After all, the other party had a 4th-tier immortal bloodline, while he had a double demigod bloodline. However, the divine sword technique that he had just used required a large number of swords to cool down. Otherwise, he would not be able to use it again. A Dao soldier formed from a Dao seed would definitely have more experience than an ordinary Dao soldier. Thinking of this, Yi Xian made use of the God-tier devouring system's forging function and some Dao seeds as materials to create Dao weapons. Then it would devour them all. The divine sword technique had recovered to 50%. Because my level is low, the things I obtain are more precious. After using the divine sword technique, it will be easier for me to recover. Yi Xian was very satisfied. However, because of the bloodline fusion, his one-hit kill sword and peerless sword pair had disappeared. Therefore he was preparing to fuse the life sword and death sword together. Ding! The host has obtained the life and death sword. The system notified. This life and death sword had reached the level of a life and death Dao soldier. It was very suitable for Yi Xian to use now. However, the life sword and death sword originally belonged to the Jiang family. Now that Yi Xian had borrowed them and reforged them, it was a little unreasonable. However, this matter was easy to solve. He just needed to give the Jiang family some benefits. The Jiang family's old patriarch, Jiang Lingguang, was only a rank 1 Dao Lord. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was already a rank 6 Dao Lord. He had even killed a Samsara Dao Lord level devourer. Just casually taking something would make the Jiang family overjoyed. Immediately he tore open the void and returned. Then he left immediately. Now that he had settled everything, he had a new goal. That was to awaken a new sword servant. Based on the current situation, it seems that the materials for the violet gold sword servant are easier to obtain. Yi Xian thought to himself. The undying sword servant had the ability to not die and was very sharp. As for the violet gold sword servant, it was a type of sword servant with extremely strong defense. It could allow Yi Xian to comprehend the violet gold godly armor skill. The violet gold godly armor had extremely strong defense. Together with the void spirit godly armor that was immune to all energy attacks, it could be said to be almost invincible. The reason why Yi Xian chose to awaken the violet gold sword servant first was because there was a violet gold stone in the memories of the person with the 4th bloodline. It was the material needed to awaken the violet gold sword servant. However, there was only one violet gold stone. Awakening the violet gold sword servant required a large amount of violet gold stone. The person with the 4th bloodline is called Dai Hao. There is a violet gold stone mine in the Dai clan's property. Yi Xian thought to himself. He threw Dai Hao's corpse to the mask of authenticity and then disguised himself as Dai Hao. He immediately rushed to the Dai clan. The mask of authenticity was a good magic treasure. As long as Yi Xian did not make a move himself, no one would be able to tell that he was an imposter. Therefore he successfully infiltrated the Dai clan. This Dai Hao is actually the young master of the Dai clan. His status is not low. He should be able to enter the violet gold stone mine. Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed to the violet gold stone mine. Along the way the clansmen greeted Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not bother to pay attention to them. He did not want to expose himself. After a while, he arrived at the entrance of the violet goldstone mine behind the Dai clan. This violet goldstone mine has just been opened. There are still many violet gold spiders inside that need to be cleaned up, Yi Xian thought to himself as he stepped in. These violet gold spiders were almost all high-level Dao Lords. Only a few had reached the Samsara Dao Lord level. Given Yi Xian's current strength, there was no need for him to fear them. This place was very suitable for training, so many Dai clan clansmen had formed teams to enter. Yi Xian avoided these Dai clan clansmen and began his training. No one knew how many pieces of purple gold ore there were in the purple gold ore vein. The piece of purple gold ore in Dai Hao's interspatial ring was something he had obtained while wandering around. In order to increase efficiency, Yi Xian had sent his sword god clones out together. However, after half a day, they had only obtained 10 violet gold stones. Only 10 violet gold stones after half a day? I need 10,000 violet gold stones to activate the violet gold sword servant. Wouldn't that take me more than a year? Yi Xian's eyes darkened. If he had to spend a year to create a violet gold sword servant, he might as well just kill him. One had to know that time was very precious to him. A year was enough for him to break through several times. Even becoming an emperor would not be a problem. Thus he decided to use another method. Although it was a little inappropriate in this world where the strong were respected, it was not surprising. Chapter 2039. The Dai clan was not a small clan. Thousands of people had entered the purple gold mine alone. Yi Xian had encountered quite a few groups before, so he decided to snatch their Dao seeds. These people did not deserve to die, so his idea was to forcibly absorb them into the devouring space and then use the system to forcibly strip them of their Dao seeds. This way he could obtain both the purple gold ores and the Dao seeds. It was killing two birds with one stone. In the next few days, Yi Xian frantically searched for the Dai clan members. 3 days later he had gathered 2,000 purple gold ores. However, there was still a long way to go before he could activate the purple gold sword servant. However, at this moment, clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp sounds entered Yi Xian's ears. He raised his eyebrows in puzzlement. This sound was not the sound of humans fighting against the purple gold spiders. It was the sound of weapons clashing. Yi Xian hurried over to take a look and found that there were indeed two groups of people fighting. One side was the Dai clan members and the other side Yi Xian did not know who they were. However, the other side's combat strength was clearly stronger than the Dai clan members. Young clan leader, they are from the Tan clan. Suddenly, someone glanced at Yi Xian and hurriedly shouted, "The Tan clan?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly searched his memories. He found that the Tan clan was several times stronger than the Dai clan. Why would they suddenly kill their way into the purple gold mine? Strange. No matter what, Yi Xian still had to act. After all, he was the young clan leader now. The Tan clan members were not bad, but if they were not at the Samsara Dao Lord level, they were still very weak in front of Yi Xian. Very quickly, these people were all taken care of by Yi Xian, including the people from the Dai family. Then Yi Xian performed a soul search on them and found that the Tan clan members were only here to seize the purple gold mine on the orders of their elders. Yi Xian found it strange because the Dai clan and the Tan clan had not interfered with each other before. It was strange that they suddenly came to seize the purple gold mine. After all, even if the entire purple gold mine was given to the Tan family might not be interested in it. However, right at this moment, I heard that you were in the purple gold mine? Suddenly the communication token lit up. The other communication token was with the head of the Dai family, who was also Dai Hao's father. "I'm in the purple gold mine. What's wrong?" Yi Xian replied, pretending to be Dai Hao. "Come out quickly. That Tan family wants to occupy the purple gold mine. I'll send someone to receive you." The Dai family patriarch said. "What's going on?" Yi Xian asked in confusion. Because he was his son, the Dai family patriarch did not hide anything and directly said, "In the depths of the purple gold mine, a piece of purple gold ore was suddenly discovered. I don't know who leaked the news and passed the news to the Tan family." Top-grade purple gold ore? Hearing this, Yi Xian seemed to understand. A piece of purple gold ore was much more valuable than ordinary purple gold ore again. Most importantly, a piece of purple gold ore would contain a drop of purple gold liquid, which was a material used to forge pseudo-thearch artifacts. The Tan family had most likely come for this. Is this piece of purple gold ore still in the depths of the purple gold mine? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. That's right. When we first discovered it, for some reason we were unable to mine it, so we set up a formation. Now that the news has been leaked, we don't want to worry too much about it. Let's just hand over the purple gold mine to the Tan family, lest we get killed, the Dai family patriarch said. But even if we hand over the purple gold mine, will the Tan family give up so easily? Yi Xian asked curiously. Top-grade violet gold ore was extremely rare, and even high-level Samsara Dao lords would be tempted by it. For this violet gold mine to actually produce a single piece of such ore was already an incredible stroke of luck. It was very likely that the Tan family would seal the news and even exterminate the Dai family. No matter what, we can't resist. Otherwise, the consequences. Before the patriarch of the Dai clan could finish his sentence, a clear voice rang out, followed by a plop sound. This sound was transmitted to Yi Xian through the transmission token, causing his expression to darken. The Dai family patriarch, who was a Samsara Dao lord, had most likely been killed. The Tan family was really going all out. They were really ruthless in their attacks. However, if it were any other family, they would probably do the same. If a more powerful family than the Tan family found out that they had the purple gold liquid, they would also be killed. However, what did this have to do with Yi Xian? Is the purple gold or in the depths? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He was already interested in this piece of purple gold Oregon. After all, if he could obtain this piece of purple gold ore, it would be enough to activate the purple gold sword servant. He wouldn't need to spend any more time collecting purple gold Oregon immediately. He ordered the 3 sword god clones to gather in the depths. Along the way he saw many people from the Dai family and the Tan family. Without exception, all of them were dealt with by him. It had to be said that the Tan family was indeed very strong. They were a level higher than the Dai family and had high-level Dao lords everywhere. However, they were all very weak to Yi Xian. Soon Yi Xian arrived in the depths of the purple gold mine. At this moment, loud sounds came from inside. It should be the Tan family breaking the formation. Their auras aren't weak. I'm afraid there are some Samsara Dao lords. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and then ordered the sword god clones to move out. Who's there? Boom, boom, boom. Soon the sounds of battle came from inside. The invincible sword god clones fought with a group of Tan family experts. One against many, he wasn't afraid at all. However, what surprised him was that the Tan family wasn't breaking the formation just now. Instead, they were attacking a Samsara Dao lord from the Dai family. This Samsara Dao lord from the Dai family was in charge of guarding this supreme-grade purple gold mine. When the Tan family attacked, he was blocked here, so they fought. I heard that this supreme-grade purple gold mine is quite difficult to collect. If you're not careful, it will shatter, and then the drop of purple gold liquid will dissipate into the world. Yi Xian thought to himself. If such a treasure disappeared, no matter who it was, they would cry to death. Therefore, the Dai family didn't collect it and had been thinking of a way. However, he decided to observe the situation first. After all, the people inside were Samsara Dao lords. It would be much more convenient to let them fight first, and then he would make a move after they were done. Rumble. The battle inside was very intense. Yi Xian waited outside. After a while, the battle finally came to an end. Immediately, Yi Xian wore the Void Spirit Divine armor and entered. Who's there? A loud roar came. Yi Xian, who wore the Void Spirit Divine armor and was invisible, was discovered. Since that was the case, then kill. Chapter 2040. In just an instant, all of the Tan clan members were killed, with the exception of the Samsara Dao Lord. Yi Xian was now a rank 7 Dao Lord, and he was no longer afraid of facing a Samsara Dao Lord. However, he was afraid that his opponent would destroy the supreme-grade violet gold ore. After all, he was no longer able to use temporal reversal. Once the ore was destroyed, the drop of violet gold liquid within it would dissipate into the world. That would be too wasteful. Die. The Tan clan expert immediately charged towards the sword god clone and the others. On the other side, Yi Xian, who was wearing the Void Spirit godly armor, stealthily snuck into the formation and carefully inspected it. Unfortunately, he did not find the supreme-grade violet gold ore, nor did he find it in the other corpses' interspatial rings. It seemed that the Samsara Dao Lord had taken it away. Since that was the case, it was easy to deal with. He attacked directly. Instantly, the Samsara Dao Lord was attacked from all directions and was heavily injured. Go! The Tan clan Samsara Dao Lord's expression changed drastically. He quickly turned around and charged out of the formation. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Together with the sword god clone, he executed the assassin's eye and flashed behind the enemy. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly shot out and inserted itself between the two. Boom. A wave of energy swept out, and Yi Xian and the sword god clone's attacks were both blocked. Yi Xian hurriedly took a look. The newcomer was very unfamiliar. It seemed to be someone from the Tan clan. However, this newcomer had most likely reached the level of a rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord. You go. I'll stop him. The newcomer shouted and attacked Yi Xian. Aren't you just a rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly used a trump card. The War God Mount. Each time he used the War God Mount, what he summoned was different. Last time, Yi Xian had summoned a divine golden dragon. This time, however, he summoned a divine golden saber-toothed tiger. The dazzling golden light instantly illuminated the entire violet gold mine, covering the violet gold light. A sacred aura spread out, shocking the rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord into quickly retreating. Swish! The golden saber-toothed tiger transformed into a streak of golden light that shot straight towards the second rank Samsara Dao Lord. Scram! The man shouted angrily. He raised his hand and struck the golden saber-toothed tiger, but it did not cause any damage to the golden saber-toothed tiger. Poochie! With a crunching sound, the golden saber-toothed Dao Lord's shoulder was bitten off by the golden saber-toothed Dao Lord, causing blood to spurt out everywhere. Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal Avatar quickly followed up as they launched a pincer attack. A short while later, the second-ranked Samsara Dao Lord's head was pierced through by the golden saber-toothed tiger's fangs and he perished. Next, Yi Xian quickly collected the corpse, then ordered the golden saber-toothed tiger to chase after the fleeing Samsara Dao Lord. After a while, the golden saber-toothed tiger dragged the corpse back. Unfortunately, to Yi Xian's disappointment, there was no supreme-grade purple gold ore in their interspatial rings. Strange. Yi Xian frowned. He hurriedly performed a soul search on everyone. Afterwards, he found out that the supreme-grade purple gold ore had already shattered during the battle between the Dai clan and the Tan clan. When the Samsara Dao Lord of the Dai clan who was guarding the supreme-grade violet gold stone found out that the clan leader had perished, he chose to destroy the stone as well as himself. He destroyed the stone, and the drop of violet gold liquid disappeared from the world as well. The supreme-grade purple gold ore was an excellent material for forging pseudo-emperor artifacts. It was priceless. Although Yi Xian felt that it was a pity, it was not something he needed. He hurriedly returned and found the shattered supreme-grade purple gold ore again. This was what he needed. During the battle just now, he had not noticed that he had confused the supreme-grade purple gold ore with the ordinary purple gold ore again. Now he had finally obtained it. Ding! Host has activated the purple gold swordsman. A system notification rang out. After devouring the supreme-grade purple gold ore fragment, Yi Xian finally activated the purple gold swordsman. He immediately summoned the purple gold swordsman. The purple gold swordsman was dressed in purple battle armor and wielded a large sword. It looked extremely mighty. After activating the purple gold swordsman, Yi Xian also learned a new skill called the purple gold godly armor. The purple gold godly armor had extremely strong defensive abilities. When paired with the void spirit godly armor that was immune to energy attacks, even mid-level Samsara Dao Lords might not be able to pose a threat to Yi Xian. The purple gold swordsman will produce a supreme-grade purple gold ore every once in a while. Will the quality of the supreme-grade purple gold ore increase with my cultivation level? Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he hurriedly sent the purple gold swordsman into the devouring space. Based on the current rate of the devouring space, it would produce a supreme-grade purple gold ore every 10 days. It was very good. However, this supreme-grade purple gold ore was different from the supreme-grade purple gold ore that was naturally formed. It did not contain the purple gold ore that was used to forge pseudo-emperor artifacts. Even so, Yi Xian was overjoyed. TSK. When the time comes, I'll be able to use this supreme-grade purple gold ore to deceive everyone. I'll definitely be able to make a huge profit. Yi Xian was overjoyed. However, there was still one more thing that he had to do. Although the Dai clan had nothing to do with him, it was because of them that he had activated the purple gold swordsman. The Dai clan had most likely been destroyed by the Tan clan by now. He had to avenge them. That rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord from earlier was actually the one who had killed the Dai clan head. Now that he was dead, there was nothing to fear from the others. Soon this supreme-grade purple gold ore was cleaned up by Yi Xian and the others. The Dai clan's members were all taken in by Yi Xian. As for the Tan clan's members, they were all killed by Yi Xian. By the time Yi Xian left the supreme-grade purple gold ore and arrived at the Dai clan's residence, he discovered that the Tan clan's experts had already retreated. Did they hear about the supreme-grade purple gold ore shattering? Or did they hear about the rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord dying in the supreme-grade purple gold ore? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, this was no longer important. He would take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the Tan clan. But before that he had to deal with the Dai clan first. After I devoured that rank 2 Samsara Daolord's Dao seed, I broke through to become a rank 8 Samsara Daolord. Even my divine sword art has been restored. I don't need to do anything to destroy the Tan clan. Yi Xian thought to himself as he sent his sword god clone to take action. 3 days later, the sword god clone arrived at the Tan clan's residence and summoned the purple gold swordsman, Black Horn and the old tree. Instantly, a storm of blood broke out in the Tan clan's residence. The 2 remaining rank 2 Samsara Daolords were completely unable to stop it and both died tragically. In the end, the Tan clan was also sucked into Yi Xian's devouring space. This time, however, Yi Xian's true body did not take action. Without using any of my trump cards, the purple gold swordsman is actually slightly stronger than the sword god clone, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, the purple gold swordsman was merely a golem, while the sword god clone was far stronger. Chapter 2041. After this incident, Yi Xian had obtained a large number of Dao seeds. Currently, his devouring Dao seed had reached mid-mastery and was not far from late mastery. Once he reached late mastery, he would be able to break through to become a 9th rank Dao Lord. At that time, he would only need to gather a late mastery Dao seed to become a Samsara Dao Lord. As for the Samsara Dao seed, it was only at early mastery. Thus, Yi Xian was preparing to purchase some life-type and death-type treasures to force his way to the Saint Dao level. This required a certain amount of wealth. After all, Yi Xian needed more experience to level up than others. He would definitely need to spend a lot. However, now that Yi Xian had the violet gold swordsman, he had the capital to do so. Yi Xian immediately headed to a large city. In a few days, the violet gold swordsman would be able to produce a supreme-grade violet gold ore. When that time came, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. After 10 days of traveling, Yi Xian finally arrived at a large city. At this time, there was already a supreme-grade violet gold ore in his devouring dimension. This supreme-grade violet gold ore was even better than the one in the violet gold ore vein. The only difference was that the one in the violet gold ore vein was naturally produced and contained a drop of violet gold liquid. However, the supreme-grade violet gold ore produced by the violet gold swordsman was completely empty. However, this supreme-grade violet gold ore was not something that ordinary people could break open. Yi Xian estimated that no one would be able to see through this supreme-grade violet gold ore produced by the violet gold swordsman. After all, no one had heard of any other supreme-grade violet gold ore other than the ore vein. Immediately, Yi Xian had the sword god's avatar take action and entrust it to the auction house. When this news spread, the entire city was in an uproar. All the great clans were pooling their money and preparing to fight for this supreme-grade violet gold ore. First of all, supreme-grade violet gold ore would contain a drop of violet gold liquid. Just the fact that a supreme-grade violet gold ore was already tempting enough. It could allow one to comprehend the Tao of violet gold of the 5 elements. The Tao of violet gold was of a higher level than the Tao of pure gold. It was the Tao with the strongest defense among the 9 sacred Taos. As for the violet gold liquid, it was a material for forging pseudo-thearch artifacts. As long as one could obtain it, they would definitely be able to earn 10 or even 20 times the original price. The auction house had spent a lot of money to advertise for this supreme-grade violet gold ore. A few days later, a huge auction was held in the city. After some people heard about this, even if they didn't buy anything, they still prepared to go in and take a look. This was because they knew that this time, there would definitely be a big force bidding, so they just treated it as spending money to watch a good show. At this moment, the sword god avatar was already watching from a private room. Soon the auction began, but this time it was different from the previous ones. This time, there was only one item up for auction, and that was the purple gold stone of the highest quality, of S2. I heard that the Tao of violet gold is extremely powerful. If one can successfully comprehend it, they'll be able to block the attacks of experts 1 or 2 levels higher. That violet gold liquid is even better. It's a material for forging pseudo-thearch artifacts. You can only come across it by chance. The auction house was in an uproar. The various great clans all had their eyes on the supreme-grade violet gold ore and began to bid. The price began to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, it had reached a level that no one would have expected. That was enough to create a mid-level Samsara Dao Lord. However, the violet gold liquid was something that even high-level Samsara Dao Lords coveted. A single drop could be used to forge pseudo-thearch artifacts. Once someone obtained a pseudo-thearch artifact, they would be virtually invincible among those of the same level. No one would be able to withstand a single blow from them. The sword god's clone sat in the private room, listening to the continuous bidding around him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I'm rich. I'm going to make a killing this time. Yi Xian's true body was overjoyed. This was already enough for him to break through to become a Samsara Dao Lord. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the violet gold sword servants would be able to produce a supreme grade violet gold ore every 10 days. This way he would be able to put on a good show once more. At this moment, the various great clans suddenly slowed down. This was because they were about to run out of funds. Now it was time to see who would win. These clans and powers began to work together in private. Both sides would pool their funds and obtain the supreme grade violet gold ore before splitting it. This process lasted for several minutes. In the end, the supreme grade violet gold ore fell into the hands of the 5 allied powers. The final bid was made using all of their assets. After deducting the auction fee, all of this fell into Yi Xian's pocket. Awesome. Not long after, the auctioneer handed over the proceeds to Yi Xian. The auction finally came to an end. However, Yi Xian didn't leave just like that. Instead, he stayed in the auction house and began to collect as much as he could. All of the Dao seeds in the auction house were purchased by Yi Xian. Not only that, but he also purchased a large number of natural treasures that could improve his Samsara Dao seed. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a 9th grade Dao Lord. Ding. His Dao of Devour has been upgraded to the early stage Saint Dao. Ding. His Dao of Life and Death has been upgraded to the early stage Saint Dao. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a 1st grade Samsara Dao Lord. 2 system notifications rang out. Yi Xian had broken through in succession. His Dao of Devour and Dao of Life and Death had been upgraded to the Saint Dao level by Yi Xian. Apart from that, Yi Xian had also upgraded his Dao of Raging Inferno and Dao of Gale. Thus, Yi Xian was currently comprehending several Saint Daos, which had greatly increased his strength. If he had only upgraded 2 of his Daos to the Saint Dao level, he might have been able to break through and become a 2nd grade Samsara Dao Lord. However, if he upgraded several Daos at the same time, then even a 1st grade Samsara Dao Lord would be stronger than a 2nd grade Samsara Dao Lord. After the matter was settled, Yi Xian left the auction house. As expected, after he left, he discovered that someone was following him. Those who had participated in the auction earlier weren't small powers. Although they couldn't obtain that supreme grade violet gold ore, they could easily find out who had put it up for auction. After all, Yi Xian had just obtained a large amount of natural treasures. He couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Moreover, there were also people from the auction house among the people who had been following Yi Xian. Come, let me wipe you all out. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He ordered his sword god clone to leave the city immediately. As for those who had been following him, they also left the city without exception. These people didn't hold back. After exchanging glances, they actually began to discuss who would get the yin and yang ring. The sword god clone looked at these people and smirked. Everyone, if you don't make a move, I'm leaving. Hearing this, these people found it strange. Yi Xian was only one person. Even the person with the lowest cultivation level among them was higher than Yi Xian. Why was Yi Xian so calm? Kid, hand over the yin and yang ring obediently and I can let you live. An old man said slowly. Chapter 2042. If you turn around and leave now, I can spare your lives. Yi Xian mimicked the tone of the other party. You've got guts. The old man didn't say anything else. But right at this moment, someone couldn't hold it in any longer and charged at Yi Xian. Bastard. The others cursed and charged at Yi Xian as well. An ordinary person would have wet their pants in the face of such a force. One had to know that these nearly 100 people were all Samsara Dao Lords, and the strongest was a rank 4 Samsara Dao Lord. Yi Xian was a mere rank 1 Samsara Dao Lord. It was already good enough that he could stand firm. The show is finally about to begin. The sword god's clone's eyes flashed. Since these people were here to rob him, there was no need to show mercy. One word, kill. In the next moment, the violet gold sword attendant, Blackhorn, and the old tree all appeared. In addition, the war god's mount appeared. The first and second times, Yi Xian summoned the divine golden dragon and the divine golden saber-toothed tiger respectively. He was extremely lucky, but this time he only summoned an ordinary thunder mammoth. However, this thunder mammoth's strength was comparable to a rank 3 Samsara Dao Lord. Of course, the strongest was naturally the sword god's clone. With the divine sword seal, he directly lowered the strength of everyone present. Non-sword cultivators were weakened by 30%, while sword cultivators were weakened by 10%. Coupled with his invincible physique, he didn't fear anyone's attacks at all. In an instant, more than half of the people who had come to rob Yi Xian died. How can this be? The old man who had said that he would spare Yi Xian was shocked. Half of his people had died in the first wave of attacks, leaving only him and 2 others. He immediately understood that Yi Xian wasn't someone to be trifled with. He quickly led his people away. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, a roar fell into his ears. At some point, the sword god's clone had appeared behind him. After breaking through to become a Samsara Daolord, Yi Xian, who had the Samsara Daolord and the Devouring Daolord, was extremely powerful. With just one sword strike, the old man was sent flying. Furthermore, in the direction where the old man was sent flying, there was already a huge monster guarding it. Boom! The thunder mammoth stomped down, heavily injuring the old man. Then the black horn spat out a mouthful of saliva, killing him. There was no suspense in this battle anymore. Within a few seconds, the remaining people were all dealt with. No one survived. In the distance, the people in the city couldn't help but gulp as they watched the battle. As it turned out, Yi Xian had been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. No wonder he hadn't left. It turned out that he was planning to counterattack. What a joke. How could a person who could take out a piece of top-quality purple gold and not hide it be an ordinary person? What made Yi Xian happy was that these people were all from the powers that were participating in the auction. They had a lot of money on them. Yi Xian had made another huge profit. He immediately returned to the auction house, spent all of his money, and broke through to become a rank 2 Samsara Daolord. At the same time, he also took the entire city. The city lord, who was only a rank 5 Samsara Daolord, couldn't resist Yi Xian's breakthrough at all and was sucked into the devouring space. Not only that, but he also took back that piece of top-quality purple gold. Let's go. The sword god clone broke through the void and returned to Yi Xian's side. Then he continued on his journey. In the following period of time, Yi Xian used this method to lure others to commit crimes. Then he would take action to suppress them. In less than a month, he broke through to become a rank 4 Samsara Daolord. At the same time, he also obtained 3 pieces of top-quality purple gold. Today he came to another big city, but this time it was much bigger than before. The city lord was a rank 9 Samsara Daolord. Just like before, he used the purple gold rock to fish, but he didn't expect that this time he would actually fish up the city lord. At this time, the city lord was leading experts to chase after Yi Xian. The city lord of Jade Tripod City is a rank 9 Samsara Daolord. He broke through many years ago and is already half a step into the half-step Imperial Emperor realm. His strength is not to be underestimated. As for the others, they are nothing to be afraid of. Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, he had already fought with the city lord. However, even when he gathered everyone to attack the city lord, he still couldn't gain the upper hand. Although he still had a final trump card, the Divine Sword Art, he didn't have 100% confidence that he could slash this peak rank 9 Samsara Daolord. Let alone 100%, he didn't even have 20% confidence. Since this didn't work, he would use other methods. Old man, you really want these 3 pieces of top-quality purple gold? The sword god avatar suddenly stopped and turned around to ask. Hand over the items and I'll spare your life. The city lord of Jade Tripod City shouted angrily from behind. Is that so? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, It's not impossible for me to hand them over. However, you have to take my sword first. Hearing this, the city lord of Jade Tripod City was stunned and said in shock, Do you think that your sword can kill me? Whether it can or not, we'll only know after we try. I'm just asking if you dare. Yi Xian said. Alright, it's just a sword. Come on. The city lord of Jade Tripod City snorted. The Yi Xian in front of him was only a rank 5 Samsara Daolord. As someone who was half a step into the half-step Imperial Emperor realm, how could he be afraid? However, Yi Xian's sword was not so easy to take. You have guts. I hope you won't be scared out of your wits. Yi Xian snorted coldly. He gripped the sword of life and death tightly in his hand and slashed down fiercely. This sword was just an illusion. The real attack was the divine sword that condensed above his head. The divine sword art had the effect of killing all enemies in an instant. Once it was used, even the sky would be split open. When the city lord of Jade Tripod City saw this move, his heart trembled. However, when he looked at the split open sky, he suddenly had a realization. Suddenly his aura skyrocketed. Rank 9 Samsara Daolord? No. At this moment, he had broken through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm. What made him break through was Yi Xian's move. Blessed by the heavens, half-step Imperial Emperor. The city lord of Jade Tripod City widened his eyes. He did not expect that he, who had been stuck at the rank 9 Samsara Downlord realm for countless years, would break through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm today. What a surprise. A Samsara Downlord had to raise their 3 Dao seeds to late-stage Sage Dao Mastery before they could plant a Dao fruit. Countless years ago he had already raised his 3 Dao seeds to late-stage Sage Dao Mastery, so he was only one step away from becoming a half-step Imperial Emperor. This time, thanks to Yi Xian's help, his 3 Dao seeds had fused and turned into a Dao fruit, finally becoming a half-step Imperial Emperor. Once he broke through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm, he would have a grade 1 heavenly mandate and could temporarily borrow the power of the heavens. The city lord of Jade Tripod City waved his hand and a golden palm slapped out, instantly slapping the divine sword away. Boom. Chapter 2043. F***CK. Yi Xian cursed. He did not expect Yi Xian to go back on his words. Yi Xian said that he would take one move from him. At the same time he also felt the change in Yi Xian's aura. Strong. So strong that it made his heart palpitate. This is a half-step Imperial Emperor? Yi Xian was shocked. Previously he was the one who made a breakthrough in battle and defeated his enemies. But now someone actually made a breakthrough in battle with him. This was troublesome. Originally he still had a glimmer of hope to kill all his enemies. But with the breakthrough of the Jade Tripod City Lord, this glimmer of hope was destroyed. Kid, I don't need to take this move from you anymore. The Jade Tripod City Lord laughed. He looked calm, but Yi Xian's move just now could even break through the 4th heaven. Its power was probably at the half-step Imperial Emperor level. Even if he made a breakthrough he would not dare to take that move. City Lord, you made a breakthrough? At the side, the experts of the Jade Tripod City Lord Manor were shocked. The Jade Tripod City Lord was already a peak 4th heaven expert. Now that he had made a breakthrough, there was no one who could match him. Besides, it was really easy for him to take down Yi Xian as a half-step Imperial Emperor. So what if I made a breakthrough? You still can't do anything to me. Yi Xian said coldly. Is that so? The Jade Tripod City Lord narrowed his eyes and instantly turned into a stream of light, arriving in front of Yi Xian. His speed was more than 10 times faster than before. Before Yi Xian could react, the Jade Tripod City Lord was already standing in front of him, grabbing Yi Xian's shoulder. Bang! An attack containing the power of destiny landed on the Sword God Avatar. However, what surprised the Jade Tripod City Lord was that the Sword God Avatar remained unscathed. How is this possible? The Jade Tripod City Lord was shocked. There was a huge gap between Samsara Dao Lords and half-step Imperial Emperors. Once one made a breakthrough, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. They would not be threatened by Samsara Dao Lords. The power of that attack just now was at least dozens of times stronger than before. However, Yi Xian actually received it. What was this body made of? I told you, you can't hurt me. The Sword God's doppelganger continued. So what? I got what I wanted. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City immediately revealed a smile. He opened his right hand, revealing an interspatial ring in his palm. This interspatial ring was originally worn by the Sword God's doppelganger. Really? The Sword God Avatar laughed as well. In the next moment, the Jade Tripod City Governor's smile came to an abrupt halt. He probed and found that the interspatial ring was empty. There was not a single strand of hair in it. Where is it? The Jade Tripod City Lord could not help but ask. Are you looking for this? With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out 3 top-grade purple gold ores. After stabilizing himself, he put them away and said, I only wear them for fun. I don't use them to store things. What a brilliant move. No wonder you are so fearless. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City had to admit that Yi Xian was the most difficult person he had ever met. Previously, if you had taken my sword, I would have given you the 3 top-grade purple gold ores. However, you went back on your words. You have disappointed me. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. The City Lord's face turned cold when he heard this. He said, I don't believe that I can't do anything to you as a half-step Imperial Emperor. In an instant he charged over and beat Yi Xian like a sandbag. Unfortunately, it was useless. After some time, the City Lord of Jade Tripod City stopped. I have broken through to half-step Imperial Emperor and can use the power of the heavens. However, I still can't hurt him. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City thought to himself, even if I consolidate my realm and become proficient in using the heavens, I'm afraid the result will be the same. Who is this guy? City Lord, are we not fighting anymore? The Sword God's doppelganger in the distance got up from the ground and said, if not, I'm leaving. Wait. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City called out to Yi Xian. What's wrong? The sword god's doppelganger turned around. Since I can't hurt you, let's make a deal. The city lord of Jade Tripod City said, I'll buy your 3 top-grade purple gold ores. Okay. The sword god's doppelganger grinned and said, 3 top-grade purple gold ores in exchange for your interspatial rings. The city lord of Jade Tripod City hesitated for a moment before taking the interspatial rings of the others. I'll give you 1 top-grade purple gold ore first. Yi Xian didn't say anything else as he threw a top-grade purple gold stone over. Seeing this, the city lord of Jade Tripod City said in surprise, You're giving it to me just like that? Haha, you can run away but you can't run away. Do you still want your Jade Tripod City? Yi Xian said with a smile. The city lord of Jade Tripod City was now a half-step imperial emperor. However, his Jade Tripod City only had 8th-grade Samsara Dao Lord experts. If Yi Xian charged over, it would be a devastating blow. At that time, the city lord mansion would be in danger. This sentence stunned the city lord of Jade Tripod City. He narrowed his eyes and threw the interspatial rings over. Yi Xian caught the interspatial rings and checked them. There were indeed many good things inside, just enough for him to break through to become a 6th-grade Samsara Dao Lord. You broke through? The city lord of Jade Tripod City was stunned. He was able to break through on the spot because of Yi Xian's divine sword art. But now Yi Xian had broken through. What was going on? However, he did not care because even if Yi Xian broke through to become a 9th-grade Samsara Dao Lord, he would not be a match for him. A half-step imperial emperor who could use heavenly mandate was not someone a Samsara Dao Lord could defeat. Where are the other 2 top-grade purple gold ores? The city lord of Jade Tripod City asked. Here they are. Yi Xian took out the 2 top-grade purple gold ores and said with a smile, Originally, I wanted to give them to you. But you beat me so badly just now. So, these 2 top-grade purple gold ores are my compensation. The city lord of Jade Tripod City widened his eyes and was about to take away the top-grade purple gold ores in Yi Xian's hands. But in the next moment, Yi Xian's figure disappeared. No, to be precise, the sword god's clone had disappeared and was taken back by Yi Xian, who was far away in the horizon. At the same time, another sentence spread. City lord of Jade Tripod City, I will come back for this top-grade purple gold ore. Please take good care of it. The city lord of Jade Tripod City was a half-step imperial emperor. With Yi Xian's current level, he would not be able to fight him. Fortunately, Yi Xian still had 2 top-grade purple gold ores. This was enough for him. Although 3 top-grade purple gold ores were very tempting, just 1 was enough to make people commit crimes. Yi Xian, remember this hatred in your heart. When you are strong enough in the future, you will come back for revenge. Chapter 2044. A few days later, Yi Xian arrived at a 4th heaven city that was comparable to Jade Tripod City. However, after entering the city, he heard something. Have you heard? The Jade Tripod City Lord in the north has been suppressed? That can't be. That's a rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord expert. It said that he's already half a step into the half-step Imperial Emperor realm. What rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord? A few days ago, the Jade Tripod City Lord broke through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm and announced it to the entire city. Just yesterday, an expert suddenly appeared and suppressed the Jade Tripod City Lord, taking control of the city. What? Half-step Imperial Emperor? That's right. It seems to have started because of a supreme-grade purple gold ore. After the Jade Tripod City Lord was defeated, his supreme-grade purple gold ore was taken by the other party. At the same time, the other party announced to the world that he was buying purple gold ores and supreme-grade purple gold ores in bulk. If anyone didn't and was exposed, they would be killed without mercy. Who is this person? How dare he be so arrogant? Could he be from the 5th heaven? He must be. This was the conversation that Yi Xian heard after entering the city. I didn't expect the Jade Tripod City Lord to be defeated. My supreme-grade purple gold ore also fell into the other party's hands. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, not taking this matter to heart. Using the method of fishing, he took this city that was comparable to Jade Tripod City into his pocket and left again. In the following period of time, Yi Xian continued to rush forward, breaking through from rank 6 Samsara Dao Lord to rank 8 Samsara Dao Lord. However, not long after he broke through to rank 8 Samsara Dao Lord, ding! The target of the death pursuit order is dead. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. What's going on? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. In the battle with the Jade Tripod City Lord, he had marked everyone, but the others were all small fries, so he withdrew the death pursuit order and only marked the Jade Tripod City Lord. Now the target of the death pursuit order was the Jade Tripod City Lord. Although the Jade Tripod City Lord had fought with him and Yi Xian had ended in defeat, Yi Xian still wanted to get back at him. Now the Jade Tripod City Lord was dead, and the supreme grade purple gold ore had fallen into the hands of others. This was unacceptable. Immediately Yi Xian tore through the void and returned to Jade Tripod City. At this moment in Jade Tripod City, there was a purple pillar of light that pierced through the clouds. It was very eye-catching. Yi Xian let the sword god avatar enter the city and immediately felt a powerful aura. It seemed that this was the expert from the fifth layer of heaven, the murderer of the Jade Tripod City Lord. The sword god doppelganger immediately moved out to investigate. By the time he arrived at the city lord's estate, he saw quite a few people lined up outside. None of them had low levels of cultivation. They were all at least rank 7 Samsara Dao Lords. They were all at the purple gold rock. Strange. Why would a half-step sovereign emperor collect so many purple gold ores? Yi Xian was a little confused. A half-step sovereign emperor could almost forge a quasi-emperor weapon. It was one thing for him to collect supreme-grade purple gold ores, but why would he need these purple gold ores that were used to forge Samsara Dao Lords? Yi Xian did not care so much. He directly let the sword god doppelganger shout, "I have 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. How much are they worth?" As soon as these words were said, everyone present stopped what they were doing and was stunned. 1 supreme-grade purple gold ore was priceless. How much would 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores be worth? Most likely, no one present would be able to calculate it. In the city lord's estate, a young man immediately opened his eyes and rushed out when he heard this. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw the sword god doppelganger. He said in shock, "You have 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores?" "That's right. I want to exchange all of them for Dao seeds, Samsara Dao seeds, and Inferno Dao seeds for cultivation." The sword god doppelganger nodded. To be able to comprehend the Dao of life and death, you can be considered to have some ability. Alright, these things are yours. The young man did not waste any time. He waved his hand and took out an interspatial ring. Then he took out something from his own interspatial ring. Then he threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. If Yi Xian could not take out 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, he would probably die an unnatural death. Facing a half-step imperial emperor, no Samsara Dao Lord dared to do so. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring and his eyes lit up. The things inside were enough for him to break through to the peak of the 9th stage Samsara Dao Lord. He immediately swallowed it and a Dao fruit condensed in his body. His aura skyrocketed. Ding. Host has broken through to the 9th stage Samsara Dao Lord. If you want to continue breaking through, please plunder the heavenly fate of others. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Plunder? Heavenly fate? Yi Xian was very unfamiliar with the half-step imperial emperor realm because there were not many of them in the 4th heaven. However, there was a half-step imperial emperor in front of him. As long as he killed him, everything would be clear. The youth was a little surprised. He could not understand how Yi Xian could break through without batting an eyelid. However, he did not care so much. What he cared about was the 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. As long as he had these 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, he could go back and report on his mission. In fact, he could even get some rewards. The 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores are here. Yi Xian did not hesitate and threw the 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores over. Of the 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, 2 were from before, while the other 3 were from the purple gold sword attendants. Seeing this, the youth's eyes lit up. He did not expect Yi Xian to really have 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. Where did you get these 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores? The youth could not help but ask. Purple gold ores were common, but there might not even be 1 supreme-grade purple gold ore in a million purple gold ore veins. However, Yi Xian actually had 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. It was really strange. "I got them from killing someone on the way," Yi Xian replied. "Not bad. You did well." The youth was very satisfied. At the same time, his gaze landed on Yi Xian's interspatial ring. Who knew there might be more inside? However, just as he was thinking about Yi Xian's interspatial ring, Yi Xian was also thinking about him. "I heard that you defeated the Jade Tripod City Lord?" Yi Xian asked. "That guy didn't do his job well, so I killed him," the youth said coldly. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "That means that the supreme-grade purple gold ore in his hand is also in your hands?" "That's right." "What?" The youth was slightly surprised. If it were anyone else who dared to speak to him in such a tone, they would have died long ago. However, Yi Xian had given him 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, so he was in a good mood. "You may not know, But that supreme-grade purple gold ore is also mine, so please return it. Yi Xian said slowly. Return supreme-grade purple gold ore? Hearing this, the youth was slightly stunned. He did not expect Yi Xian to dare ask him to return something. Chapter 2045. Ha 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 ha. The young man suddenly laughed out loud. This was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. Yi Xian dared to say this because he had already broken through to become a 9th-grade Samsara Dao Lord. In addition, he had the Sword God's clone, so he was fearless. It seems that you won't hand it over. If that's the case, I'll take it myself. The Sword God's clone shouted angrily. He took out his weapon and slashed at the young man. A sharp sword chi tore through the air and landed on the young man, but it was dispersed by the golden light on the young man's body. How funny. The heavenly Tao exists before the Tao. You actually used the Tao to attack me. You really don't know what you're talking about. The young man sneered. Be it half-step imperial emperors, or even eternal emperors, they all used the same method. That was the power of the heavens, also known as the mandate of heaven. The mandate of heaven could greatly increase one's lifespan. At the same time, the more mandates one had, the faster one's cultivation would be. Therefore this realm was very cruel. If there was a disagreement, they would kill and take the mandate of heaven. I don't believe that I can't break through your defense. Yi Xian widened his eyes and attacked again. In addition, the old tree, Black Horn, and the violet gold swordsman all appeared. How dare you attack me like an ant? You're courting death. The young man was enraged. With a raise of his hand, he killed Black Horn and the others. Not only that, but even the violet gold swordsmen were defeated. Fortunately, the Sword God's clone was invincible, so he was not injured at all. I don't believe that I can't exhaust you to death. Yi Xian widened his eyes and summoned the old tree and Black Horn again. As for the violet gold swordsmen, they could not be summoned again today because they were dead. This battle was fought without warning, causing the crowd below to be at a loss as to what to do. Fortunately, both sides were fighting in the air. Otherwise, the entire Jade Tripod City would have been destroyed. The Sword God's clone kept summoning the old tree and Black Horn to attack, which surprised the young man. Seeing that his side had no advantage at all, Yi Xian's main body, who was far away in the sky, made a decision. Of it. At that moment, he broke through the void and descended personally. The moment he appeared, the divine sword seal was activated by him. The young man was not a sword cultivator. After being affected by the divine sword seal, his combat power dropped by 30%. However, this level of power was still not something that Samsara Dao Lords could compare to. Fortunately, the Void Spirit Divine Armor on Yi Xian's body could withstand attacks from the heavens. Who would have thought that Wei Jintian's magic treasure form has already surpassed the heavens? Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. However, it would not be so easy to kill this young man. Looks like I have to pay a price. Come, War God Tyrant Body. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and the saint energy in his body suddenly went berserk, and then quickly bombarded his own body. The War God Tyrant Body of the War God had two effects. One was rapid recovery, and the other was that the more severe one's injuries were, the stronger one would be. Back then, when he was fighting with the Jade Tripod City Lord, he had actually used it before. However, he was still no match for him. However, his injuries that day were only about half healed. Today he was going to put himself in a state of near death. That way he would be able to unleash extremely powerful combat power. In an instant, Yi Xian's combat power skyrocketed, far surpassing the Sword God's clone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of sword light flashed, and Yi Xian began to attack wildly. Although he had suppressed the recovery effect of his bloodline, he had only suppressed the recovery effect. His saint energy could still continuously recover. On the other hand, the young man's saint energy was constantly decreasing. Heavenly mandate attacks were powerful, but like the Tao, they required the support of saint energy. Once saint energy was depleted, he would not be much stronger than a Samsara Dao Lord. This time Yi Xian chose to use a method of attrition. With the ethereal armor, his opponent could not hurt him. Rumble. A series of loud sounds rang out in the sky above Jade Tripod City. Afraid of being affected, the people in the city below had already retreated from the city, far away from this troublesome place. Kid, what kind of armor is that? It can actually block heavenly mandate attacks? The young man could not help but ask. Beat me and you'll know. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. What about them? The young man's gaze fell on the three Sword God's clones. The Sword God's clone, the Old Tree and Black Horn. One was invincible while the other two could revive infinitely. He could not kill them even if he beat them. This made the young man somewhat tired. It's the same. Beat me and I'll tell you. Yi Xian snorted. When the young man heard this, his expression darkened. If that's the case, then take one of my attacks. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out. The young man gathered all of his heavenly mandate into his right fist, then suddenly leaped into the air and smashed down. A golden fist smashed towards Yi Xian. You came just in time. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He flashed behind his opponent and used his trump card. Divine Sword Art. A divine sword materialized and fell instantly. In the previous battle, Yi Xian had not used his Eye of Assassination. He had been waiting for this moment. Their attacks were completely ineffective against the young man. Every attack that landed on the young man was blocked by his heavenly mandate. However, this time Yi Xian's attack was not ordinary. It was an insta-kill technique, Divine Sword Art. What? The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. This Divine Sword Art was clearly stronger than his full-power attack. How was this possible? Was this an attack that a 9th-stage Samsara Dao Lord could produce? Impossible. Before the young man could react, he was struck by the Divine Sword and was instantly cut in half. He died on the spot. The Divine Sword Art had the effect of insta-killing. However, even if it did not, its power was enough to deal with the young man. Of course, if Yi Xian had not been heavily injured and increased his strength, this attack would not have hit the young man. This was because every time Yi Xian used the Divine Sword Art, he had to use his own sword to hack. The Divine Sword's hacking speed was the same as his. Since the immortal slaying bloodline was gone, Yi Xian's mind no longer rang with the notification that he had gained killing intent. He immediately put away the young man's corpse. The 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores as well as the one in the hands of the Jade Tripod City Lord, all fell into Yi Xian's hands. In addition, there was a large amount of natural treasures in the young man's yin and yang ring. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly noticed a golden ball of light in the air. He quickly searched the young man's memories and found that this golden ball of light was the so-called heavenly mandate. Heavenly mandate could be understood as luck. The stronger one's heavenly mandate was, the more favor they would receive from the heavens. The higher one's heavenly mandate was, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. The longer one's lifespan, the higher the chances of encountering fortuitous encounters. In short, there were many benefits. Chapter 2046. There were a total of 99 ranks in the Heavenly Fate realm. Every 33 ranks represented a great realm. From the 1st grade to the 33rd rank Heavenly Fate realm, they were all half-step Imperial Emperors. From the 34th to the 66th rank Heavenly Fate realm, they were true Imperial Emperors. If one had the 67th rank Heavenly Fate realm, they would enter the Eternal Emperor realm. Yi Xian quickly devoured the ball of Heavenly Fate realm. In the next moment he heard a system notification sound. Ding. The host has devoured the 3rd grade Heavenly Fate realm, breaking through to the 1st grade half-step Imperial Emperor realm. He had indeed broken through to the next realm. Now, Yi Xian was also someone who was blessed by the heavens. However, the golden ball of light in Yi Xian's body was smaller than the youth's. After all, he had seized the Heavenly Fate realm of others and couldn't completely refine it. In other words, even if Yi Xian obtained the 99th rank Heavenly Fate realm, he wouldn't be able to break through to the 9th grade Eternal Emperor realm. However, he knew that he would definitely be able to reach that realm. Just now, he had searched the youth's memories. At this moment, he already knew why the youth wanted to buy a large amount of purple gold stones and supreme grade purple gold stones. This youth came from a force called the Crimson Sun sect in the 5th layer of heaven. They had previously discovered a ruin, but that ruin was full of danger. It was filled with purple gold beasts. Only those who wore purple gold armor would not be attacked by the beasts. It was said that this ruin was left behind by a suspected Imperial Emperor realm expert. There was probably an inheritance that would make people jealous. Those who wear purple gold armor will be mistaken as one of their kind by the beasts, but there is also a possibility of being exposed. Purple gold armor is divided into ordinary purple gold armor and supreme grade purple gold armor. The supreme grade purple gold armor is not easy to be discovered. Yi Xian thought in his heart. He didn't know if he would be attacked if he entered that ruin. He had already activated the purple gold sword servant and had a set of purple gold divine armor. This set of purple gold divine armor was definitely stronger than the supreme grade purple gold armor. He didn't know if he would be exposed if he wore this set of purple gold divine armor. However, Yi Xian liked this kind of ruin because he had the sword god clone. Once he obtained the inheritance, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. This purple gold ruin was the cave residence of a suspected Imperial Emperor realm expert. There were definitely a lot of good things in it. Who knows, there might even be an enormous heaven's will. As long as he obtained the mandate of heaven, Yi Xian's strength would soar once again. Although it was impossible for him to directly break through to Sovereign Emperor, it should not be a problem for him to become a high-ranked half-step Sovereign Emperor. Now that I've become a half-step Sovereign Emperor, I have the strength to break through to the 4th heaven. I can directly go to the 5th heaven. With that in mind, Yi Xian used his heavenly mandate power to break through the 4th layer of heaven. Then he entered it and flew towards the 5th layer of heaven. Of the 9 heavens, each was heavier than the last. The first was the smallest, while the 9th was the largest. Yi Xian went from the 4th heaven to the 5th heaven, which happened to be the territory of the Crimson Sun sect. I've heard that the 5th layer of heaven is much crueler than the 4th layer of heaven. Even if there is no conflict of interest, there is still the possibility of swords and knives being used against one another. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After all, half-step sovereign emperors could steal the mandate of heaven from others to increase their strength. If they had the chance, they would definitely take action. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to the half-step sovereign emperor realm, he would need a lot of mandate of heaven to break through. However, he did not plan to enter the Crimson Sun sect. Instead, he flew in a certain direction. That was where the purple gold ruin was located. Along the way, Yi Xian encountered many people, all of whom were first-grade half-step sovereign emperors. When they saw that Yi Xian was alone, they wanted to kill him and steal his mandate of heaven. Unexpectedly, they were all killed by Yi Xian. The higher the realm, the harder it is to break through. After breaking through to the half-step sovereign emperor realm, I have already killed dozens of people, but I still haven't broken through. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Then he flew towards the purple light in the sky. He had arrived at the purple gold ruin. The purple gold ruin had been open for many years. Other than the Crimson Sun sect, there were many people collecting purple gold ores. Those who entered the purple gold ruin were all wearing purple gold armor or supreme-grade purple gold armor. However, there were very few who could come out alive. Yi Xian arrived in front of the huge purple gold palace and looked around. This purple gold palace was not big. There were 2 lion-like purple gold beasts guarding the entrance. From afar, one could see a staircase that led underground. I won't enter with my main body first. Let the sword god clone enter. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and let the sword god clone enter. However, just as the sword god clone approached, he was attacked by the 2 purple gold beasts. Rumble. Immediately, the 2 purple gold beasts ganged up on the sword god clone. The latter was beaten until he pissed his pants. He could not fight back at all. Yi Xian estimated that the strength of these 2 purple gold beasts should be at the mid-level half-step sovereign emperor realm. It was said that only those who wore purple gold armor and supreme-grade purple gold armor would not be attacked by the purple gold beasts. Of course, these 2 types of armor were just to confuse the enemy. It was harder to recognize supreme-grade purple gold armor, but it was easier to recognize the purple gold armor. Many people who wore purple gold armor and wanted to take advantage of the situation had already died at the hands of these 2 purple gold beasts. Right now, Yi Xian only had supreme-grade purple gold ores and not supreme-grade purple gold armor, so it was impossible. However, the purple gold sword servants might be able to. Yi Xian immediately let the purple gold sword servants take action. Then he saw the purple gold sword servants swagger into the purple gold palace without being attacked by the purple gold beasts. As expected, the purple gold sword servants were judged by the purple gold beasts to be of the same kind. Unfortunately, it was the purple gold sword servants that passed through and not the sword god clone. Otherwise, Yi Xian could enter the palace through the sword god clone. However, he had a way. Purple gold divine armor appear. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and a set of purple armor appeared under the void spirit divine armor. It covered Yi Xian's entire body like scales. He tried to go over and walk to the spot where the sword god clone had been attacked. As expected, these 2 purple gold beasts did not attack him. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction, then entered the purple gold ruins. As long as he entered, the sword god clone would be able to follow him immediately. At that time they would switch places, and it would be the sword god clone entering the purple gold ruins. If there was a checkpoint that he could not pass, Yi Xian would personally take action. Just like that, Yi Xian entered the purple gold ruins. After walking down the long flight of stairs, Yi Xian arrived at the purple gold underground palace. Looking around, there were large doors that were wide open in all directions. He did not know where they led to. Yi Xian did not want to stay in such a high-class place for too long, so he broke through the void and left, leaving behind the sword god clone and the purple gold sword servants. Chapter 2047. Next, the sword god clone released the old tree and black horn, and they entered the 4 tunnels. However, before long Yi Xian heard 2 system notifications in his mind. Ding. Flame-swallowing unicorn is dead. Ding. Black scale dragon is dead. Immediately after that, there was a notification that the 2 of them had revived. Through the shared vision, Yi Xian could see that the one who killed the old tree and black horn was a purple figure. It must be some kind of purple gold beast. Not only that, but the sword god clone also encountered it. Boom. 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 Loud sounds came from the tunnel where the sword god clone was. These were the sounds of the sword god clone being beaten up. However, the invincible sword god clone relied on his invincible Vajra body to use the purple gold beast to hurry up. Such a method of travel was unheard of. After a while, the sword god's avatar that was sent flying saw a human corpse behind him. He immediately used the devour skill to absorb the corpse. This human corpse was wearing ordinary purple gold armor. Although he had fooled the guards, he was killed by the patrolling purple gold beasts. The sword god clone kept the corpse, and Yi Xian quickly searched his soul to see if there was anything related to the purple gold ruins. In addition, there was a golden ball of light floating above the corpse. The sword god clone did not forcibly keep it. The deceased was just an independent cultivator, a second-grade half-step imperial emperor. He was 1 level higher than the youth Yi Xian had killed. However, there was nothing worth mentioning in this person's memories. After Yi Xian devoured his destiny, his strength increased greatly. One had to admit that destiny was a good thing. The higher one's destiny, the easier it was to be favored by the heavens. For such ruins, it was easier for people with high fate mandates to encounter fortuitous encounters. However, to Yi Xian, the most attractive part of the violet gold ruins were the corpses of the dead. Because there were corpses, he could practically obtain the will of the heavens. When he had been a Tao Lord, Yi Xian had been able to resurrect others. Back then, it had been fairly easy for him to do so. Though the life and death Tao seed had turned into a Tao fruit, Yi Xian still had the ability to bring the dead back to life. He could use the heaven's will to revive. Of course, using heaven's will to revive would consume a large amount of heaven's will. Reviving those below the half-step sovereign emperor realm was fine, but reviving half-step sovereign emperors would require a huge price. If a half-step sovereign emperor with a first-grade fate mandate died, others could use their own fate mandate to revive him. However, the price was terrifyingly high. If a third-grade heavens mandate cultivator paid the price of a drop in cultivation, they might be able to revive him. If it was a peerless genius like Yi Xian with a demigod bloodline, then a rank 10 or even rank 20 heavens mandate expert would have to sacrifice themselves in order to revive. In short, the higher the talent, the higher the price of resurrection. However, if a rank 20 heavens mandate cultivator were to revive a rank 1 heavens mandate cultivator, it wouldn't be difficult at all. In fact, it would be extremely easy. Heaven's mandate was divided into 99 ranks and each rank had its own difference. A second-grade heavens mandate cultivator wasn't equivalent to 2 first-grade heavens mandate cultivators. It could be 5 or 10. A rank 20 heavens mandate cultivator was equivalent to tens of thousands of first-grade heavens mandate cultivators. Speaking of which, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't use his heaven's will to revive these people. To him, these corpses were all experience points. As long as he was allowed to grow, not to mention the purple gold battle beast, he might even be able to take the entire purple gold ruins into his pocket. Following that, the sword god clone continued to be beaten up. He had to use an unusual method to travel. Although the sword god clone was useful, the system gave him a flaw. He couldn't use defensive skills like the purple gold divine armor because it was useless. Furthermore, although the sword god clone could wear the void spirit divine armor, the armor's buff had no effect on him. He could only use invisibility. While the sword god clone was being beaten up, the purple gold sword servant on the other side also encountered a battle beast. However, the purple gold sword servant was different from the sword god clone. The purple gold sword servant's entire body was made of special purple gold, so the purple gold battle beast treated it as one of its kind. Hi. The purple gold sword servant directly passed by the purple gold battle beast and even greeted it in a friendly manner. Roar. The purple gold battle beast let out a low roar, but no one knew what it was saying. In the purple gold ruins, the purple gold sword servant was much more useful than the sword god clone. They followed this path and encountered many corpses along the way. However, what made Yi Xian helpless was that the purple gold sword servant couldn't use the yin and yang ring and couldn't use the void to locate him. Therefore, Yi Xian asked him to return and sent Wei Jintian to follow him. This way he could collect all the corpses along the way. During this period, Yi Xian finally broke through from first-grade half-step Imperial Emperor to second-grade half-step Imperial Emperor after devouring so many heaven's wills. However, those who died didn't know about the purple gold ruins. However, Yi Xian obtained a damaged set of supreme-grade purple gold battle armor. He obtained it from the corpse of a certain person who had overestimated himself. He guessed that the person who had overestimated himself had set his sights on the purple gold battle beast, but was killed by the purple gold battle beast. In the end, Yi Xian benefited from it. Yi Xian used the supreme-grade purple gold ores produced by the purple gold sword servant to repair the damaged set of supreme-grade purple gold battle armor and let the sword god clone wear it. This way, the sword god clone had a high chance of deceiving the purple gold battle beast. When he encountered the purple gold battle beast, he would be treated as one of its kind. However, this passage was a little too long. The sword god clone and the purple gold sword servant rushed for an entire day, but they still hadn't walked out of the passage. However, this was still acceptable. After all, this passage was built by an expert who was suspected to be at the Imperial Emperor level. An expert of that level would have a Heaven's Will of Fate of over 30. With the support of Heaven's Will, it wouldn't take long for them to pass through this passage. Finally, on the second day, the purple gold sword servant was the first to walk out of the passage. He came to a side hall, but when he walked out of the door, the dozens of doors around him instantly closed, including the one behind him. Then the ceiling suddenly opened and a purple gold battle beast fell down. This purple gold battle beast charged towards the purple gold sword servant without saying anything. What's going on? Yi Xian was a little confused. The purple gold sword servant shouldn't be recognized, so why was he attacked? However, he couldn't care less and immediately ordered the purple gold sword servant to counterattack. Chapter 2048. Battle God's Mount. Yi Xian ordered the sword god's clone to use a skill to summon a silver giant dragon. Although a silver-grade mount was not as powerful as a gold-grade mount, it was still very helpful in this battle. In addition, the old tree and black horn also attacked together. Even Wei Zhentian turned into the void spirit divine armor and put it on the old tree. Rumble. A series of loud noises reverberated in the side hall. At this time, Yi Xian discovered that there were many corpses in the palace. It seemed that they were all killed by this purple gold battle beast. It's about the level of a 4th stage half-step Imperial Emperor. It's not too strong. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly as he thought to himself. He guessed that this was one of the checkpoints in the purple gold ruins. They had to kill this purple gold battle beast before they could continue to move forward. Immediately, he ordered Black Horn to devour the corpses into the devouring space. There were a total of 9 corpses. They were not weak. They were at least 3rd stage half-step Imperial Emperors when they were alive. Yi Xian obtained their yin and yang rings and their heavenly fates before devouring them. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a 3rd stage half-step Imperial Emperor. When the system notification sounded, the sword god's clone and the others' auras suddenly skyrocketed. However, even if they broke through to 3rd stage half-step Imperial Emperor, the sword god's clone and the others spent a lot of time to deal with this purple gold battle beast. Crack. With a crisp sound, the purple gold battle beast was directly blasted into pieces of purple gold. Then the surrounding doors opened again. It was only a 4th stage half-step Imperial Emperor purple gold battle beast. It was not enough to stop Yi Xian. Yi Xian ordered the sword god's clone to go over and check. He found that there was a supreme-grade purple gold stone in this purple gold battle beast. Previously, on the way here, he had killed a weaker purple gold battle beast. That purple gold battle beast also had a supreme-grade purple gold stone in its body. However, the purple gold ore that Yi Xian had obtained was so purple that it was black. Ding. The black gold stone can be used to strengthen the violet gold sword servants. Once strengthened to a certain level, the violet gold sword servants can evolve into black gold sword servants. Do you want to upgrade it now? The system suddenly prompted. Hearing this, Yi Xian answered without hesitation, yes. Next, the violet gold sword servant fused with the black gold rock, causing its strength to increase. Yi Xian had heard of black gold ore before. It was in ore that was of a higher grade than purple gold oregon. The black gold liquid inside could also be used to forge pseudo-thearch artifacts. At the same time, the top-quality black gold ore was one of the materials used to craft Emperor's artifacts. Although there was only a one-word difference between a quasi-Emperor artifact and a quasi-Emperor artifact, it was the difference between a half-step Sovereign Emperor and a Sovereign Emperor. An Emperor weapon was a weapon at the Imperial Emperor level. From this, it could be seen how precious supreme-grade black gold ore was. No wonder this purple gold beast is so strong. It's because it has black gold stone in its body. I wonder if there are top-grade black gold stones in this violet gold ruins? Yi Xian thought to himself. If there were top-grade black gold stones, then the violet gold sword servant would probably be able to evolve into a black gold sword servant. This purple gold beast had already been dealt with, so Yi Xian had the sword god's clone and the violet gold sword servant randomly choose a few paths to enter. This violet gold ruins was a little like an ant's nest. It was connected in all directions. Although there was only one path to take each time, Yi Xian was sure that some paths would lead to the same place. Along the way Yi Xian saw many corpses. However, this time the corpses he encountered were not weak when they were alive. They were at least third-stage half-step sovereign emperors. Presumably, these people were all experts who had passed the first trial. In this way Yi Xian benefited from it. Then he continued to advance. Black Horn, the old tree, and the other weaker ones would be killed by the purple gold beasts along the way. Therefore he could only rely on the violet gold sword servant and the sword god's clone to travel. This stay lasted for more than 10 days. In these 10 days, Yi Xian obtained a huge amount of fate and natural treasures that could improve his birth chart. His realm had already broken through to 6th-stage half-step sovereign emperor. During this time he passed 3 trials in succession. In other words, he defeated 3 purple gold beasts in the palace and obtained some black gold stones. Today he arrived at the 5th side hall. At this moment, there was a huge purple gold beast in front of him. Its realm had probably reached 8th-stage half-step sovereign emperor. Yi Xian ordered the violet gold sword servant and the sword god's clone to attack together, but they could not hurt this purple gold beast. Helpless, he could only decide to use his trump card. Divine Sword Technique. A divine sword tore through the purple gold relic and slashed at the purple gold battle beast, cutting it in half. What a joke. The divine sword technique could even break through the sky, let alone this 8th-stage half-step sovereign emperor. In an instant, Yi Xian obtained a large black gold stone from the beast's body and greatly strengthened the violet gold sword servant. However, this violet gold ruins had the ability to repair itself. The crack on the top of its head was instantly repaired. However, this did not matter. After all, Yi Xian did not want to leave. However, after using the divine sword technique, this skill entered a cooldown state and could not be used again. Fortunately, Yi Xian had a large number of quasi-emperor artifact swords on him. In an instant, 4/5 of the cooldown was restored. However, right at the moment when this rank 8 half-step Imperial Emperor level purple golden battle beast died, a figure suddenly appeared in the center of the side palace hall. Hello. When the voice entered Yi Xian's ears, he was a little surprised. You are? Yi Xian looked at the phantom youth in front of him and could not help but ask. I'm Monarch Zijin, the owner of this ruin. The young man said. Oh, so it's Senior? Yi Xian quickly cupped his fists. There's no need to be so polite. I have a request. Monarch Zijin said. Senior, please tell me. Monarch Zijin paused and said, to be honest, although I'm the owner of this ruin, I'm actually sealed here. So, I want you to help me escape. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. He originally thought that Monarch Zijin was already dead and that the person in front of him was just a remnant soul. This ruin was actually Monarch Zijin's tomb. However, he did not expect that Monarch Zijin was only sealed by someone else. Just as he was surprised, a system notification rang in his mind. Ding. Host has triggered a chain random mission. Help Monarch Zijin escape. Yi Xian's eyebrows twitched. He had not encountered a chain random mission in a long time. He immediately accepted it. How do I break the seal? Yi Xian asked. It's very simple. I'm sealed under the central palace of this ruin. In the central palace, there's a black gold beast at the peak of the half-step Imperial Emperor. As long as you can kill it, I can break the seal. Chapter 2049. It's that simple? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Simple? The purple gold monarch was very surprised. He said, originally, there was only one black gold battle beast at the peak of the 9th stage half-step sovereign emperor realm in the purple gold ruins. I was the one who secretly created the others. My purpose was to pick out people with potential to help me escape. It's already pretty good that you were able to kill this rank 8 half-step sovereign emperor black gold battle beast. However, you should know that the one in the central palace is 10 times stronger than this one. If you were to step into the central palace, you would be instantly killed. If that's the case, I'm afraid I can't help you. Yi Xian shook his head. Don't be anxious. Let me finish. Emperor Zijin shook his head and said, back then I was severely injured by a sneak attack. Then I was sealed here. That person left behind a powerful black gold battle beast to suppress me. However, I can give you the black gold stones that I condensed. You can use them to strengthen this puppet of yours. After hearing this, Yi Xian was a little surprised. He asked, condensed black gold stones? That's right. I'm not a human. I'm a purple gold demon. We can condense purple gold stones, supreme grade purple gold stones, black gold stones, and even supreme grade black gold stones. Unfortunately, I was heavily injured and sealed here. At most, I can condense black gold stones. Emperor Zijin shook his head. He was originally an imperial emperor. After being heavily injured, he was only a 9th grade half-step imperial emperor. He couldn't even break the seal. Supreme grade black gold stones? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, "Senior, how many black gold stones do you have?" Wait. After saying this, Emperor Zijin disappeared. Yi Xian waited for a while. Not long after, a black gold battle beast returned with a Qian Kuan ring in its mouth. At the same time, Emperor Zijin's figure appeared again. I've been trapped for so many years. I can only break a small hole in the seal. This Qian Kuan ring contains the black gold stones that I condensed over the years. Emperor Zijin asked the black gold battle beast to pass the Qian Kuan ring to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at it and his eyes lit up. There were at least 10,000 black gold ores inside, which was more than enough for a purple gold sword servant to evolve into a black gold sword servant. At that moment, Yi Xian used all the black gold ores to strengthen the violet gold sword servants. Ding! Purple gold sword servant has evolved into black gold sword servant. As for the rest, Yi Xian used them all to forge pseudo-thearch weapons and then restored the cooldown of the divine sword technique. Now Yi Xian had the ability to kill the black gold battle beast. "Senior, please let me pass," Yi Xian said to Monarch Zijin. "Now?" Emperor Zijin was surprised to hear this. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded and said, "Don't worry, Senior. The one standing in front of you right now is also a puppet. My original body is not there." Puppet? Monarch Zijin was stunned. He could feel that the sword god's doppelganger was a body of flesh and blood. How could it be a puppet? However, since Yi Xian said so himself, it should be true. After all, he was only an illusion now. "Alright, then go ahead and try." Monarch Zijin didn't say anything else. He simply opened the biggest door. Then, the black gold sword servant and the sword god's doppelganger walked in side by side. These doors were protected by formations. If they did not pass through, they would not be able to see what was behind the doors. After the black gold sword servant and the sword god's doppelganger walked in, they saw a huge black gold giant in the middle of the palace. This black gold giant must be the black gold battle beast that suppressed Monarch Zijin. Boom. At this moment, the 100-meter-tall black gold giant suddenly moved. It had been ordered to kill anyone who stepped into the central palace. The sword god's doppelganger and the black gold sword servant did not say anything and immediately started fighting. This black gold giant was a peak 9th stage half-step imperial emperor. It was very strong. However, the sword god's doppelganger and the black gold sword servant were only 6th stage half-step imperial emperors. There was a difference of 3 realms. The difference of 3 realms made it impossible for the sword god's doppelganger and the black gold sword servant to hurt the black gold giant. "I don't care anymore." Yi Xian did not care so much and directly used the divine sword technique. The purple gold historical site was opened again. Boom. The divine sword fell and cut the black golden giant into 2 halves, killing it instantly. Not to mention this rank 9 half-step imperial lord level black golden giant. Even if a monarch were to be struck by it, he would still die. In this way, the biggest boss of the purple gold historical site was killed by Yi Xian. Immediately, Yi Xian rushed over and took the black gold stone in the black gold giant's body along with the corpse. A supreme grade black gold stone? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly realized that this black gold stone was actually a supreme grade black gold stone. This thing could only be condensed by an imperial emperor of the purple gold tribe. It seemed that the person who suppressed imperial emperor of the purple gold tribe had really put in a lot of effort. However, what Yi Xian could not understand was why that person did not directly kill imperial emperor of the purple gold tribe when he was already seriously injured. Instead, he suppressed him. Just as he was feeling surprised, the center of the central palace suddenly began to tremble. Something seemed to want to break out of the ground. Yi Xian understood that this must be imperial emperor of the purple gold tribe, so he immediately followed and cooperated with him. In a short while, the seal was broken, and Yi Xian finally saw imperial emperor of the purple gold tribe. However, imperial emperor of the purple gold tribe's situation was much worse than he had imagined. "Thank you very much. Otherwise, I don't know if I can leave this damn place in my lifetime." As soon as imperial emperor of the purple gold tribe appeared, he immediately thanked him. Previously, his heavenly fate rank had already exceeded 34, which was the imperial emperor rank. However, as he was sealed, his heavenly fate continued to be consumed, so his realm dropped. In addition, he continued to condense black gold stones and then used his heavenly fate rank to form the purple gold beast and black gold beast, which worsened his decline. Therefore, he was only a 6th-stage half-step Imperial Emperor now. Senior, you're too kind. Yi Xian grinned. This time, if it were not for Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe, he would probably have to spend a lot of time to get through the Purple Gold Tribe's ruins. Moreover, his chain random mission was triggered because of Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe. He wondered what kind of reward he would get after this chain random mission was completed. I've been sealed for many years and I've been desperately condensing black gold stones all these years. I'm only a 7th-stage half-step Imperial Emperor. I need to find a safe place to recover my strength. Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe said. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he said, I happen to have a place here. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe's reply. He asked Black Horn and the Old Tree to perform a double devour and directly absorb Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe into the devouring space. Then Wei Zhentian turned into the Beast God Bell and forcibly controlled Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe, who was only a 6th-stage half-step Imperial Emperor.